operators in Oregon. It depends how you want to play. If you want to play aggressive, you can take Maru, Ying.
Of course, it's not banned, it's Dokkaebi, because if some people roams, you can like call for your team and your open fraggers will get info faster. In my opinion, Osa is so good because she is really good on almost every plant on Oregon. It will be so easier to plant with her shields.
If you want to play slow, you can just bring, as usual, a hard breacher like Thermite or Ace.
The best pick for me on Oregon would be actually Twitch, because people play a lot Fenrir, Goyo, Mira. I think it's a good operator to deny all that stuff. All equipment you need on Oregon actually has one set of claymores, flashes, smokes, or grenades.
Flash are really strong. The MPs, you have to bring them to open the worlds. You can flash pit, you can flash top white, you can flash close trophy. That's easy, like, except if they have warded, but it's the game.
The main spawn is actually pretty fast to enter the map.
Spawn street, but watch out, a lot of players are spawn picking, garage, main door, and master door.
If you like attack the basement, for me, 2 guys need to spawn on main and then go through the master bedroom. 2 guys spawn from small tower, so they will work together in pair. One will drone for his teammate.
Easiest spawn I think would be to spawn small tower, to get 3 people rushing into the green window with someone waiting on the kids to put pressure on the vert. The last one could cut white or push Zulu to get the cover from server.
Those are my first entry chips on Oregon.
Impact grenade, I'm gonna go for Melusi.
Rook.
Impact.
Goyo.
No, Goyo has no more impacts.
Ah non, pourri.
Maestro.
Oh, Echo.
Wesh. Echo.
Let's go.
Ash.
IQ.
Oh. Nice.
Let's go.
Goyo.
Doc.
Fenrir.
Melusi. Oh là 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 là. Let's go.
No. IQ? No, IQ is earlier, maybe.
Sledge. Oh là 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 là.
J'ai pas de proposeur. Warden.
Oh là 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 là.
Let's go.
Let's go, guys.
I was playing a lot on Counter-Strike and I was studying in university, and they came to us and said, maybe you want to try to compete in our first Moscow tournament of Rainbow Six Siege with your Counter-Strike roster.
I met a group of people on DayZ who switched over to Siege and were like, you should get Siege.
I was playing only for fun at the beginning, and then my friend Blaz, and he said, hey, I'm being paid to play Rainbow Six Siege. I was like, no, you're kidding. He sent me the proof, and I was like, how?
And there is the confinement because of the COVID, so I start playing more Rainbow Six as the competitive part, and then I played the French League.
I was inspired to play in the top level
when I used to watch the Brazilian league back in the days. There was players like Nask, Gohan, Astro. These guys motivated me to like buy a PC and just like play Siege on PC.
There is not one thing that made me become a pro player. It's like on everything, the atmosphere, the game as well. Like just everything made me feel like I need to be a pro player.
I think my big moment before becoming pro was Challenger League. We beat M-Curse, and in Challenger League we beat them. Like that was a big opponent, and I was so happy to beat them. Like it was really a big moment. I wanted so much to be pro at this moment.
I think right now there's a lot of stuff for new players to like training their map knowledge.
I think if you want to become a pro these days, you have to watch a lot of VODs. Rewatching the same VOD, you're gonna understand like how the meta is being played.
Don't be able to like give in so easily. I was in Challenger League for like 5 seasons, right? Like I failed a lot.
Never stop the grind. Always like watching VODs of pro team, watching your VOD to see your mistakes.
Grind the game first of all, get good people around you, always have a good mentality in a team or work ethic.
As long as you have like the determination and the passion to carry on, you should always trust your gut and back yourself in those situations.
If I remember correctly, it's Skies who was telling to Jack to run out because he was playing in the second floor of the big tower. He was just baiting them for Jack to run out, and he could get both of them, but he got only one.
And actually now they're like they lost a breacher. They have to rotate, so now we have like the advantage. We still have the top and stuff, so like we knew that they had like lost one breacher, and we knew that like they can't open anything. Just like they opened the main at the beginning with the ace, so we knew that they had or like to come on the top or to come like dining. So like that's why we were waiting them. They just pushed with the Osa. The Osa was like kind of like against us since we can't really kill the guy. And I think I just choked the 1v2. I just picked and I should not have picked.
We choked the map. It's okay. There is like three maps remaining, so let's just focus on the next map, and we will talk about it after the match.
Like we knew that like every time on attack they were like baiting outside with like Brava and stuff like Twitch and stuff like this, so we knew that we just had to wait them, and like we know that we are better in gunfight, so we just wait them and play together like in cross and stuff like this.
Yeah, we wanted to make them waste their time. We knew that they love to take CC control when they push on border, so I was just there wasting time, and then we fall back when we get a kill or 1 minute and stuff.
Like if we see like 1 minute, I just drop from T1 like just to waste time. I got killed like the wrong timing. So now they have top, but like we still have C4s, and they have only like 50 sec, but it's kind of like free for us.
Yeah, we just gave them space.
I think we had the Valky cam like on the we had the Valky cam I think on like office. That's why like we asked him to flank, and that's where like we win the run.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why we are leaving top floor is that I can flank with Oryx on the hatches, so it's okay if we let them have top floor control.
Yeah, that was part of the like plan at the beginning.
We just felt like we know how they play, we know what to do. Just do our basic stuff and we will win.
Seconds left, and SSG are still getting into position. This is winnable for Eddie and Wi-Fi if they can just find the right angles. Cuts down Forest. The flash doesn't even blind him. He's able to switch over to Jim, and even with the shotgun, Iconic falls to a frost mat. But Jane, I know.
우당탕탕할 때. 오 이거 가라킥.
시끄러울 때 가라.
발차기. 그래도 도전 집중.
야.
I'm going to be a critical factor here. We saw Wolves have a couple of touches. No one manages to pick up more. And there's another. It's now 2 versus 3. Have Wolves left it too late? 20 seconds left to go. And ITB finding kills left and right. Des Asa manages to find one with a nitro. And Noah's up above. They have no idea. Noah manages to shut down Bibu. Dead shot. No choice but to go for the plant. And it will almost certainly be over. But no, they can't get there. He comes home, but he cannot find any kills.
30 seconds. Fanatic looks sure to lock it out. Deepek's going to see if he can still try and make it happen. Degs, though, with the triple and the spray, and Kenny leaving just Oscar to keep him into this. Some damage through the drone hole. Deepek's down. He has time to get the player up. 아 이거 이동 스방패 제거가 안 돼서 연막을 뚫고 15초. 아 위치 알고요.
디퓨저 줄 시간이 없기 때문에 다 잡아야 됩니다. 선멸을 해야 됩니다.
2.5배라서. 오 잠깐만. 설마.
Away for free. Does Wildcard could flood in, so he'll fall back down. Remember, the bomb site is dining. Does leave Kino up above. Maybe Sport can go for that C4. Rotero forces Kino out, but just into an engagement with Bosco sprinting into his open arms. He's looking for the second, can't find it. Kansan on a heater this attacking half. 3K into another. What can he find in the 1v2? He's very low HP, and Spoit's able to spot him. With 15 seconds left, Spiker barely has time to go for the res. If he wants to, he'll be down to only 8 seconds remaining when they go in for this flood. This should be such an easy layup for Spoit. He might be found, but he finds the C4 too. The hip fire!
Cameraman be the hero now? He'll need to be. G with the line of sight and with a glance on the board! To push them to not.
It is time for our 4th playday of Europe League, our group stage, and it doesn't feel like it, but after today, we have almost made it to the halfway point of our group stage. It's gone really, really fast so far. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, and I'm joined on the desk by Fresh and Fabian as well, our lovely Analyst. How are you two feeling today?
I thought you were going to say Freshbian.
Yeah, I thought it was Freshbian.
Freshbian because we're like a
Fresh and Fabian works for me. Personally, Freshbian, just not Fabian and Fresh.
Is the
Fabian and Fresh is the best one.
No.
So how is Freshbean doing then today?
We're good when we're not arguing, which we'll do a lot of today. So yeah, that's fine.
We never argue.
How are you, Fabian?
We're just a lovely couple.
Can I just tell the stream as well? Fabian smells great today. I don't know what he's got going on, but he smells really good. Which is unusual for you, Fabian.
I haven't done anything special, so I'm smelling like every other day, I guess. But you have your own idea. Are you sure you're fine today?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, well, your smelling senses are off.
They must be.
Very nice compliment after I almost thought that you guys were already starting an argument today during our pre-show. But of course, a few things that we have to go over so far is our standings. As we said, we have had 3 days concluded of our group stage. This is how things are looking for our teams so far. At the very top of your screen, you'll see BDS go 3-4-3 in their most recent games. Looking absolutely flawless so far. The very bottom of the league, we see Wylde. Any surprises in between that, or maybe the top and bottom team?
I don't know if there's any big surprises. I mean, we've not gone that far yet that we can like start to see the top really pulling away from the middle pack. But honestly, this stage and this season has been really even, and we're seeing more and more teams basically gunning for that last spot at the major. Like we have some spots we are expecting to go somewhere, but there seems to be more and more throw-ups. Like anybody can go really. Well, BDS will go.
Yeah,
the rest could be anybody.
BDS will go. Then any of the rest. Pleasant surprise. Very simply for me, Team Secret. Unexpected surprise, and a bad one, I guess, is VP being down there.
Well, BDS, if you don't make it to the major, you know who to blame for that. Fabian may have just jinxed you potentially going to the major or not. But of course, they have so many games that they have to play before they can see whether they make it to the major or not. And 4 of those will be happening today. Let's have a look at our schedule with the games ahead of ourselves for today, because we'll be starting out with Secret versus Wylde. Now, Wylde had an off day last time around. They're looking, of course, to get some points on the board, but Secret could also go 3-for-3 out of games for themselves. Our second game, G2 versus Virtus.Pro, a game that we've seen so many times in Europe League, and it's always a very, very good one. The third game is our French Derby, even though we might not call it French Derby as much as it used to be. The BDS have always been Wolves' arch nemesis, so we'll see how that's gonna go today. And then we're closing our day with ENCE versus Fnatic, both teams that have suffered a loss yesterday, and of course we'll be looking to bounce back from that today.
They'll be looking to bounce back. The 2 big games are the ones in the middle, I think, today. Like, you know, G2 versus Virtus.Pro, those 2 teams, like the core of Virtus.Pro against G2. That's been like the story of the game that I always were so much interested in, because mostly I was playing them, but then also the French Derby. I can't wait for that game.
And the thing is Secret on the very first game as well have a huge opportunity to go 9 points from 9.
Would be massive.
It's probably beyond their wildest dreams of starting an EUL stage, given where we've seen the organization be in this league over the last, what, 3-4 years?
Yep.
It is really looking good for them, we have to say. And one thing that I do want to talk about before we get into the games is a big subject over the last few months has been this really defensive favored meta, and also, of course, how the attack plays into that. And something that you two have seen so far over our 3 play days is the specific attacker bans that we've seen so far. One thing really stands out, Ying is a main character in this one, but there's been very many different ones.
Yeah, we see a ton of operators being banned 1 time. We see 3 operators being banned twice. And then Ying is the one we want to talk about today. Because Ying has such an ability to pick apart defenses, especially with the way we're playing the game right now, where we spread out all 5 players in the team and all try to execute at the same time. By having that Ying, you always enable one position very heavily.
Yep.
So that's why we're seeing a lot of European teams getting rid of Ying, because they feel like the gap that she creates is just so massive, and they can just abuse it over and over again.
I'm actually a little bit surprised Dokubi's not up there as well. I think the state that attack is in right now, there is only maybe 1-2 great, you know, operators that can initiate for the attack.
Yep.
Ying is certainly the best of the best, and then maybe Dokubi should be banned a little bit more, in my opinion.
One team that we have seen have very good attacks is Secret. Of course, they'll be going up against Wylde today. That is our very first game of the day. So let's start talking a bit more about Secret and themselves as well. You said they have the potential of going 3-for-3 in regulation wins for their games. It's looking really good for them.
Yeah, I think so, and I think we've been both very impressed by them. I think the expectation for Secret was a little bit unknown. If we look at the Malta Cyber Series that happened before UL started, they got 3rd in that series, in that whole tournament, behind G2 and BDS, which is, you know, no mean feat at all, but they still didn't look that great through that whole tournament. I know they finished 3rd. So we were a little bit up in the air about what Secret would provide, but I think they have pleasantly surprised us.
Yeah, I mean, they've only played 1 map so far, so we are expecting to see a lot more from them.
Yeah.
But what we've seen on that map is very, very good stuff. It's something you don't really expect of a young team.
And of course, we heard Savage say in the interview that there is they have the goal, of course, to make it to the major. Savage, of course, is looking up at his teammates as well. We have the roster up on your screens to see which players we are dealing with when it comes to Secret. As we said, we heard Savage say their goal is to go and make it to the major, and especially with what they have been showing us so far, that might very much be possible. Something that we really want to talk about is the attacks from Secret on the only map that they have played so far on Clubhouse, because there is a lot of depth to it. And of course, we have Fresh and Fabian explaining what exactly happened.
Yeah, we absolutely love this position where we get to double explain what happens here, Fabian. And I think Anne put it nicely is Secret have only played Clubhouse. On Clubhouse, one of the best sites that you can defend that Secret had to attack into is Church and Arsenal that you can see here. And I think, they attacked it in multiple different ways that I think honestly impressed both of us, right?
Yeah, I mean, the bomb site is really easy to play for a defender because you have so many different operators you can pick in here, and you kind of have the control of the flow as a defender because you can play Goyo and you can play Fenrir, you can play so many different things that you should always be in control. Secret showed that they were the ones in control.
And I think that's the one thing that impressed us is they were in control and they planted in different spots. So you can see on the screen, we've got number 1. There's going to be 4 different plants in total. Let's roll the clip where they plant in the first spot. This is going to be round 1 of EUL Play Day 1. Adrian walks down the long hallway using the Osa shield to get that plant down. Secret actually had a bit of a diversion tactic going on where they looked like they were attacking into Church, and actually they planted down in Arsenal. I really liked that as a statement piece on the first round.
It's a lot of bravery to just dedicate yourself for that for the first round. For the second plant spot, you see it right here in Church, behind the bar. So if we start the clip, you guys will see what they're doing this time. They're actually down in manpower. They're 5 versus 3, so they get 1 kill on GK behind the bar. The bar is still there, don't be worried. But Adrian goes in, takes the duel for a 1-on-1, and then immediately just starts planning. Again, another basement attack, another plant spot, and another successful attempt.
Yeah, so that's 2 plant spots on, one on A site, one on B site. We're going to see the third clip here as we roll into it. This was from yesterday, and this was what was known as the W7M strat, because I think they coined it first. Basically, you send yourself into the Church, you go and plant by the jukebox, and the Glaz, obviously, who can see through this big sense-like wall that you can see, he can then cover the plant. And I think that's the third different plant location that we've seen coming out of Team Secret.
Yeah. On the 4th spot, we're going back to the first one. So this reminds you of something that we saw earlier. But when we start looking at the clip and what they're doing differently is that they're actually playing a sled instead of an Osa. And this could be for 2 different reasons. Either they saw that they had this plant available to them in the middle of the round and they decided to just go for it without the Osa. Number 2 is that, they know that if their opponent sees the Osa on the playing field, they know exactly what plant is going down. So they changed around the operators. No matter what it is, Jack, they're improving and they're improvising and they're making new things happen. And this is really nice to see from a very, an immature team in terms of age because they haven't been around for that long.
Yeah.
It's very impressive.
You don't expect that depth of strategy that they've
Not at all.
got to have the same strategies but have the different variations and execute them perfectly across 2 EULs. That's why we're so excited about them.
And having the, I will say it, balls to do it because that's what it takes. You just need to go for it and just have the bravery. And they show it that they have that.
Thank you so much for the detailed explanation. Can I also just say that these recap clips are absolutely amazing. It's so nice to see it being displayed in such a wonderful way. We saw Secret have a lot of depth on their attacks, but when it comes to their opponents, something really funny when we talk about Wylde is we have also seen them play 2 times on the same map, and whereas Secret have so much depth in their attacking strategies, in their ideas, in their plans, we have seen pretty much the same stuff come out from Wylde from game day 1 to game day 2. So that depth that we see from Secret isn't so much there yet for Wylde.
Yeah, I think so. I think Wylde look like, I'll be honest, a much newer team, even though they've got a lot more experience than Secret. We're seeing some names. You've won an invitational with one of the guys on the Wylde team, right? Yeah. I think Wylde, for me, are kind of a little bit behind where they should be. And it speaks to the fact that maybe they, put that roster together a little bit last minute.
Yeah, it feels like they did because what we saw from Wylde before is they had a weird way of playing the game, right? They had some really crazy strats. I remember first play that we saw them on Chalet, and it was just mind-boggling the stuff they were pulling off. They were dismantling their opponents. Now we're seeing a Wylde that is going back in terms of meta with Nello taking over Stingy Leader. I have to question him a bit because it feels like they're playing the old school way. But the players he has is not the same that he used to have in M&M, and they don't have the fragging power to back this up. At the same time, it's so old that it's also outdated. So now we're lacking firepower, we're lacking innovation. How will they do for a long stage?
sounds like a difficult thing to have to deal with, especially in the middle of the stage. And we're talking about it, of course, that we need to see improvement from them. They themselves will definitely know that something needs to change. Will they want to have a spot or a chance of making it to the major? So what do we want to see different from them?
I just want to see that innovation back. Yeah. Because it's simply like that. Like, yeah, okay, these players have all the experience, but we all kind of know that they're lacking a little bit in the gunfights. So they need to have that sprinkle of something different so that they stand out, that they are some team that you can't read, you can't understand what's going on. They had that before. I just need to see them take that back.
I would like to see Packball get more involved. You talk about innovation, you think of the player on this roster, it would have to be Packball. He actually tried some creative stuff against the BDS, didn't quite work out. On another day, it would have been absolutely genius, and I would have been raving about it for about 6 years.
Yeah. Does anything work against BDS?
No, it doesn't. Yeah. It doesn't. To be honest, that one would have worked, but BDS didn't go there. We'll show you that another time, actually, even when it does work. Keeping it up in here for now. But yeah, we're looking at Packball to be a little bit more creative. I want to see Teb get more involved. I want to see Lolo get more expressive and take the reins a little bit. He's the guy that's coming in with the big reputation and has kind of played the team role. You obviously want a player to play the team role, but you want them to take the initiative. You want them to go and win you around. We've not yet seen that from Lolo.
So, of course, Wylde would like to copy and paste the result they've had from the last stage, because the last time these two teams played against each other in stage 2, it was a 7-0 for Wylde.
Yeah.
Now, of course, these two teams are looking a little bit different, and it'll be new grounds for both these teams. I'm also very curious what map we'll be going to, because we have seen Clubhouse twice from Secret, we have seen Cafe twice from Wylde, and we'll not be heading to Clubhouse or Cafe, we'll be heading to Bank.
Yeah, so the map balance between these two teams was quite interesting, because Cafe and Club were kind of both on the cards. But when teams have played maps over and over again, teams then want to take them back out, right? You don't want to keep going to the same map. So Bank kind of felt like the perfect middle ground in terms of these two teams' preference. They both like it, they both play it, but it isn't their absolute favorite. And that kind of, the hallmarks of all of those reasons make it very much a best of one map in the league.
I think the map suits both teams, because what I want to see Wylde go back to is like the execute style that they had.
Yep.
That works really well on Bank. At the same time, Bank, well, what Secret did on what we just showed on Clubhouse is execute heavy. So the map suits both teams. I'm more surprised about the bans, actually, because they're actually banning the team map that the opponent has already played twice, both of them. That makes no sense. That's the ban you want to keep open, because you can just counter everything they're doing. So I have questions on other sides rather than the map we're playing, but Bank will be a very...
You can understand Wylde banning Club, right? Because Secret is so good. Secret banning Cafe, maybe not.
Not so much, no.
Yeah.
We had this discussion before the stream even went live, how Secret, a long time ago, in 2022 it was, I think, would always play this map and always get their overtime wins on it, so they at least feel comfortable on it.
Yeah, I think this map has definitely been I wouldn't call it a stronghold, but it's been a map where Secret have been competitive with all of the league over a long period of time. Now, obviously it's a different Secret with different coaches, different players, but the ideology will still have carried over in kind of some form, some shape. I think that's the one thing that excites me, is having seen how Secret play Clubhouse, how they managed to innovate, how they managed to find attacks, can they convert that over to Bank? Because if you think about the 3 sites of Bank, the basement site is a plant-heavy site all the time. It's what you're aiming for. Open area has a lot of potential to find some creative plants in there as well. And then the top floor, I remember games with Secret where when Osa first came out, where they're using Osa to repel in and plant in the CEO corner. So these two teams potentially, we could have a plant off potentially with how these teams could play.
Well, we want to, of course, get our game going on, so we have to bring in our casters for today. We have the pleasure of listening to Ace and Des for today. Guys, it's good to see you again. How are you feeling on this lovely Tuesday?
Very good, thank you. But I imagine if you turn around and ask Fresh, he'll tell you it's more of the torture of listening to me talk for the next 4 hours.
I only say that off camera, Derry. I love listening to your cast on camera.
At home, I always mute you, Des. Don't worry about it.
I know.
It's all right. I balance things out, so it's fine.
Yeah. That's how they get away with it. It would just be supercharged if not.
All right, we have our game ready, though, for the very first one. So please, Ace and Des, take it away for Wylde versus Secret.
Shall do, Anne. Thank you very much. And welcome, guys, to the first game of the day. Tim, we had some fun again in the Japan League over the weekend, but when EUL gets back and gets underway, we're back on the mic again. It's always set to be a saucy one. This first game, as you've heard the Des talk about, it feels like Secret should be the ones coming out on top, but as always in Siege, you just can't guarantee anything.
No, absolutely not, and especially in EUL at the minute, like, you know, you've got to look at a lot of these teams, BDS excluded, and you just think anybody can win any game, you know, unless, as I say, BDS are the ones on the other side, because they are absolutely tearing through EU at the minute. But yeah, I think it's difficult for me. I give an edge to Secret. I feel like, you know, they come in probably with the slightly better performances, and if you ask me to pick one, that's the way I would lean. I think Bank kind of plays into Secret a little bit here as well. I think they can get nice and active in that big map, have Wylde chasing them round, get themselves some gunfights, which I think is going to suit them. But, you know, Wylde, definitely capable, a lot of experience on that team, and I'm sure they are, you know, more than capable in turning a result out here as well.
Absolutely. And bearing in mind we're only a few days really into the 2024 season, I think both of these teams, the last time they played it was back at the start of October. A lot has changed since then in terms of meta changes, of course, in terms of roster changes. Lots to be excited about. So even though we've seen both teams play in the last 6 months, I think you're likely to see a very different outcome coming in today, well, at least guaranteed to be for one of the two teams, but not a whole lot will stack up compared to how it did before. Excited to see how it goes, Tim, because as you also remarked, it is that big map. There is a lot to work through here, and teams that are going to be slow are going to be the ones that are getting punished.
Of course, looking at these two teams and thinking, you know, who do I need to watch out for if you're maybe, you know, fresh back into EUL this stage, or maybe even brand new to CG Esports? A little bit of a surprise package. I'm going to say a little bit of a surprise package, because not so much of a surprise package for me, having played a good bit of ranked with him prior to him getting, you know, to this tier 1 stage. But Adrian on the side of Team Secret, of course, coming in as effectively a rookie into stage 1. Top rated player of all of EUL at the moment. Highest EPS rating. Absolutely running away with things on Secret here. Just, you know, the freedom and the expression he's able to play with, the kills that he finds. He's been an absolute revelation so far for this Team Secret team, and I'm sure that that is, you know, likely to continue. So definitely one to keep an eye on. He's going to kick things off on the 0 here on attack, so keep an eye out for him as the rounds progress.
Looking back at both of these teams, they both played against ENCE, which probably comes across as a bit of a freebie. On the other side, they both played one's played BDS, one has played VP. You know, two top teams that we've got here in Europe. So there's a lot that you can look at across their first 2 games and be saying, you know, we get a bit of a benchmark here. And the one that really sticks out to me, Tim, is Secret on their attacking side. One of the best in the entirety of EUL right now. 58% attacking win rate, 7 of 12 taken. And the defense rate, well, is near 80%. There is a lot of work for Wylde to do, because their rates are about half of those numbers compared to Secret. So we've really got to see, again, big step up today from Wylde, I think, if they're going to walk away with the dub. Start things out, though, Secret in on the top floor. You guys know how this one plays out by now. You want to get yourself the full map layer coming through, deal with the roamers that might be hanging around upstairs, force them back down towards the site, hopefully inside about 2 minutes or so, so you've got a good 60 seconds to start executing. But we saw this a little bit last week, Tim. Some teams leave it until 30 seconds to start looking at a plan. By then, with things like Goyo and Smoke and C4s on side, you simply don't have the time to get that diffuser down without taking massive risks.
No, exactly, and it's just such a big roll of the dice as well. You know, when you do make that attempt, it's got to go right. Whoa. From Nello, absolutely sits Miracle down. What a beauty to kick us off in Playday 4 of EUL tonight. Absolutely fantastic. Opens up the hatch, just shows that flexibility of having the shotgun in hand as well. Drops himself away, and that is a great start from Wylde. Half of the round wasted and 1 body down. Teb is going to take a ton of damage. He shows his heels, but they can't quite catch him.
What's even more frustrating is he escaped in towards server there, so now they've got to go and work on clearing that out as well. My main concern really for the defense here is the Secret have actually got quite a lot of time to do this with. Yeah, Red's got to be challenged, but Tim, they're chewing through their smokes. Patbull has already used 2, and there's still 60 seconds to play. This is really good timekeeping by Secret so far. Problem is, Tim, they're not finding the kills. They've lost 2 players. This is good stuff as well in terms of active defense coming up from Wylde. Really looking to challenge hatches, hold 2 players out towards server. As you can see here, it is working.
Yeah, Teb, this is brilliant from Teb. It shows why a gamble is worth it sometimes. He knew that he was being watched. He has got the absolute most out of his life that he had left. About 40 HP on the board, and he's got himself a quad from insider servers. 1, 2, 3, 4, all from an operator that was cornered at one point, Des. He took the risk of running through that door. He knew he was being watched from Hatch, and he said, you know what? I've got no choice. I can't play the rest of the round in this corner. So he ran for it, got away, and hit a huge 4K. What a start from Teb.
Massive, absolutely massive, yeah. And I imagine there are some conversations here for Secret. It's like, boys, like, we're constantly peeking into him. We've given him 1v1 after 1v1 after 1v1. Where is the team play? And maybe that's a bit of a mistake that they'll encounter by trying to move at the pace that we saw from them coming in early in that round. I thought their timekeeping, as said, was excellent. But you've just given everything over to Teb there. 1v1 after 1v1, and he has dismantled you piece by piece. We've seen the top teams always try and force in pincer plays where it can be a 2v1 or a 3v1. But I think with Teb kind of slipping the net and getting out of sight in towards server, to then have Patbol also supporting him was just a step too far for Secret to be able to deal with. Great first round. It was down in the basement though, Tim. So I want to see how they do on defending these other sites, mainly the top floor and no doubt in towards open area and staff too, because that's where we see teams often start to crumble.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like you say, #1 site choice for Wylde coming in there. A great start nonetheless. I honestly think top floor maybe suits them even better here. You know, on the bottom floor, you've got a lot of the map to try and deal with. You often find yourself spread thin. You know, they've managed that well. They've done a good job of it. This time, they don't have those same sorts of pressures. They need to deal with the windows, but otherwise, they can play everybody reasonably within touching distance of sight and not leave themselves light, not give up too much control. So honestly, I think Wylde could be staring down a 2-0 lead here. It's really important for them that they get a good start because Secret are not going to be easy when they get themselves onto the defense. So, you know, they need to definitely get things going, but good stuff from Wylde so far in round 1.
That's cheeky with the face a bit with the drone, though. Kanto's tried to make something happen. I mean, Groovy gets the trade, but Savage has been taken off the board, and who have they killed, Tim? It's Yin. This early round aggression, we speak about teams all the time, need to get up in the grills of the enemy team when they're on the attacking side and get rid of these very execute-focused operators. Ying, dream pick to start the round.
Yeah, if you say to Kanto there, you can go out of the window, you're going to lose your life, but you'll take the Ying, he'd have pressed the button and he'd have done it. Absolutely no two ways about it. Great start. Adrian is going to be pushing forward on the Monty. We've seen him on this role a number of times and he's shown, you know, a great ability along with fragging and everything else that he does, you know, to create space, to get in there, to bully defenders and to give his team something to work with. So good stuff from them so far, looking to work on those verticals now.
Absolutely, and this, don't forget, is them trying to do vertical work, at least inside of these two rooms, trying to get control over tellers and archives, which is not where the site is, but it's trying to block the roamers being able to pull back in towards sites with the rotate that you normally see inside of the archives wall. So just trying to pincer those out there, catch them out, try and shut things down. Yes, it's that 4 versus 4, but a couple of kills, at least to catch those falling back towards site would make things a lot easier for this Monty. Nello has got the Monty up in his face though as well, and the information being called on through. It's on Nello season, Tim, and he's looking like a prime piece of beef, and he might get himself taken out. It's going to be Groovy with the finish onto Nello. Archives is clear, but Teb, of course, the man of the moment, gets one back elsewhere.
Yeah, good play to support the Monty there from Groovy above, but as you say, the kills are starting to sort of take their toll here. They're being worn down. Groovy finding an important second as Teb was on the flank there. Adrian has got himself into sight here. He's looking to bully Packbull around that counter. Packbull knows he needs to be careful because there is an angle coming from top blue as well. Almost catches his man, and that could be a smart move. Just cornering Adrian with the Kiva barricade. Manages the down, and this is really nice as army play coming out of Packbull.
I thought for a second he was really nervous about conceding that position. You can see the feet here. Dance, hot potato, Packbull. I think he'll keep himself alive, though, as Doom's trying to get anything done. Back with both of those last couple of closeouts as well. As you say, Tim, brilliant Azami play around those keeper barriers. I was nervous for a second that he'd abandon it and drop away from the Monty, but re-held his position, got another keeper barrier out, and made it work there towards the end. Better from Secret overall. They got more control in the early round, but could not close out on sight.
Yeah, it's something that we've seen a number of times recently is those Azami players sort of cutting off the Monty from the rest of their team. If you're the Azami player in the rank start, keep that in mind. You know, at the top of a doorway, we see it on Clubhouse stairs sometimes. We saw it in Skyscraper against the Sonics back in SI. We saw it used there fantastically well as well. Just get the keeper barricade up and make that movement difficult for the Monty to get out. Starts having to rotate, starts having to turn himself, and that's when you get those flanks opening up and you can start hitting those shots. So really well played from Pitebull. 2-0 to Wylde, and they've started fantastically on the defense, almost looking like, you know, definitely going into another gear than we've maybe seen for EUL so far.
Absolutely, and I think you're seeing the frustration start to show in Secret. Like Savage across both rounds is kind of, you know, hands to the face, like, oh, one of those moments. Across both rounds, they felt that way. Yes, round one, pretty unforgivable, letting a player take 4 separate 1v1s and win every single one. And they probably felt they just didn't have the composure to get rid of Patbull. Sat in a very key location. Adrian may be a little bit ahead of the team there, a little bit isolated. The only support he really had was from top blue stairs. And once again, they're at the Maestro jump out. Hello? Patbull getting rid of Doom. And is he fancying himself another one here as well? Right sort of idea. But he's going to chance it, Tim. Wasting more and more time. Those evil eyes might not be of any use to him, but his team can still make use of them.
Exactly. I mean, realistically, Patbull cannot...
Oh my God! How has this happened?
I was just going to say, realistically, Pitebull cannot be allowed to get back into the map. I'm not even talking about second kills, Des. He's been stood out here for almost a minute now. He's got to. Finally, Miracle shuts him down. But again, just like Kanto trading out for the Ying, if you said to Pitebull, out of the window and you get 2 and you waste a minute, he'd have took it in a heartbeat. That is great from the Maestro. 4 versus 3, Wylde with a big advantage. Ash and Sophia both off the board. That's a lot of utility gone. One of your remaining players is on a Monty, so it's kind of only half a gun. He's only got the pistol. They're going to have to play some magic behind these Candelas.
Real heartbreak here is, of course, they've now lost themselves 2 players. Yes, one got a 1 for 2, which is great, but Teb going down here too. That's a bit of a stinger because suddenly things are balanced back at 3 versus 3. And look at who's still online for the attackers. You've got the Monty, you've got the Ying. If you really need him, you've got the Flores to open up some rotates for you as well. Like, they have got a lot of tools they need to still pull off a really good execute here. It's going to be guns up for Miracle and Groovy, mind you, as Aiden will be the one looking to get the plant down. On the other side, there's a C4 and a couple of impacts to play behind too. So still lots of potential for both teams here to close things out. It's really going to come down to, I think, the coherency of the teamwork coming out of the attackers to really pull this together in the same breath.
Groovy's gonna thinks about sending in another Candela. Would have potentially been right to do so. He could possibly follow this with a rappel in through the window as well and make the challenge onto Banana. But they need to get, I always speak about this, they need to get some value for that utility that they're expending. But Kanto is underneath Des. I'm not sure that they're aware he could be on for a big flank here, but the plant is going down. He's going to be too late to stop it. Oh, Adrian has to get off. Here's the impact just in front of him, and that is going to give an opportunity for Wylde to keep themselves in this round.
It's good respect being shown, but I love the immediate response from Secret here is right. We're going after this single guy who's left upstairs. That leaves us against only Kanto, unless he rejoins on the upstairs, but they need him forced away. They can force into a 2v1. It's a different conversation, but Kanto's moved his way up. A Miracle working one of his own, Tim. Onto 4 in the round. Lolo with it all to do, and Miracle hits the ace to get Secret on the board.
And that feels like it's what it was going to take over those first couple of rounds. You know, we've had quite, you know, almost the same on the opposite side. Teb got a 4K in round 1, and it was, you know, Secret on the back foot, really. And it was going to take one of those hero moments to get a round done. And that one was much better for them. Just wondering now if Secret have kind of just taken a couple of rounds to wake up there. They get the big one in round 3. Nice ace for Miracle. And it just gives them a bit of a toehold to start working from now. You know, the attacker bank, if they can get a 3-3, I think they'll probably be happy with that. You move on to the defense, lock down a couple of sites. But we're just going to have another look at that unbelievable player.
Come on.
I was going to say there's no way we're watching all of it because he was outside for nearly a minute and it was just Savage missing his shots, unfortunately, as he came around the corner.
The big one, I'm looking back at this now, Tim. Across 3 rounds, we've had 4 multi-kills, right? We had Teb in round 1 getting the 4K. Patbull and Groove, you got 3 in the second round. Miracle got a 5 just now. And it's been so aggressive in the early round coming out of Wylde. Yeah, you look at this and think, this ain't Siege, this is chaotic as all hell. It's people throwing themselves out of windows. It's individual players popping off in individual rounds. Absolutely, but I think the game plan is working for Wylde. It's really keeping Secret up to the task, and if they fall asleep for even half a second, you've got someone out of a window, out of a doorway, looking to get a couple of you cut down. Really like the defense plan we're seeing coming out of Wylde, and you can see again how that disruption is starting to upset Secret, but at least here they've had someone come online and do something magical for them, because my God, did they need it.
Yeah, it just gives them that little bit of a window, that little bit of an avenue back into things. We're going to have Pack Bull with the Yokai drawn up above at the minute. I think just sort of trying to support Kanto on that roam. He's going to be hiding away in tellers. We sometimes see those Yokai drones used in a similar way to those which the attackers use, just getting in there, feeding information to the players that are out and about in the map. As Kanto gets drawn out, he thinks about returning through square there, but nope, he's going to be playing his life inside of tellers here. And Lolo is there for the support as well. This is a fairly committed roam from Wylde.
And so it should be. Just choose for the information game coming out from Secret. Where you've really caught them so far is by doing just that, taking information away from them and looking to make them make a mistake. You know, catching them under jump out, for example, or in this case, Kanto getting rid of Savage. I can't imagine his frustration is going to ease anytime soon, Tim. He's now 0-4. It has been a real rough start to the game for him. Alongside June, to fair, are also looking to try and get on the board here. Miracle, after that last round, Miracle literally living up to his namesake, has got it all to do again, though. This time around has got to get rid of Kanto. C4 goes skyward. Yokai's at the feet. They know that it's here. Free Fire comes on through, but nothing found just yet. This is a real good defense coming out.
Yeah, I mean, if they lose Miracle here, they lose the round, I think, is pretty much the point they're at. 1 minute 20 left to go. They've not really been able to do much work on site itself. Kanto's done a fantastic job there out on the roam. Got himself a kill, burnt a minute 40, and got back to site alive. That is an absolute dream start for Wylde in round 4. They are looking to just extend that lead once again. They're aware that the hatches are open, but with 58 seconds left to go, Secret have got a lot of work to do.
They have, and it comes back again to the same thing across the first 3 rounds. It's just this active defense, but I think what you're seeing here more than anywhere else is really composed layers of defense. How you saw Lolo falling down from top floor to playing around beepers, to then inside a staff, to then dropping down in towards site. For Secret, it must have felt like trying to punch smoke. They just can't catch them, yet they keep on taking things away, whether it's drones, whether it's kills, whether it's draining utility out of them. It has been beautiful so far. With 30 seconds to go, though, now they've got to pull the trigger. And the thing is, with this little time left on side, this is when you start getting forced to make mistakes.
Yep, exactly that, Gruber. He's going to be moving down. Easy's man manages to adjust, and that's absolutely fantastic reactions from Gruby to pick up Lolo. Doom onto Nello. Teb does manage to stop the floor in the middle a little bit, but Secret might just have this. 7 seconds. Adrian's going to have to start putting that diffuser down. He does. Essential cover comes in from Gruby, and it's Doom, the double team, that get the round, and that's going to be Secret finding their second and leveling things up here on Bank.
I said June needs to get himself involved in the game after how things have been going so far, and that is the round to do it, Tim. 2 kills that he gets from the hatch in open as well. Just cuts down those rotates coming through from the defensive side, and Wylde, it's tough in that spot. Again, Secret have really pulled together something quite special with only 25 seconds left on the clock, and really, I think Gruby opening things up on Marble Stairs with June then cutting rotations off elsewhere was a great way of slicing up the defenders there and really restricting what they were able to do. So fair play to Secret for pulling together an attack in what looked like a very dire situation after 2.5 minutes of great defense coming out from Wylde.
I feel like there's an element of it's taken Secret a couple of rounds to wake up and get themselves into it, which we quite often see. You know, teams warm up before games, but sometimes I guess, you know, one team comes in a little bit hotter than the other. And I think also we're seeing, you know, Wylde making it very difficult for them. Wylde are playing well on the defense. Again, that was, you know, that honestly, play that round again and it could be 3-1. If you played it out exactly the same way. You know, Secret, like you say, leaving it to that last 5 or 10 seconds, putting the diffuser down to extend the clock. And yes, it all got a bit panicked from Wylde because Secret were able to flood from multiple sides. So it was a good attack from them. But, you know, honestly, 1 or 2 gunfights go a different way and Wylde turned that round over. So a really close game that we've got in front of us at the minute. I'm loving this.
You could say it about round 3 as well, right? Miracle pulled off an ace to win the round, and they got the entry in that round. Wylde, this is. In fact, they've got the entry in every single round. So if you need any greater proof that it's been about this early aggression, well, I don't know what else to give you, because that is proving just how successful this early round strategy has been. Secret, though, still managed to fight their way through to 2 round wins off the back of that, and Kanto is going to slip the net here, as manages to get himself back down inside of Archives, rejoining his team, and again, Tim, that layered defense just coming back closer to sight as the round goes on.
Yeah, I love that we're seeing a little bit of classic Kanto as well in his movement. He's, you know, getting slippery. He's out into the map. We saw it in the last round. He did a great job of burning a minute 40, getting a kill. His team couldn't get it over the line, but still, he's doing a good job of what they need from him. And that is, you know, sort of seeing what we expect from Kanto. We're going to have some top floor control coming quickly for Secret here. Adrian starts opening up the hatches, and he's going to be looking for a little bit of manpower to join him. Sends out the track stingers onto Marble Stairs, and that's just going to prevent any potential rotate coming up there.
Absolutely. Again, half that round gone and still sniffing around upstairs here as well. Secret have now feel actually got that control they needed, which means the bot can get in at Savage. Again, off to a bit of a slow start, but is able to start getting the floor ripped up. A couple of breaching charges on side for Doom 2. I thought he might see them improve. He got opting instead to bring the frags in this round. He sees a man below, but can't quite find his first kill. Savage still hunting here, but when does the hunter become the hunted? He's down to 2 HP, Tim. An impact nade to the face. Not too nice.
Adrian does manage to pick up Kanto, and that's an important operator. Solis, super powerful, as we know, off the board, so that's really going to help. Of course, if that Solis can hide away in basement, they can feed that information, not necessarily have an impact on this plant site, but they can at least see that it's going down and where. So taking them out is good. Nello drops as well. Savage taking out. Savage is having a rough start to this game. 0 and 5 so far. Really needs to start finding something, and you just feel like that could be a bit of the difference maker. You know, Secret could well get themselves that bit of breathing space, but they just need to try and get Savage online as well. He's not had a bad start to EUL so far, but a tough one today.
Absolutely, it may well continue. We'll see how things play out for the rest of this half. We always stay 2 halves to a game of Siege, Tim. See a very different player turn up after round 6 has completed. Patbolt has been here before, Tim. Not in this exact position, but defending inside a kitchen on the Azami with some of these keeper barriers scattered around as well. And with every shot that comes in towards them, yes, they are destructible, but they can be shot out, but you know where you're being shot from. And that is information they need, Tim. Teb's in a great spot, finds one. Lolo into a second, 2 seconds to go, and the backstab has been successful. Miracle and Adrian have still got a 2v2 to pull off here, and Miracle finds one more, but Wylde get away with it. I think Adrian was down there at the very end, but they've smashed and grabbed it at the very end.
Yeah, it just goes to show it only takes 1 bullet in those 1vx clutches to hold on. If you get the planter going down, once that clock hits 0, you win the round. Simple as that. Doesn't matter what else is going on. And Wylde, like you said, just clinging on there. But every single one of these rounds just coming down to those final 5, 10, 15 seconds. And it's been tight so far. This is a lot of fun. I think Wylde, for me, really need this round 6. They want that 4-2 half on the defense. I think 4-2, great for Wylde. 3-3, great for Secret. And it's no surprise that this game is just poised on a knife edge at the minute.
I mean, it's rare, being honest, that we see Oryx really getting to live out that fantasy of being a hatch hopper. We spoke about the one example when you always come back to Gardenia on Villa, coming up through Aviator and chop a hole through that south side of the map, up towards top side and getting himself a 3k. And here we've just seen a similar thing from Teb, coming up through there, no drones on him, manages to bypass in towards Archives and picks himself up 2 kills to win the round out. Really good, successful use of the operator there as well. It feels like one of those games where you just don't know what's going to happen round to round. Like, you could see a team get 2 or 3 kills in the first 90 seconds and think, oh, round is done. And they still find a way to lose because a flank comes out from an Oryx. Someone hits a 5k, like whatever it might be. It is such a hard game to detect any kind of stability in because both teams are really just throwing the kitchen sink at each other.
Yeah, it's been brilliant so far, hasn't it? You know, as a neutral, just able to sit here and enjoy this. You know, it's fantastic to see 2 teams just absolutely going at each other. And I don't think that's going to stop anytime soon. I mean, you know, realistically, I think you look at these teams and obviously, you know, you've got your G2 and your BDS that you kind of expect to be in towards those top spots. But, you know, a team like Wylde, maybe Secret, you're starting to look and think, oh, you know, these are teams that could be fighting over the same spots in the league. So they know how important this result can be, you know, when it comes to those final standings. Doom is going to pick things up onto Teb, so that's a good start from Secret. I know I picked up on Savage earlier. I'm not trying to sort of pile on to anybody here. He's having a tough start. We all do sometimes, but just to point out how that's impacting Secret potentially. So far, not including today, he's been 5-2 on the entry for Secret, so he's been, you know, a real sort of unit in terms of getting them into rounds strong, and that's been difficult for them today. They need somebody else stepping up and taking that mantle on if he's not quite having his day.
It is the one stat where Secret do fall way behind Wylde, whilst their win rates are nearly double what we see from Wylde. entry-wise, they're behind by about 8%, down at 37. That's not great when you've been winning as many rounds as you have. Admittedly, a good sign that you don't need the entry to convert rounds. Probably says more about the other teams than about Secret themselves, to be honest with you. But still at a point here where they can fight their way back, and Wylde have continued on that success, finding the entry in the vast majority of these rounds.
Tube knows that the smoke of Pipe Bull is going to be on blue stairs again. 2 smoke canisters gone and still a minute left on the clock. This was something that we saw last time. Teb was able to really help Pipe Bull out in this situation. Is that going to be the case again? And looking at that final canister now, he's just going to take a peek onto the stairs. Pipe Bull's going to play his entire life here. There is no escape. He needs to be cut down and dealt with, and that's exactly what happens as Savage comes out. Quiet so far. Big double in this round. 35 seconds, 5v2. It's looking Secret all the way, Des, but no, I thought there might be an angle there for Kanto to find. However, there is not, as Miracle cuts him down.
They've really dominated the early round here. The first one, I'd argue, they've really done so, to be honest with you, Tim. Okay. Sounds with the goal on the back of that one as well. How on earth that's happened, I'm not entirely sure. But there's 15 seconds in the 4v1, Tim. Enough time to get the kill. And it feels, again, like a chaotic game. But Secret have still walked away with 3 rounds on the board.
Yeah, great stuff there from Secret. I think, like you say, just showing some real resilience, showing an ability to battle and fight a few rounds into the books, because that's what they've had to do. Wylde have given nothing away easily there. I'm impressed with them on the defense, and to be honest, in some ways, I think Wylde can come away feeling a little bit half done to. You know, there's a couple of rounds that they've lost there. Kanto wastes a minute 40, gets an opening kill. The 5v4 back on site, a minute 10 left to go on the clock, and still somehow Secret got that round done. You know, it was round 4, I think it was, or round 3 last time that they defended down in basement. But yeah, ultimately a tough one really for Wylde to swallow maybe there. It's not the end of the world. 3-3 is fine for them. You know, maybe they come back and show us something on the attack. That's what they're going to be looking for. But overall, I think maybe Wylde deserved another one there, but Secret doing well to hold on.
Yeah, I do think based on how, especially the first 2 rounds, Wylde would have deserved the 4-2, but you know, first half to first half, Tim, 3-3, dead even split. Normally a sign that we're going in towards overtime. As we've seen so many of these 3-3 splits throughout. It always seems to be with us as well, our first games of the day are the ones that seem to go to overtime.
Yeah, it's been consistent so far. We've had it in Japan, we've had it here in EUL, and we'll see whether we get a bit more of it. Pipe Bull is going to be on the Monty, a player that is known for that shield use, Clash and Monty particular. So we'll see, you know, what Pipe Bull can do with that. It's going to be an attack onto the basement. Nello looking to maybe... He's at least droning in through Garage. We've seen the Ossa used down there before to just use those shields to sort of just grab ground. So you go and put one down and then you can move forward with it and you can challenge them out of the way and you can just inch your way down, claiming territory in Garage behind those shields.
Just knows what's going on as well. Right sort of idea, but you find yourself a little bit struggling here against a shield bearing down on you. 2 of them working through is going to be horrific to deal with as well if we get to the point of execution, Tim, knowing that Ying's on side, as we spoke about so many times. And I don't think they're the enjoying trying to disrupt too early on. We've got a couple of players on the side of Secret out and about around the map. One just dropping in through the hatch, so one more still left out there. Will he find anyone, though, is the big question. Can you do any early damage here? Because Patbull, they might have identified that he's by himself, Tim, and he's having so many Pokeballs thrown at him, he's going down! They've overwhelmed the Monty, and one of the key drivers in this attack has been removed.
Yeah, that's fantastic play from Secret on the defense, and they're still battling and fighting over server. However, they do have Nello located in Garage with a shield to play behind, and that's something that they need to be aware of. They could really do with dealing with it. I'm looking, no impact nades left now, so how do they deal with that? They can't remove the Talon shield, so they're gonna have to somehow try and keep Nello out in the cold.
They're slowly working their way through, and I've got to say, the use of the Keeper barriers, for example, has been good. We saw it blocking off Lolla trying to work his way through dirt enough that it slowed him down. Some story here, Kanto having to slowly chew his way through some of these breaches down to the last 60. He wants in for the gunfight, but Adrian, this new generation, I'm telling you, man, it can be pretty hard, Kanto. Even a world champion can find themselves getting battered out at the best of times. He's shut down. Secret, 4v3 with 45 seconds to go.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, Wylde, they created this nice beachhead inside a garage, you know, positioned Nello there. It made it very difficult for Team Secret to play inside a red, and he's feeding information in, but they've not really done anything with it either. He's still sat there with 30 seconds to go. They're waiting for something to happen to create an opportunity to get the diffuser down, and the Talon shields are great for doing that. They just haven't been used in that way, and right now, Secret, they can just hold on. Adrian's going to open up a late rotate. Lolo goes down, gets stuck in barbed wire, taking a ton of damage, but Teb, he manages to find Adrian, level it up. Doom, he knows where they're coming from. He can just keep peeking in towards garage, in towards elevators, and there we go. The rotate that was opened up by Adrian on the fly just creates that opportunity for Miracle to find a kill that breaks the back of the attack, and that is going to be Team Secret getting themselves the advantage. Now they're on the defense. It's 4-3.
Yeah, time there and numbers advantage, I think. Secret didn't mind getting involved in some scrappy gunfights, knowing they had that numbers advantage, able to play that one-for-one game for as long as they could. But fundamentally, it's that clock piece, Tim. And I even said, like, during the round, we didn't see Secret being as aggressive out on the roam or having as many layers to their defense as what we saw coming out from Wylde, but still managing to get the job done, still getting the numbers advantage, and especially the play onto Patwell, I think, really set the tone for this round. Look, 3 players trying to push him. You've got Lolo blocked off inside the dirt, so we simply can't get any support. They've committed impact, smokes. They knew a big part of the win condition was the Monty. If that can be taken offline, incredible. And they played it to perfection. So really well played in the defense there. Wylde, there's probably a lesson there in trying to make sure the Monty is at least a little bit more supported earlier on.
Yeah, this is it. You know, you can't have that Monty being sectioned off like that. Ultimately, you know, we often talk about the fact that Monty doesn't have a rifle. He's kind of I often sometimes say it's like, you know, 5 versus 4.5, depending how you're using that Monty. If you're going to use him in that way and allow him to be singled out, it is most definitely 5 versus 4.5, because he can't challenge back realistically without putting himself in danger. You need somebody there to work off that information, to be his rifle, to be his bullets, and it just wasn't the case for them there. So Wylde, they this time will be attacking up onto the top floor, and I've got a feeling that they need to get themselves this round. I feel if Secret go 5-3 on the defense, look at that, a disgustingly placed Maestro Cam is just gonna pop the explosives off Cantor wall and keep it closed. They haven't checked for it. Why would you?
He just wants to take a few health points off here as well. Juice straight in as well. Doesn't want to get inside the map as well, because you expose yourself to so many different locations. Your spiral stairs works against you. Someone can work their way across from playing a deeper inside of lobby. Just not a risk that you want to take. So being able to disable it out and get the wall opened up as he's done now, that works totally fine. But is June feeling himself, Tim? Is he really feeling like he can just swing out onto that window and bring down anyone who might be closest? Nello will be holding it.
Packbull still not inside of the building yet. Wylde halfway through the round. Not the end of the world for a top floor push. A lot of the work will be done from the windows, most likely. Nello doing exactly that. Just looking for that long angle down past the vending machine. Trying to hold on to that position. And it just really cuts off a lot of the rotates that the defenders are able to do. You can't move around stock, top marble, elevators. You got to be very careful pushing out of Janitor to go anywhere. You're only a few steps away from danger. So Wylde, they've certainly locked down some of the site. They haven't yet created the space inside of CEO that they can get the diffuser down into.
Careful getting swung on these windows as well. We've seen players so many times get a bit cozy holding angles, and then bam, someone slips out, single shot headshot, and you are ripped clean off them. And for a second it looked like we might saw a couple of players of Secret looking to do that. They've got the right spot, and he saw him, Tim, but Patbull pulls the trigger first. Down goes Miracle, 4v4.
I feel like Miracle was a little bit slow to react on that. I know that he was stunned out, but you've got that whole repel animation that he sees coming in. It is worth mentioning, obviously, we have our settings for the observers. They're not always going to match every player because, you know, players use individual settings, and so, you know, screen ratios and things like that could be different, so maybe their visuals are slightly different. But we're going to have the diffuser put down cold on the ground as Packbull gets taken out by Groovy. 3 versus 2 at the minute. Kanto dropped as well, and Secret are holding on to this nicely, Des. 15 seconds left to go. It's all up to Lolo. Fresh picked him out before the game, said, you know, want to see him coming in as that name, trying to take control of rounds, take control of games, and that's exactly what they need from him right now. Unable to find one, taken down by Doom, and another good defense. And you got to, it wasn't round defining, but it's just Secret bringing all the tools to bear that they can. A Maestro cam down in loan office taking explosives off the wall, and Wylde not picking up on that with the drones.
Whew. Doom of 4K. We're seeing it time and time again, these big multi-kills. Admittedly, the previous 3 rounds, very little coming out of it, but I think the thing we're seeing across those first couple of rounds is Secret just looking so dug in on the defense when it comes down to site executes. They feel a lot more confident in what it is they're holding. They feel like they're able to read what's coming. And to be fair, both rounds they have. They've known where Wylde are trying to push from. They've got 2 or 3 players set up with the cross angles, or they've gone early in the round to try and remove one of those angles being set up entirely. So maybe a little bit one-directional so far from Wylde. We need to see a little bit more of a backstab attempt coming on through here. We saw them implementing it in their defense rounds back on the first half, but here in the second, it is a little bit too comfy for Secret to deal with. Up they go then, 5 and 3.
Yeah, as I said, coming into that round, really, I feel like that Secret sort of, you know, giving themselves a huge advantage in this game. They're 2 rounds away now, and both of those defenses have been very good from them, really. Basement and top floor, they've looked comfortable on both. You know, they've finished with men to spare, and I just feel like they can at least rely on going back to those 2 sites and closing this game out. So Wylde really need to show us something different now. You know, I feel like this is the round for them. It's kind of now or never. If you get Team Secret with a full defensive sweep, they get themselves onto match point. I really don't see how Wylde turn it around from there. They've got players with plenty of experience. These, you know, Kanto, Packbull, Nello particularly, Turbo, not unknown, Lolo, you know, they all know what it's about. So they got to knuckle down. They got to come in here and they got to dig deep, find something and get it done.
Well, Tim, this is a lineup. I thought we were going to see Nello going on Deimos, and I was like, oh, I'll get ready to talk about that. We see him on the Deimos, very supportive style of playing the operator, because Nello is not the player you imagine being a normal headline entry for a team. It's really more about the supportive information coming out from that operator, but here they've changed things up completely. Thatcher on side to assist as well, disabling any of those gadgets that may well impede. This is a one-and-done style execute, that was my worry. If they find themselves losing players in this early round, the efficacy of that execute just completely dissipates as you lose individual players. So we've got to see them keep all 5, or at least at the best they can, as many alive as they can, before they start looking for an execute. And getting rid of a C4 is never going to be a bad thing, Tim.
Nope, great start from Teb as well, picking up Adrian. We're going to have the Gooman going off as Nello pushes into Dirt Tunnel and bottom blue. He's got a Packbull in support of him as well, and that's going to allow them to start clearing out underneath. They know that the Solace is on the board. As I said, the Solace can't really impact directly from underneath because there's no verticals available, but they can feed that information. And if the diffuser's being taken into site, if it's being planted, they can generally see that and they can provide that feedback to their team. So they're just wanting to make sure that the Solace is aware that they're down there, a little bit of noise from the shield and everything else, but also if Doom rotates down there later, we see that common flank coming up the blue stairs. That was close, and they just want to make sure that that's not possible. Oh, what a beauty from Doom, spraying through that light barrier and finding Kanto.
Real pain is they knew he was there as well. Those shots that came onto the Monty, they should have the idea as to what's going down. Nello is an impact away from death, so he can't be the spearhead anymore, and they've lost the Glass, who benefits from having the Sens on side. I mentioned this, we've got to find and keeping as many players up as they can, but arguably there, you've lost the worst. Like without the Sens, you can make use of the smoke grenades, for example, and still have the Glass be powerful in the round, but that's just not an option anymore. Ruben's going to find himself at least falling, Packbull cleaning up one, and they've managed to deal with that potential damage coming in from downstairs. So the backstab threat is somewhat removed. We still have June looking to lurk around and cause a bit of bother, but I'm nervous about Nello here being picked off for free, and there it is. Like, what?
Yep, too easy to deal with that shield. I don't think they're aware of June's position. again. Yes, they were, but it doesn't matter. The damage is done as he finds one kill and gets the most that he can out of that situation. 2 versus 2, 30 seconds left to go. Savage and Miracle both trying to hold on. They're dug deep. Savage finds one, picking up a headshot onto Teb, starting to get himself into this one a little bit more, but it looks like there's the potential for the game to be over before he can make any real significant impact. Lolo gets Miracle, and here's his significant impact as Savage manages to hit the impact into small office for the final kill, and that's going to be Secret going onto match point.
Really interesting seeing that as well. Like Savage, as we said, has worn into that game a little bit. We had this over in the Japan League on the weekend where a player had basically no impact all game long, and then it comes around to the final round of the game and he wins the 1v1 that secures it for his team in round 15. Of course, the game isn't over yet, but Savage has had his moment there. That 1v1 being won out against Lolo to see things over the line and get them up to such a massive lead is huge for them. And again, the one thing I'll draw back to is what I said at the end of the last round. Everything's been a bit one-directional so far coming out from the side of Wylde, and that's okay. It's not bad to have that. They brought all the right tools to make a hit like that work. They had Patbull watching on the downstairs for any would-be backflanks, but Juma's got a bunch of kills from the same position there. Yes, he finally got pinched out, but it's kind of too little too late. Like, he should have been sniffed out a long time ago, Tim.
Lolo just unfortunate at the end there. Beautiful play, to be fair. Savage sees where he is, thinks, I don't need to put my head above the parapet here. I don't need to put myself in any danger. Out goes the impact. Great throw and gets the kill. 6-3 then. And as I said in the last round, I feel like it's a very difficult battle now for Wylde. It's not impossible. While she's still in the server, while the game is still going on, anybody can win this. But given that Team Secret have just won 3 defenses in a row, winning every one of their site choices, it's going to be a big ask for Wylde. They're going to be down in basement once again. Wylde last time attacked this by pushing Nello into garage on the Ossa, grabbed some ground, did fantastic work, but then we're just never really able to extend from there. It was like, okay, what's the next step? And we didn't really know. This time instead, Nello's going to bring the Ying, that power operator. Let's see if they can get something going behind the Candelas.
Ying and the Ash, the only 2 returning operators in their last lineup, a total change. As you say, no Ossa on side, nothing like that. It's more a kind of spread and not so much reliant on this single angle push that I keep on speaking about. They got to try and deal with the roamers first and foremost, Tim. We saw Wylde back in the first half, chewing Secret apart with those roamers, really wasting time and slowing things down, and 2 quick kills come through. Great fast healing, 60 seconds in, 2 roamers dead. Dreamland for Wylde.
Yeah. Much better from Wylde. Great start, as you say. Just giving them that map control, so now they can start focusing on getting servers, getting blue stairs locked down, getting themselves into a position whereby they can start thinking about a plant. They've got everything they need for that plant. They've got Nello on the Ying. They can even send Thatchers in to potentially prevent any nitros coming out. So, you know, they are in a great spot as it stands. 1 minute 30. I want to see them, and we just see it happening there. Getting those drones out. They've got 6 on side. Let's have a look around the site and see exactly. Oh, June. Never mind. Let's have a look around site, see what's going on. You know, where's the utility? Particularly, where is the plant denial? Where is the time denial? And how do we deal with that?
It's the Candelas I'm looking at and just thinking that is going to be damage. Still another guy at the top of blue. We saw one there inside elevators as well. So there are some stall tools on side for Team Secret here. I'm just thinking that with 5 versus 3, I mean, we've seen 5v3s lost in this game already, Tim. Thinking about Patbull's 2K after that jump out as a great example. It can still go against you, but with how much time Wylde have had, it starts to feel like a real thrown away round if you don't get this one over the finish line.
Oh, you know, there's no 2 ways about it. Wylde have had a lot of time now just to know exactly what's going on. It's now time to start pushing. Don't leave it to the last 5 or 10 seconds and, you know, having to throw that case down just to extend the clock. It should be a more controlled plant coming out of Wylde. June is looking and he almost gets himself one. Groovy does pick one up on blue stairs. June's there ready for the drop, but going to be caught out. Good stuff from Kanto. Gets himself into elevator, and that now leaves us in a 4 versus 2. But what did I say? I don't want to see this last ditch attempt. Groovy drops back to site and gets one. 2 versus 2, and it's all falling apart right now for Wylde. It's Groovy versus Nello. Nello has no choice but to stick this, and here comes Groovy, but can he find his man? All the information he needs, and Des, they simply left it too late. Team Secret taking full advantage and taking 3 points from Wylde.
It's one of them that you just feel building up in your bones 60 seconds prior, even with a 5v3 that it can still go against them. The Wylde, that will feel crushing in that round because they did everything right in the early round. But for Secret, played it extremely well. Groovy getting his way up into lobby on the drop down as well. Like Joom sat on the smoke wasting time. Kanto, he baited him out. He got a kill. Great stuff. But Adrian sat inside the garage as well with a brilliant close to convert. Just incredibly well played as a 3v5, and that time pressure really started cooking against Wylde.
Yeah, it was great from Secret overall. I mean, what a start they've had to EUL. You know, there's been many great performances from individuals, but as a team, they're looking good. They're getting the job done. And like you say, I think Wylde probably kicking themselves for 1 or 2 of those rounds. They, I think, could have had more defensively. But yeah, just a tough one, really, against a very good team, Secret.
An expected result, maybe not the first half, far more chaotic, but the second much more composed for Secret, who claim a much needed and deserved victory. Over to the desk though, to break down this game.
A 7-3 for Secret means they go 3-for-3 on regulation wins in their very first games. Really impressive stuff from them. We praised them, of course, for their attacks as well during the pre-show, and they started out on attack here as well. How did that go for them?
Not that good, actually, to begin with. We were a little bit surprised by them because it looked a little bit rough around the edges. I think Wylde could have won more defenses than they did, so maybe they weren't on their best, but they were doing pretty decently. I mean, 3 attacks is good, but they probably shouldn't have had that many.
Yeah, I think as soon as they got 3 attacks, we always felt that they were going to win the game. There was the propensity that they could be 1-5 down on their attacks. I don't think they really managed the map and the game and the pacing as much as they could have.
Wylde did play into their strengths, though, because in defense is where they have to show that they have this experience we talked about before. They need to show that they have the depth of theory, that they can play their defenses and maybe not outgun their opponents, but at least they can outthink them and outplay them. And I think they did fine in defenses, but they should have had a few more.
Yeah, I think, you know, especially the 2 rounds you've just seen. You've just seen the round there where Miracle got his ace, and the round here where they managed to win a 4v5 with less than 20 seconds on the clock. Whenever the opponent makes mistakes, and this is what good teams do, right, is whenever they haven't actually executed an attack properly or a round properly, they still find a way to win it by capitalizing on their opponent's mistakes. That's exactly what Secret did. So when we're talking about setting them challenges, you know, we set them the challenge to, you know, improve this stage. Then we set them the challenge, can they go back to Clubhouse against VP and improve and win that? They did. Can they now shoot their way out of trouble and outthink their way out of trouble? They've done that as well. So Secret just keep passing our tests here.
Yeah, they did pass the test, but then again, we have to question ourselves as well. They can outgun Wylde. We spoke about it before. They probably don't have the most gunpowder in that team. Yeah, they could do that, but could they do that against BDS or G2, you think?
Maybe. I suppose that's the next challenge, right?
That is the next challenge for them, so we're going to have to see how they do against that. Overall, though, really, really good defenses, decent attacks, and that took them through.
Yeah.
I was going to say G2 is up for them as their next game, of course, but from Secret as well as from Wylde, we saw some players with really huge individual moments. I mean, you talked about the Miracle Ace. We saw Pekball just casually chilling outside the building for about a minute and a half. Some really big performances from these players.
You want me to take it?
You take it. I'll take it. Who do you want me to talk about?
Oh, we want to talk about any of the players, really.
Do you know what? I was actually surprised that it was more of a complete performance. You know, in terms of Team Secret, we talked about how Adrian has had big performances so far. We've seen more complete performance out of all of Team Secret. And I think that's impressive to say today. You know, even Miracle getting that ace. And that's what you want, right? Is you want teams where when your star player, and we talked about Adrian, we do all the time, talking about when the star player doesn't step up, who else is going to? So it's good to see, I think, everybody across the board, maybe apart from Savage, who had a rough start, but brought it back as well.
Yeah, but that's just the depth of the team, right? They have all these players being able to do so. And if you don't have that, you're going to struggle long term. But we're seeing, as we've spoken about this, actually all stage for every single team, pretty much. All the teams are now looking better as a group, as a whole, as an environment to work with, because everybody makes sense in their positions. And Secret is looking more and more like that every single day, because now they have the depth of the theory and also the gun skill to back that up.
Well, we talked about many players so far that have stood out, but 2 in specific on the side of Secret stood out to us, specifically when you look at the stats.
Yeah, when you look at the stats, we've got Grubby, we've got Joom as well. And I think this is what we were talking about, where when 2 players, you know, haven't actually had a great start to the stage from these 2 players, when Adrian's not popping off, when the team's not popping off, you need these guys too. We saw Grubby's quality in terms of being the front man for Team Secret last year. Slow start to the stage for him. Big performance today. And the same with Joom. It was really never in doubt for Joom. He's one of the star players of the league. Secret did really well even just to pick him up. both of these guys had a great day today and were instrumental, specifically in those rounds where they just needed to frag out to win the round.
Speaking about June, we have him on the line. We have an interview ready with him to ask a few questions. June, it's good to speak to you. You go 3 for 3 in your very first few games in this year. Could you have ever imagined that in your wildest dreams?
I think so, yeah. I was pretty confident when I joined the team that we would be doing good, and so far it has been going that way, so that's been good.
You were confident joining the team. I was questioning your choice a little bit, I'll be honest and say. What is it that made you join them is what I have to ask, because it seemed like a little bit of a weird change. It looked more like a side step than a step upwards, but now we've seen you play, it's definitely a step upwards.
One of the main reasons, just in practice alone, you feel compared to other teams I was trialing for, they just wanted it more. Yeah, I just felt the fire that they actually wanted to win, they wanted to improve, they wanted to make a good team, and that's why I joined them.
So obviously, with the gunfight skill that you bring onto a team, I mean, I work with you, so I know how good it is. And also, Adrian bringing up that, do you guys feel like you have a very well-rounded roster where everybody pulls their part and nobody's slacking behind?
I think we definitely do. As you saw today, me and Grubby has been kind of quiet the last few games, but today we showed up. And we always have someone else showing up for each other. Basically, if someone is not playing well, we have another person popping off, which you can tell already. It's going good.
So Fresh and Fabin have been talking about the challenges that you have been facing so far. Your next challenge will be G2. That probably isn't going to be an easy one, but you have a week to prepare for it. How is that going to be?
Since we already played them in Malta and we made a lot of mistakes there, so I think we know what our game plan is going to be like when we face them. So I think we're going to be pretty confident and just practicing exactly for that game the entire week. So I think it's going to be good.
All right, best of luck with that preparation. We hope to speak to you again very soon. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good to hear from Jum as well about how his experience has been with Secret so far. It sounded really, really promising from his side. But that was only our very first game of Europe League for Playday 4. After our break, we have G2 versus Virtus.Pro. It's going to be a very good game. Don't go anywhere.
If I remember correctly, it's Skies who was telling to Jack to run out because he was playing in the second floor of the big tower. He was just baiting them for Jack to run out, and he could get both of them, but he got only one.
And actually now they're they lost a breacher. They have to rotate, so now we have the advantage. We still have the top and stuff, so we knew that they had lost one breacher, and we knew that they can't open anything. Just they opened the main at the beginning with the ace, so we knew that they had or to come on the top or to come dining. So that's why we were waiting there. They just pushed with the Osa. The Osa was kind of shit against us since we can't really kill the guy. And I think I just choked the one veto. I just picked, and I should not have picked.
We choked the map. It's okay. There is three maps remaining, so let's just focus on the next map, and we will talk about it after the match.
we knew that like every time on attack they were like baiting outside with like Brava and stuff like Twitch and stuff like this. So we knew that we just had to wait them, and like we know that we are better in gunfight, so we just wait them and play together like in cross and stuff like this.
Yeah, we wanted to make them waste their time. We knew that they love to take CC control when they push on border. So I was just there wasting time, and then we fall back when we get a kill or 1 minute and stuff.
Like if we see like 1 minute, I just drop from T1 like just to waste time. I got killed like the wrong timing. So now they have top, but like we still have C4s, and they have only like 50 sec, but it's kind of like free for us.
Yeah, we just gave them space.
I think we had the Valky cam like on the we had the Valky cam I think on like office. That's why like we asked him to flank, and that's where like we win the round.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why we are leaving top floor is that I can flank with Oryx on the hatches, so it's okay if we let them have top floor control.
Yeah, that was part of the like plan at the beginning.
We just sounds like we know how they play, we know what to do. Just do our basic stuff and we will win.
Hey guys, it's Leon Gibbs from Fanatic, and today I'll be playing Unmuted.
You're all very unbalanced individuals.
I don't think I've ever heard that before. Like, if I was going to guess, it would probably be like Nomad, because like obviously air jabs and stuff and you fall over. Or Oryx. I'll go with Nomad for this one, I think. Bandit. Yeah, I've never heard that in my life, and I've played a lot of Bandit.
What does an artist and a sniper have in common?
Oh, this is easy. I already know it's Glaz. Blatant Glaz on the operator video. Yep.
They forget the first rule of survival.
Yeah, I immediately just think of Thatcher with that one, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that's right as well, actually. Yeah, operator video.
Pass those plates around.
Oh, that's an easy rook. As soon as that armor is on the floor, pass the plates around. Easy. Yeah.
What's in the canister?
It's smoke. What's in the canister? If I tell you, you'd have to die. I'd have to kill you. That's what he says. Smoke operator video. Yeah.
Actions speak louder than words.
Actions speak louder than words. So I'm getting like a Finka or Sophia. Maybe Ella. But I just got an ooh after I said Sophia, so I'm kind of thinking Sophia now. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course, lad. Hey guys, so I just got finished playing Unmuted. Hopefully you guys did better than me. Make sure you put it in the Twitch chat or on Twitter as well if you want to let me know how you guys did as well.
Welcome back to the Blaster 6 Europe League, where we just in the break saw Leon play this game called Unmuted. They had operator voice lines and he had to guess which operator it was. And I prepared you two, saying that I had a voice line as well, one of my favorites in the game. And I want to know if you know who it is from and who says this voice line. They spawn in and they say, do you think I have time to use the bathroom?
No idea whatsoever.
I've just read it, so I was Googling some voice lines. Yes, I've just read it, so it's a Fabian only one.
I have no clue.
Well.
Is it? No, I might not have read it right. It could be wrong. Was it Blitz?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it's Blitz.
I think it's very
Apparently
funny.
it's Blitz.
I have
It's
no
a very
idea.
funny one.
I have-
Do you have a favorite voice line?
You're really gonna make me say this?
Yeah.
Big fucking hole coming right up. you made me, so like this is not my fault.
It's a very nice interaction between both Thermite and Hibana because they both say it as well, right? It's really fun.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Do you
don't
have a
have one.
favorite?
Can you say it as well, just so I don't feel so alone in this?
What am I saying?
The same one I did.
Say it again then.
You
I
said.
can only say it one time per
Okay,
month.
no, let's move on.
Yeah, okay, we'll move on to the more serious stuff that we have, of course, tonight, and that is G2 versus Virtus.Pro. Two teams that have attended SI in Sao Paulo, two teams that did pretty well. I mean, our best performing EU teams at that event. So far in this matchup from G2, what are we expecting? Because we saw a promising result yesterday. It's more the G2 that we wanted to see.
Yeah, it's a promising result. I mean, they're back on track to a certain extent. Like, they're coming back from what we think was quite a poor performance against BDS. But then again, everybody loses to BDS, right? And then Fnatic game was, somewhat. And then yesterday they had the complete demolishing. So we're expecting them to come back now and start doing more things properly and just be themselves. That's what I think we're missing.
Yeah, I think so. I think we were looking for a big performance yesterday. We actually managed to speak to Doki actually and just get a few words from him as well. And I think in the G2 camp, they're quite happy. He obviously said, we're pretty happy with the start of the season so far. Fnatic BDS are a lot better than they were last year, so not too concerned to drop some points to them, especially BDS. So that's just a token, about the teams that they've been against and that they're not going to let it actually affect them too much. They had to come out yesterday with a big performance, and that's what they did.
Yeah, but Jack, even though they say that they're happy, I kind of haven't enjoyed their gameplay. Like, I think that they've done a lot of mistakes and not playing like the way they used to do and being as dominating. Like, sure, yeah, maybe you didn't have enough break or maybe you didn't have enough time to prepare, but I'm still expecting more of a team with players of this caliber.
Yeah.
And I think maybe now is when we'll start to see it, or I hope that's when we start seeing it, because it's not been good enough. And maybe they say they're happy. Maybe that's words for us. Maybe that's words for the camera and the people watching.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's how they're feeling internally, because I know I wouldn't be happy with that.
If that is the same behind closed doors, basically what you're wondering, if they feel the same about that, it's always good to acknowledge that your opponent was better than you in that previous matchup. But they didn't really have a lot of time after SI to prepare for Europe League, similar to Virtus.Pro, of course, having played out SI as well. Their start to the stage so far has been really rough.
Yeah, I would like to come in here and say that, Virtus.Pro quality team third at SI, and none of that, is wrong. However, what I will say is they've taken 2 losses out of 2 games. And I think one of the things that we say about Virtus.Pro a lot is that they play maybe an old style of Siege. They play a little bit slow, a little bit old meta, but it's the incredible fundamentals that underpin them. Well, we've not seen those incredible fundamentals.
Not at all.
What we've seen is micro mistakes made out of the players on an individual basis that keeps costing them rounds.
And very little adaptation as well. I mean, we did a telestrator for the last game where they could have just literally rotated their entire team. And did they? No. They stood still for 2 minutes and made nothing happen. So if you're not going to do adaptations and you're not going to do basics, what are you going to do? Well, you're going to lose. And if you go up against G2, you keep this going, you're going to lose even harder. So if they keep up this, I am just going to say 7-0 G2 and be secure about that.
Again.
I always meme about it, but this time I actually believe it if Virtus.Pro don't pull their stuff together.
You made it sound very simple on what Virtus.Pro have to do in order to come out victorious here today.
It is simple. That's the worst part. Because if you're that fundamentally based of a team, your fundamentals are great. We know it. We've seen it so many times. So they know exactly what they need.
However, when we talk about those players on the side of Virtus.Pro, I feel like everyone on that roster can individually step up and really carry the logs for their team. But 2 players that we want to see more of in these upcoming games have to be Pasha and Always.
Yeah, they've had a rough time. I mean, you and me, Jack, we've always been so happy and positive about Pasha because he brings in this free-flowing, a little bit more roam game into their roster. And he's always been super stable, but I don't think we've seen them perform up to the standard that they keep themselves to.
Yeah, I mean, especially Always, that level of consistency is what you expect. Pasha, we're going to allow him, I would say, the freedom to be up and down because he's the one that's trying to bring the new role into that lineup. He's the one that's trying to bring creative freedom. But Always, you expect him to be solid in this role, and he's not delivered on that so far.
His name is literally Always. Because he's always consistent. And then, but I also think that Pasha has been kind of brought down by his team a little bit here. Because the role he plays with all that flexibility and all that freedom, if your team isn't playing the basics correctly and the base idea of how we should approach this strategy, his role won't matter because he's going to be untimed, or it's going to be very alone, or he's going to be let down by them dying before they're supposed to.
Yeah.
Just so many things can go wrong, and his position is the one biggest impact from it. So yeah, he needs to step up individually, but the entire roster needs to step up.
We know that Virtus.Pro have a lot to work on, but what I'm really curious about is what kind of battleground they have chosen to, well, try and fight G2 on for this map. Let's bring up the map veto as well. Have a look at where we're heading to. We're heading to Clubhouse.
Yeah, this is a nice one because I think a lot of people will know G2 not as a Clubhouse team. It was a permanent ban when you was there, Fabian.
Yep.
You know, when the team was under you,
couldn't get it
all the way through to game of
Yeah,
eight,
we
just couldn't get it down. Since they brought Uno in, especially for SI, G2 have absolutely loved Clubhouse. Won it both times at SI, wanted to go there whenever they could. So they will be very happy with that. It used to be an old adage that you would say never take the Russians to Clubhouse, but I don't think so anymore. VP have been struggling on it.
They have been struggling. However, I think the map favors them, not like against G2, but it favors the way that they need to go back to, because this map is so 1 to 3 based, right?
Yeah.
1 to 3 steps. You do step 1, you do step 2, you do step 3. And if you struggle with the basics, maybe going back to like even harder basics where literally you have that one thing you have to do, and then you have the second thing to do. You can't mess that up because it's always the same.
Yeah.
And that's what the Russians love.
I've heard your prediction 7-0 for G2. What is yours?
I think G2 will win. I think VP, you know, potentially will still be struggling with some. It all depends on VP.
So 7-1 is what you're saying.
Yeah, maybe 7-1. All depends on VP. Can they right their wrongs? Because it is only small micro mistakes we're seeing out of them. It's not hard things. If they just think as a unit, play as a unit that we're so used to seeing, VP could well win this.
And they're good enough to change this around.
Even in a day.
Third place SI, they have it in them.
Okay, our players are all ready. It's time to bring back our casters for this game as well. We welcome back Ace and Dez. And Ace, I have a question for you specifically, because you're always so positive about all these teams and all these players. I'm really looking for a spark of hope for Virtus.Pro here, honestly.
Well, I mean, coming into stage 1 last year, I said, I like the look of Virtus.Pro. They won both stages. They were number 6 overall. Coming into SI. Do I believe they can turn it around? Of course I do. They've got some of the most experienced players inside of EUL, realistically. We all know what they're capable of. I feel like it's a blip. I feel like it's a matter of time until we see something better out of them.
You agree,
They'll be saying that until the last game of the calendar year, honestly. They're getting there. They'll be there. They'll get the next one.
We'll keep on open. But the next one might as well be this game. If you two could please take it away for Clubhouse between G2 and Virtus.Pro.
Deep breath, Des. Deep breath, Des. My therapist told me I have to practice more breathing exercises to get over your positivity. It's the only way I'm going to get through this game, Tim.
Nothing wrong with a bit of positivity, Des. Sulking never solved anything.
Yes, Tim. They also told me to say that. Just say yes, Tim, and just say nothing else. Just blank out what you're saying in my ear. Because, Tim, I disagree. I think we look back at the record over the last 6 months. VP are 1-4 on this map, and Fresh said it himself. The old adage was, you don't take a Russian team to Clubhouse. And they used to be the titans of this map. I think back to when we first saw them playing at the top level. They were unstoppable. They were unbelievable, as we always saw old school Team Empire being exactly the same. But looking again at recent history, G2 normally permaban this map away, have very rarely let it through. Virtus.Pro, they love playing it. It's one of their top 4 maps in terms of play rate, all tied at 5 plays, but they lose it a lot. 1-4, as said. So I think G2 here have really seen a weakness in Virtus.Pro and said, you know what? We'll let it through the filter. There's just this one time, then tomorrow it's back to being a permaban again. But as of now, I think they're coming in with a game plan, Tim.
Well, we're going to see, Des. We're going to see over what could be the next 7 rounds. It could be the next 15 rounds. Who knows? I've got a feeling this one's going to be a little bit closer than maybe the Des thought. I said it to you last night before we were coming into this. I've just got a feeling that it could be a hard-fought one. I'm not sure Clubhouse is the place for it, though. We will see.
They are the most readable ban team in the world. All they ban, if you remember back at SI, I said to you, they banned 3 operators, Ying, Azami, and Valkyrie. The only reason they banned Valkyrie was because Azami was banned by the other team. It never changes. And if you know they're going to ban these operators and you know that things aren't going to change, I really think G2 are probably coming here to with a solid game plan to counter this one. The Capital ban screams to that as well. You bring Capital on this map mainly to get control inside of Garage. I expect to see G2 on the defensive side really playing hard inside of Garage when defending that top floor. And probably fair chance, you're going to see Virtus.Pro look really, really stuck trying to make something work without that operator on side.
Yeah, I think that always the problem for Virtus.Pro is not only are they readable, in things like the operator bans, they're often quite readable in terms of the strategy. It's something, you know, that the players of this roster under various organizations have done over the years and been known for. The fact that you know what's coming from them, they were just too good at doing it to stop them. But you just feel like, you know, the game's caught up with them a little bit, and it still works a lot of the time. There's a lot of ability on this team. You know, Dan always, they'll carve through anybody, joystick on his day. You know, everybody will have those moments, but you just feel like the general quality across the league, you know, has really picked up as well over the last couple of years. And so it makes it more and more difficult to have that kind of play style of, you know, it doesn't matter if you know what we're going to do because you just can't stop us. You feel like more and more teams are in a position where they can disrupt that. And that's obviously what G2 are going to try to do today.
It's just immediate discomfort. Take them back to the exact same map they played against Secret yesterday, and ban away an operator they relied on for 3 of their 6 attacks, right? And I think it's a really good shout to do what they have. It means that the Monty isn't going to be quite as powerful without that assist coming in from the Capitale. So again, it will force a different game plan coming out from Virtus.Pro. But not at least though, that's not going to slow him down too much. Tim, we've got the Deimos on side. We saw Dan playing this actually on the Church Arsenal site yesterday in both of the rounds that they played it, so no surprise to see that making a return.
Any favourite voice lines yourself, Des?
Favourite voice line? It's a real cop-out, but Habana saying the same thing as Thermite. The play that living death out of the operator.
I really like the Mozzie. I really like some of Mozzie's lines. I think he's got some good ones. Godspeed, little fella.
Yeah.
Love it. Martin Coppin, the voice actor, actually plays a lot.
Is that because you imagine is it because he's maybe cheering you on when he's saying that line? You feel like, yeah, maybe. Godspeed to me.
Maybe.
I can't say much to me, and you're both about the same height. We're both screwed.
Oh, maybe that's what it is. Doke is going to be droned out there. Heavily droned at this point. The thing is, Virtus.Pro need to do something with this. It's all well and good droning him. It's all well and good knowing where he is. That was the kill they needed. Dan comes in, picks up the kill onto Doke, and that leaves us 5 versus 4, and a good start from Virtus.Pro. Halfway through the round, it's now time to start softening sight up.
A good long time ago now, I can't remember exactly how long ago, it must have been 18 months or so, Joystick did an interview and they were playing really slow and they'd drone the same spot 4, 5, 6 times and lose every drone and then just really run out to the clock. He would just say, we're not playing with confidence. We're a little bit like hesitant without pure information. We want to be absolutely sure the play we're about to make is right, and it's mean we slow down when drones are being chewed out. And in a way, I think that hangover is still an effect in this roster today. And this is what G2 are potentially abusing here with Doki out in the roam as well. Look, they've got 1 drone left in, and that was with half the round still to play. So yes, they've lost the Solis. But Virtus.Pro have got no information to play behind at this point. So I'd start feeling a little bit nervous if I was on their side. Yes, the numbers advantage is with you, but there's a lot of work to do and not a lot of time still to do it.
No, exactly that, and it's, you know, much the same as we spoke about. And so in that last match at times, you know, you leave it too late and you're just taking too big a gamble. Shepard does have diffuser in hand, going to be working on those verticals. Ram does a great job of opening up the verticals, as you can see. You know, gives real clear angles, but also comes with risk. You know, it opens them wide up and you're asking to be shot through them sometimes. Wherever you stood, you can generally be seen. But another kill comes in for Virtus.Pro. 5 versus 3, 15 seconds they need to execute onto site here, and G2 starts standing up. Benja finds 1, Benja finds 2, 2 versus 3. Diffuser not in a position to go down, and it looks like they just might have left it too late as Alamau manages to find a double as well. 2 versus 1, nothing always can do, and what looked all the way through like a Virtus.Pro round, 5 versus 3, G2 still come away with it.
Real magical stuff, and it's down to those 2 on site as well. Alamau and Benja, a 2-piece each. And I'm with you. For the longest time, it looked like Virtus.Pro with the kills they had were really on there to do something special, but we mentioned them being down to a single drone left in those final 75 seconds or so of the round. You're going in blind at that point, and it does rely a little bit on intuition. If G2 are mixing things up there and knowing what Virtus.Pro are likely to do in those moments, they can respond to it and react very, very well, and that's exactly what they've done there in round 1. Still, Virtus.Pro looking pretty good at clearing out those roamers, just got to do so with more drones being left on side and hopefully a little bit more time left on the clock.
Going to be heading into round 2 then, as you say, Virtus.Pro. It's very clear to us and no doubt to them, you know, what needs to change in rounds like that to get them won. And that is just taking those final steps quicker. The step 1 was fine from them, really. Yeah, identify where your roamers are, go in and challenge them, start taking some map control. They did that bit. They had a minute and a half to work on site. They had Ram, they had the verticals. They didn't disrupt, they didn't move G2. They were still able to play in some of those power positions, particularly inside a church. I'd maybe like to have seen somebody at the bottom of main stairs for Virtus.Pro. I don't know exactly what the hard breach situation was at the end of the round there, but again, open that church wall up, prevent them from playing in there. There's no verticals into church, and that's why players like to play behind the bar. That's why players like to play around the boxes inside a church, because they can hold blue from there, and there's no verticals for them to worry about realistically. So you've got to open up the bottom of church wall at least to prevent them doing that, and Virtus.Pro just missing a couple of those key components.
Joystick hoping to go fishing here and catch a player or two from G2 rotating back through bar. No one quite to be seen down this part of the map yet. Doki is down in the basement. A very fun memories have been playing, actually, making use of a good C4 from below when they were defending a bar stage site. Catching a player out at the very bitter end of things. Obviously here we're seeing ourselves up on the top floor, so he has got to worry about that cut across the middle floor. They don't really have visibility there. Virtus.Pro have got inside pretty quick and got control of the ground floor, at least out towards the west side. But I mentioned earlier, without that Capital on side, they're going to have to change the game plan a little bit here. There's no Monty on side like we saw them bringing along yesterday. So this feels a bit like a figure it out as you go kind of vibe. And G2 with things like the Vigil on side are just looking to waste that time and really run things down, hopefully catching Virtus.Pro out in the back.
Yeah, I mean, Garage should still be takeable for Virtus.Pro here. There's no Wamai, there's no Jaeger, there's nothing to deal with any throwables for the players up on Catwalk. There's 6 flashes on the side of Virtus.Pro. They should be able to get up there and deal with it realistically. As it stands, they are currently looking to get themselves in from the construction side. It looks like Shepard might rotate over the top. He's got himself onto the roof, but Uno is going to pick up always to begin with, and Joystick, he gets himself a freebie. No doubt here's Doki going onto the cams and picks
Tell you what, that is pro patience. For 2 minutes, he just stood around bathroom or around those main stairs, hoping to catch Doki working his way back through, and he's rewarded, if not late on. Shepard is in. Plant going down in the 4 versus 4 as another smoke comes on through, and Joystick has rapidly got himself inside a bedroom here and into a good spot. Virtus.Pro with the plant down now in a very commanding position, 4v3.
That's great from Shepard there, just recognizing the opportunity. Virtus.Pro creating very specific space and getting the job done. Benja manages to find Joystick. He can start to push in on the flank now, but they're aware of his position. Pasha mows him down, and that's going to leave us 3 versus 1, all up to Uno. Unlikely to even find one as he steps in, gets cut down, and it's 1 apiece. I absolutely love that attack from VP. How often do you see, first of all, that used as a plant spot, as a primary choice, and second of all, the diffuser go down there with 4 players left alive for G2. Very, very unusual. And I like that from Virtus.Pro. They would just, that was surgical precision. That was, you know, we just need this wall and this angle held, and there is nothing they can do about it. And they were exactly right. Beautiful take from Virtus.Pro.
Really beautiful stuff, I agree. And it's interesting looking at the stats across the last 3 games. They've only managed to get 2 plants down and win 3 attacks, Tim. Yet already they've found themselves with the plants on the board and 1 round win, really starting to build into things and already having beaten their average for plants and the average for attacking rounds 1. Just as you say, nice and focused, didn't need to overcomplicate things. Doki was potentially that thorn in the side, but Joystick just had his number all round long. Really, again, impressed with his patience, especially to hold around that main stairs and punish Doki when he tried to work his way back up.
It's going to be the final defensive site that we're likely to see out of G2. Then over onto the other side of top floor, it will be gym and bedroom. They're going to have the usual cash CCTV hold, try and fight over that area for as long as possible to prevent the pressure coming in from the windows. Everything that they need to prevent the push up main stairs. Banshee at the top. They've no wall denial to speak of, so it's going to be absolutely free for Shepard on the thermite to go in and get those breaches. Can get CCTV wall, can move himself across, get the jacuzzi wall, and then they can start to push from multiple sides.
And I'm looking really at this one for being that holdout towards the east side for G2. We see some teams be really proficient at kind of trapping and pincing those that are playing out towards Cash and CC in and catching 2 or 3 players on the pushback through construction. You sometimes see then site players swing out to construction to help them get back safer towards site. But it's the long angles I'm a little bit worried about, and already you can see members of Virtus.Pro starting to square things up. Joystick having shown some respect towards Benja here, of course, not defending on this site. Will have no things like the Wamai on side, but Benja a bullet at a time. Sees him taken down by Dan. Again, a good pinch coming on through. 60 seconds has gone by, but it's an entry, and it's Virtus.Pro Virtus.Pro in the lead.
It is a good pinch, but it's a little bit frustrating. They've just seen him up on catwalk on the drones. They know he's in that position, and Joystick just walks across garage door essentially and takes, 70, 80 damage health, and that leaves him now in a precarious position through the rest of the round, and it just felt a little bit unnecessary. But Virtus.Pro taking that ground well. Doki, however, on the flank is going to be spotted out by that drone again. They need to deal with him here. Get in there, get aggressive. They know he's the top of red, but no challenge is going to be made. Doki able to move back. Virtus.Pro just moving a little bit slowly again.
They are. It's a minute and a half, and to be fair, it's hard when you've got 3 players from G2 playing out this side. Like, Benji was there to play his life and nothing else. There was basically 0 chance he gets out of there alive unless he picks up 2 or 3 kills. But as they realize the garage is completely lost, as they know that the breach is being held and that pressure's going to start building at bottom red, that's when G2 say, right, back to the next layer, let's step back, and now we're trying to challenge inside of construction instead. So it's, again, all about punishing that slow play style coming up from Virtus.Pro. It's working well, but you can't bleed too many players. Benja is enough, and you're expecting to lose him. If they'd lost Doki, you start asking questions then.
Can see the jacuzzi wall nice and open. Shepard just making sure that the camera's been taken down, and then he's going to hold his angle onto main stairs for the time being. Just waiting for the rest of the team to position themselves around him. Not going too badly for Virtus.Pro in terms of map control, but as I said, once again, it's going to be time that is the problem. Pasha taking a lot of damage there as he tries to move on in towards Master, and with 20 seconds left to go, there's not much of a choice. Always does drop, finds Virtue. Doki Uno finding one apiece though. Doki closed out in a trade. 2 versus 3, 15 seconds left to go. Joystick low health, trying to work his way in, and that is now the problem for Virtus.Pro. It's the low hit points. Pasha has an opportunity potentially to put this down. Uno, he's trying to work from underneath, but he can't find the angles that he needs, and the plant will be successful. It's all up to that man on the rappel, Shepard. He's been waiting for his moment for the longest time, and it comes. He gets an essential kill, and it's now 2 versus 1. Uno up main stairs, knows he needs to challenge onto Shepard, but it's such a difficult challenge to make.
Pasha's ready for a swing as well, but Shepard all reliable. Breach opened up, off on the rappel, 2 kills, bish bash bosh, job done. Great stuff from Virtus.Pro once again, even with the slowdown efforts coming out from G2.
It was, it was good. I was a little bit concerned at the time that was left. I still think that's a factor. As I said, if they leave it to the last 20 seconds every time, they will win some rounds, but they will also lose some because of it. And I think if they could just give themselves that extra 10 seconds, that extra 15 seconds, coming in at 30, 35 for the final execute, they're going to find when things go wrong, they've got that second option. They've got that second bite of the cherry, so to speak. And it's just been a tough start for G2 as well. Overall, they've been getting a little bit beaten up in rounds that maybe that one they probably feel like maybe they had a good chance of winning, but ultimately it's 2-1 to Virtus.Pro, and they've got themselves the advantage.
I think it's one of those where whenever I've spoken to Doki at events before and spoke about Virtus.Pro, I'm always, they are this slow team. Why do you think they do so well? And he's like, they're just scary. Like, they come out at walls at you, they beam you down. There's very little that you can do about it. And I feel you're seeing that in this round. Like, they're slow, but they're a slow-moving juggernaut. If you get too close, they're going to chew you up and spit you out. And that's what's happening. G2, you'd argue, like, strategically, are playing this beautifully. They're extending across the map. They're sending roamers out there to keep them slowed down. They're chewing through the vast majority of drones in half the round. They're doing everything to set themselves up for a win. But Virtus.Pro don't need the whole map control. They don't need drones when they can absolutely delete you and get the plant down with the minimal amount of map control. So although it's, again, looking like really G2 should be the ones on top here, it's coming down to Virtus.Pro. Fundamentally, just deleting G2 when the opportunity comes around. Really good stuff. Up 2 attacks so far. A massive improvement on what we've seen from them across the competition so far. And it's against G2.
Gonna have one of the nitros up the old hatch through the window. We do love them. Not gonna get any success if he goes for it at the moment, but Benja just waiting for a little bit of a sound cue to give him the nod to send it in that direction. For the time being, G2 being chased back to site. We see Doki dropping back down there. Virtus.Pro did manage to get kills last time around. Benja maybe overstaying his welcome here, playing very aggressively inside of Kitchen at the moment. I'm not sure how much of that has been recognized by Virtus.Pro, but I think Benja making a good choice there. Half of the round wasted, and he's going to get himself back to safety.
Tells me the degree of difficulty there as well with the mute jammer on the door. They can't easily get him and drone him out, so it's just going to slow things down again from the side of Virtus.Pro. It might only be 10 seconds, those 10 seconds can all add up to a round being won on time. But as you can see, pretty much every player on G2 now is down on site. They've not played out on the roam as aggressively as they have before. There's still very few drones left for the side of Virtus.Pro. So it's a similar sort of situation, but there's more time on the clock, and that only plays in their favor.
Yeah, and what I like from Virtus.Pro at the minute is there's been a couple of sensors through this round that G2 haven't been able to do what they wanted to do. Benja waiting with the nitro there. In comes the ram. He knows he can't stay under the vertical. You know, he was hoping it'd be a book or a sledge and he can pick up the kill when they start opening it. So there's a few things that Virtus.Pro have done that have just prevented G2 doing what they wanted to do. They're going to keep going for this. Once they know that he's shot him off the mirror, they're just going to watch that angle and look for the kill, and that's where it is. Pasha picking up Doki, and they will be able to open church wall. This is a good adaptation from what failed them last time.
I mean, Pasha's barely going to give you a second chance. As you don't pull that trigger the first time you see his operator outline, he's going to beam you, and that's exactly what he's got away with there. Mirror window open and player destroyed. Joystick finding one more down blue. This is what I keep saying, Tim. They're just so terrifying when it's all about guns up. Dan into another, Virtue into a second, but quite fine. Dan, who marches into a second, who knows, tucks in tight. But the thing is, Tim, I think they know where he is, and with two of them pushing on through, yes, no smokes on side, but they can get away with this than 2 versus 1.
Yep, several times now we've seen Uno in that 1vx situation, unable to close it out, and Virtus.Pro doing a better job there of attacking Church and Arsenal. Like I said, there was a number of times through that round where G2 just clearly weren't able to do what they wanted to, aggressive or otherwise, and they were taken out of positions, mirror windows were taken away from them. There was just a lot going for Virtus.Pro, plus problem in round 1 and other rounds has been the amount of time they've been leaving it until, you know, remaining to push for that final execute. This time Virtus.Pro recognized, they adapted. Church was a problem last time. Right, we've opened the wall. They can't play in there comfortably anymore. Time was a problem last time. Right, it's 40 seconds and we're pushing onto site and getting kills. Much better from Virtus.Pro.
Yeah, you've got Joystick coming downstairs. You've got Dan pushing his way off oil. There's just always something else that they're able to throw at you with deadly precision as well. Like, you know, Joystick getting that deep in. Yes, you're under pressure from Dan down oil, but to get that deep in and pick off a Malusi who seemed completely aware that that was coming. Yeah, I don't even really fault G2 for that, because you wouldn't normally see a player making a play like that. But Joystick has managed to make it work. Pasha's got 2. Joystick found his 1. Yeah, they've just converted the round out so well. And again, G2 can do all they like to run the clock down and burn through drones. It doesn't matter if when it comes down to the gunfights, Virtus.Pro are just going to absolutely delete you. At this point, they're up 3-1. And for G2, I'm kind of surprised not to see them saying, right, we've really got to have a good conversation about this, boys, because something's going horribly wrong.
No, exactly. It certainly must have been part of the thought process. Alamo is going to be out in strip at the minute on the Oryx. I'm not sure whether he's been picked up on a drone or not. It doesn't look like that's the case. Nobody from Virtus.Pro is sort of flooding in that direction. If you know, recognize that there's a defender in that location, it's pretty easy to section them off and have them trapped and stuck, and you can just go in and deal with them. So that would suggest that they're unaware of Alamo's presence. So just wait for an opportunity later in the round for that Oryx to cause a problem.
I'm looking at the table on the monitor for a second as well. Obviously, Virtus.Pro are sat down currently in 8th place with just a single point. G2 only on 5. So with this win, yes, there's still a point between them. But Virtus.Pro really do kind of catapult themselves into the midfield here. That battle for 3rd to 6th at least gives you a shot at trying to make some magic happen when we come round to the playoffs. Alamo's still out here, though, looking to do a bit of work. They haven't yet sniffed him out, Tim. But I think they don't really care at this point. Like, the way they controlled Doki back in those early rounds, it could be a similar story here for Alamo as long as they've got tabs on him.
Yeah, this is it. And I mean, Alamo's just waiting for that opportunity for a run out. They'll have seen him. They'll know exactly where he is. There's nobody from Virtus.Pro that's in a position that Alamo can get any joy from. Pasha goes in instead and kills Doki. They know now that it's 5 versus 3 on site because Alamo is out in the cold. Diffuser's going to go down here. Shepard will stick this. Pasha's got a power position. Alamo's down and dealt with. This is great from Virtus.Pro, Des. It's quick. It's decisive. The last couple of rounds, they've looked like a different team.
Just looks so composed, and it's been so simple, right? Open wall, see site, plant in sight. That's all it's come down to. All they really got there was a bit of bathroom control. You know, Pasha, sure, walked in and get the entry, but G2 are a little bit thin in key locations they really need to be holding down, and Virtus.Pro are happy to play for trades and just overwhelm them with numbers. And into yet another, Pasha, another 2K coming out. The man's on a mission, Tim. Pasha, please kill him. 9 kills he finds himself on at 9-1. G2 are crumbling. Absolutely crumbling.
Yeah, Pasha just will not be stopped. And again, Des, I come in saying Virtus.Pro might do all right. And just like last year, people laughed. But here we are. Now, there's a long way to go in this one yet. You know, the side switch is going to be an important one. But the difficulty for G2 at the minute is that Virtus.Pro are doing this on the attack. Clubhouse isn't the worst map for attackers, but you just feel like if Virtus.Pro can get themselves maybe an even better advantage going into the second half, currently 3-1, you know, it could get worse. Sorry, currently 4-1 for them. Could get worse yet. If they go for the 5-1, you got to say they're going to be able to hold on to 2 defenses at this point.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you? I mean, I'm always worried about taking judgment too early because I always say, you know, I do it in 2 hours to a game of Siege. We could see G2 come out and just be far too fast for Virtus.Pro to be able to deal with in the second half, and they'll be the ones struggling to get rounds on the board. It could end up careering us close towards either a full regulation play out or even in towards overtime. But it does just feel that as much as and the thing that makes me think that is G2 have done all the right things, like I keep on saying. They've played a good drone game. They've taken drones out consistently. They've really made sure that Virtus.Pro are in as a weaker position as possible coming into the execute. But Virtus.Pro have just got that really annoying habit where every player is just so good that when they start moving forwards, they'll win the gunfights regardless of what advantage you've got set up. And so I'm always like, okay, G2 are playing it right, but not winning the gunfights. What does that say for the second half?
Between them at the moment, Dan and Pasha are 16-4. Absolutely ridiculous from them two. They are steamroller in G2 right now, particularly over the last couple of rounds. Doki is going to be picked up on the drone as the soloist. Going to be forced away. We've seen him dealt with and cut down on the roam previously. Whether they're able to do the same thing here, Virtus.Pro again moving pretty quickly. Going to be spraying through that construction wall, looking to get aggressive in towards logistics. There is just absolutely no place for the G2 roamers to breathe.
Oh, he's got no idea.
However,
Benja has flipped the net. It's really the first time it feels like that actually not having any drones left is actually going to punish Virtus.Pro, because we saw them sniffing down Doki, for example. Speak of the devil, one goes down, sees his man, pull the trigger. Oh, Benja, no, not like this. That was the only freebie you'll be given. I joked about it earlier on that Pasha wouldn't give you a second opportunity. Benja's finding out now that Dan doesn't either. Every mistake is just punished to the full extent, it feels.
Yeah, Virtus.Pro have got away with one there. Sloppy droning has allowed Benja to sort of slip through the net, as you said, and he just misses his shots. It's as simple as that. He lands a couple, but just doesn't manage to bounce up to the head, and Virtus.Pro are able to get themselves away, at least for the time being, from danger. But 4 versus 4, 1 minute 15. It feels like one of those rounds that's going to be coming down to those final 10-15 seconds again.
You might look at this and say, yeah, they've got the RAM. That's the, there's no sledge, there's no buck on side, for example. That floor is not going to be so easy to chew up. Joystick is really the main one to look at here as well, with 2 of those breaching charges, 2 breaching rounds inside as well. He can do the work that RAM needs to do. Yeah, definitely not as effectively, but they've still got that vertical destructive capability. And that, I think, is what's going to really threaten them, as we've seen before. He pulls this down, finds one out, though. This could be huge. Down goes Shepard. Right idea. There was a man right above at this point. Benja has to win this 1v1. And Pasha, up to 10-1 he goes. He is feeling it today, Tim.
Yeah, Pasha just will not be stopped. Final 30 coming up. They're going to open the wall into Church. So this site is going to resemble a piece of Swiss cheese by the time that Virtus.Pro are done. There's not going to be many hiding places for G2 here. Dan, however, is super low health and he's in a key position trying to push in from blue. Joystick just looking to move in. He is just under some stun effects there, waiting for them to wear off, and that is an important kill. Alamau picks up the first, Uno the second. It's 1 versus 3, and G2, they've got themselves into it. Virtue, he finishes it off, and G2 managed to get themselves at least the 2-4 split. Not the end of the world for them, but certainly not a perfect start by any means.
That's the kind of round you'd expect to see throughout pretty much all of that first half, to be honest, because again, Virtus.Pro found themselves chewed down, when it's on drones, whether it's on time, sometimes losing out on the initial player, whatever it might be. They've always been arriving at site with insufficient resources. They've always managed to commandeer and get it over the line. That's the first time I think we've really seen G2, starting with Benja upstairs. Yes, he whiffs the shots and doesn't get the kill, but had the ability to go undroned and potentially get a kill for his team. An equally similar story for Uno playing in back Arsenal. He got himself 2 kills sat there as well. And Virtus.Pro were just running into a meat grinder, essentially. That is such a stinger, by the way. Honestly, such a stinger. But again, I feel that's the first round that's gone the way that you'd expect based on the work that G2 did earlier in the round.
Great kill from Pasha, that one. You really do expect him to walk down into trouble there, but unfortunately for Virtus.Pro, it just wasn't enough come the end. So we go through the side switch. Virtus.Pro move on to the defense, and they are going to be looking at Church and Arsenal, as Fresh and Fabian said before the day began. Before that first matchup, they did a wonderful illustration section where they looked at this particular site, its potential plant spots, but also spoke about the strength for defenders on this site.
All right, let's see how things set up then. I think we've seen both teams sort of lack on the ability to dig in up here. You're kind of playing the player there with the expectation they are going to lose their life playing up there. Yes, joystick's on side, but it's not this top floor site, so why would you want to commit all your magnets up there? So always really is the one playing in a spot of risk here. They know that he's on catwalk, and now the question for him is, how long are you going to hang around for? Are you willing to play your life, or is the goal to fall back? And by the looks of it, fall back has been the start as he's moved his way up towards the top side here, knowing that G2 Sharks will start circling.
Drone activated.
That's an unfortunate drone throw. Just going to see that disappear. It'll just, the thing is, it's little things like that that can add up. It's another 10 seconds to get that drone into the position that you wanted it. It's, you know, you look at the end of the round, and if it's 10 seconds that they needed, then it is things like that that can add up along the way. Pasha is going to be playing in bar for the time being. So we're a minute into the round, and Virtus.Pro still haven't been forced back to site completely.
Oh yeah, but they are slowly getting themselves chewed back down towards it. You look at the drones in the top left corner of your screen, they are also chewing through those in a very similar fashion to what G2 did back in the first half. Only 4 left on side here, and the final one of those being brought out here by Alamau in the middle of the round. Uno's in a good spot. I was going to say, if he's looking to push down here, I'm feeling nervous that he's trying to go too soon, but it was to just get rid of one of those Goyo canisters deployed by Pasha. Ah, no.
Going to be spotted out there. Information is key, of course. Now, the question is, how can they use it? Uno just looking to move in behind that flash. 1 minute 15 hatches that are still not opened yet. G2 just want to get themselves moving here. Joystick, hold of blue, looking to get aggressive up here. He's just checked the cam. He knows that it's clear. He can move up on the flank. The drone isn't really going to predict that movement potentially. And G2, they could find themselves getting hurt here, Des, without a proper flank watch in place.
Oh, they couldn't. Joystick starting his move. The thing is, he can't now go and play on the hatch inside a stop because I think it's been left closed up. I didn't see. In fact, maybe he has been back over now because Uno's down from 14 to 6 on his ex-Kairos pellets. I think his priority was kitchen, but I saw him skip it in stock, and I was like, it'll take 2 seconds to drop them on there and get it opened up, mate. But for that point, chose to skip past it. Ben just the one to watch, of course, on the Ossa. Those shields are really going to be what they use to try and pull and execute off here, Tim. But we've only got 30 seconds to play, so I hope that plan starts coming together soon.
Yep, they're aware of Joystick's position in there, and it hits the deck, goes prone, tries to avoid that kill coming in. He's going to be ruining the missed shots that he had on Virtue that allows him to come through and pick him up as an entry. 15 seconds left to go, though. It is going to be a problem. It is going to be a rush. G2 find a couple of kills, but unfortunately, Uno picks one of his own up along the way, makes up for it with a double, though. It's all up to Always. Alamau shuts him down, and G2 just go in there with raw gun power and get the round won. It's 4-3, and this bit's every bit as close as we had hoped.
Imagine if they'd lost that off the back of Doki not being inside of sight anymore. He was challenging onto Minibar, but Uno rounds the corner in blue and gets the team kill across, and I was like, no! We spoke about this a couple of weeks ago, I think, actually, how at this level of play, we've seen some interesting team kills over the years because pros will just hold an angle. If that pixel changes color, they're shooting. And in that case, Uno's rounded the corner, target acquisition, looks like an operator, kill operator. And unfortunately, it was a teammate, but they get it over the finish line. As you say, Tim, more than made up for it with those couple of kills that came on through. Good start, at least in the first attacking round from G2, even with Virtus.Pro wasting a good bit of their time. Like I say, 2 halves to a game of Siege, Tim. This could be far closer than we anticipate.
Yeah, Uno's having a decent day so far, not too bad at all for him. A couple of important kills, as you say, in that one, so I think the team kill can well be forgiven. 4-3 then, as G2 get themselves the successful first attack, and it looks like it is going to be an attacker's day on Clubhouse. Virtus.Pro just struggling to hold on to that one, despite doing good work and burning down a lot of time. You just feel Joystick got himself sort of caught out in the cold a little bit there. He did have the Wamai magnet in, but it didn't stop him getting flashed. Just made it almost impossible for him to make that challenge and give G2 the in that they were looking for. So We go into round 8 this time, and we're going to be heading up to the top floor for G2 to try another attack.
Really interesting comp coming out from them overall, I think, here. You know, we saw a lot of thermite and core from Shepard back in that first half to look at getting these big double walls opened up on the external side of things. Here, though, it's a Maverick because they don't want to deal with the electrification coming out. Didn't want to have to bring a Thatcher, for example. So you got Virtue on side for that one. Doki playing on the, although we say hard breach, it's not really a hard breach supportive role. You know, G2 spoke about this before, that it's more about once your Salmons have been deployed, you are then basically free to go and play entry. And so G2, at least Doki quite early on, will look to make use of those Salmons, get some walls opened up, and then start their march on forward. Of course, conscious again that Cash and CC is going to be a thing. Everyone's eyes, though, I know it's definitely on Uno and Alamau here, Tim, because those smokes in the back pockets, along with that glass, is the win condition.
Just looking to clear off the electrification from behind the walls there so that the Selma chargers can come out. But this is the problem with using the Maverick holes. The impact nade goes out, clears off the Selma charge, and that's going to allow Dan to keep himself in place with the TCSG up on the catwalk. So G2 not doing a great job so far of really disrupting Virtus.Pro on this. Instead, they're just going to go up main. Doki's looking to get aggressive, has to run through a ton of utility to get himself on into logistics, and it's actually Always that picks up the opener. And right now, it's falling apart. All G2 have is logistics, and Des, it won't be enough.
It won't, no. They have such good steam running in there, but then quite literally ran out of it. Doki ran in there expecting to find a party. It turns out the lights are off and everyone's gone home. And then Virtus.Pro just like, okay, just start killing fools that are running into wars, and 3 of them fall. It had the same kind of pace and hit as Virtus.Pro, but just a little bit more chaotic. And so G2 not quite able to pull off an attack with the same efficacy. Looks like they're going to find themselves falling short in this round.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe G2 were, you know, struggling to get that wall open to CCTV. They didn't have the map control that they wanted, and it was just a pivot to say, look, maybe we can just get aggressive here and get something going. Uno manages to find one, but it's unlikely to be enough. It leaves him 1 versus 4. It's going to have to be an ace clutch to get anything out of this round, and they're playing it smart. He's downed. He can think a boost to pick himself up, but he knows that the game is up as Always runs through. He picks up the final kill. That's going to be Virtus.Pro going 5-3.
Indeed it is. We did see the first start of the first half go 1-on-1 quite early on, then the team really started to run away with it. Virtus.Pro, of course, being that team. I think that one was a bit of a smash and grab Hail Mary from G2. They thought that they knew what was going on, but as you saw, this mad charge in towards Logi, 2-3 players all descending on it, just had absolutely nothing to find. And those that did try and work their way through rotates or in towards site were very quickly picked off and dispatched of. So I want to say a nice attempt, but it wasn't really. Virtus.Pro just looking extremely comfortable in that round, by themselves at 5-3. So G2, they're going to say, well, okay, let's give this another spin. Let's see what we can do here, attacking into the downstairs. We've already found ourselves successful down there once. Why not again?
It's one of those plays that I'm always kind of careful of being critical of, because it didn't work. So it's easy for us. It didn't work, so it's easy for us to say, well, you know, it's a tough part of the game to take that sort of gamble. You know, 2 rounds down, Virtus.Pro are 5-3 up. You know, maybe it's the sort of gamble you take when you're ahead. But equally, if they go in and win the round, then we're talking like the geniuses, and they've seen a gap and they've gone in and smashed it wide open. So, you know, it is what it is. G2, they threw the dice. It didn't work out for them. It's not the end of the world. They move on. They're going to be attacking again here onto base, looking to try and get something going, but Virtus.Pro doing well so far.
Absolutely, and may well continue. Alamau's onto the Monty. It's always a bit of a sign that things aren't looking too great. A few jokes historically across tournaments that when he's getting across onto the Monty, it's a sign that things aren't going well, and has to try and slow things down. At least at this point, it's feeling that way to him. As we said, round 9, well, I've said this so many times, round 9 is one of those critical rounds. You're either up at 6-3 with a mountain to climb, or you've got 5-4 and things still feel incredibly close. So it is a big one for G2 to win. They've done it once already, but there's been a bit of a change in game plan coming out from Virtus.Pro too, in terms of the operators they've brought along.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, Dan is going to be on the Warden, very important operator over the last couple of months. He's sort of grown and grown in importance. Just so valuable against operators banned out here, but like the Ying, you know, anybody bringing any sort of flashes, any sort of smokes, and just trying to create that space for a plant. The Warden really does just prevent that and make it very, very difficult to work through. Going to have Uno opening up the kitchen hatch from the window for the time being, so this is better from from G2. I like this. You know, they more time. Last time they were attacking onto this site, again, it was kind of like the first time Virtus.Pro did. It was very late in the round that they were having to push in. They did win the gunfights, but it is just that risk of not winning them. This time, they're going to be ahead of the clock. Still a minute 30. Hatch has been opened. Good progress.
That's good so far. It's always that drone count that I'm looking at as well, because both teams have been very adept at getting rid of each other's drones pretty early on in the round, to be honest, and leaving them a little bit info-starved, which is maybe why you're also seeing the Monty being brought along here, as it will help with that. Dirt push is abound. Alamau leading the charge. Benja, would you rather have any other player at your back on this push through? Thing is, they've got to try and work their way through. 2 more smoke canisters is one thing to consider, and then get in for one side to be able to execute off the back off. This could be a really excruciating 30 seconds for G2.
Yeah, exactly that. They're literally going to be down to maybe 30, 20 seconds remaining. Alamau has been able to push through that, taking a little bit of damage, but not the end of the world. Flash is going ahead of him again to just try and push his progress forward. It's going to be, like we said, down at about the 30, maybe 25-second remaining mark before Alamau can make any serious progress here. And the rest of G2 are just kind of locked in position, waiting for him to move. And he is still going to come up against the smoke there, pings him out. Going to look to do a bit of damage, anything he can, but Benja picks up the kill. They bounce in either direction, Des. About 20 seconds left to go, 3 versus 2, and this round is going G2's way as Doki wakes up in the round, gets himself a triple, and that is that as Benja finds the final one. Doki has been so quiet all night, but steps up when G2 need him most. Really creates some space, drops a few bodies, and all of a sudden, it's now 5-4.
It has been tough. He's been down at 2 and 8. I think he's been 1 and 3 on entry as well. It's not been his day so far, but when you need him most, Scotsman shows up. Really quite a simple attack as well. We were praising Virtus.Pro for this, the same sort of thing for G2. Coming in through dirt, one player playing on kitchen, drops in at the same time the push comes on through. Defenders are a bit torn on, okay, where the hell should I actually be holding here? And they do so at enough pace that the remaining members of Virtus.Pro sort of have to scramble. You know, 2 players going down inside of the long corridor, 1 coming down and they're pushing through blue, and a lot of that off the back of Doki. If that round had gone how pretty much every other round has gone this game, where Virtus.Pro have really got guns up and are taking your life, you know, 1 for 1 quite consistently, I think that falls apart, but enough work has been done.
We're going to be heading into a really key round here, round 10 in this case. If Virtus.Pro can get this defense locked down of CCTV and Cash, they give themselves breathing space. They've got 2 attempts then to close this one out. But by contrast, they have been, you know, sort of pushing themselves ahead throughout this game. G2 have been chasing it the whole time. You feel like if G2 get this round, it feels like they've finally caught up. They've finally got there. The chance might actually be theirs now that they're on the attack as well. So we'll see just which way this goes, but it feels like a big round for the mental. Shepard takes out the mirror window. Out goes the nitro. It was very close timing, but no, it was too late and it didn't stop the breach.
Now is they keep on playing this game, but you know, Doki's focus here, I don't think so much is getting this breach opened up, at least with the way that he's placing all of these ex-Kairos. It's forced to give a strong line right across where he can see and control everything, and control it he does. Dan is offline. Bit of a blessing that there's no Ying on side here, Tim, because it's been banned away, or they'll be able to chew through this team without the Warden.
It's a good entry for G2. It's exactly what they've been needing. As you said, the stats haven't been great for Doki so far, particularly on the entry. Joystick is in this position again. Already lost his life in blue on a different round, but this time he's going to move himself into lower garage. Surely he's going to be dealt with. They know that he's there. It's Uno to pick him up at range. 5 versus 3. And G2, they've got this game in the palm of the hand almost here. If they can get this one to 5-5, they've got so much momentum now. You feel like they can push on and maybe get themselves that full 3 points. If it goes 5-5, it feels like G2 are the more likely of the 2 to win.
I must say, Pasha is playing such a dangerous game. Uno was watching. He was on the rappel, waiting for one of these windows to get smashed up, and Pasha, I think, clearly must have chose the right window because he wasn't immediately shot at as soon as he stood there. We're hovering back. Oh, in from below as well. Benja, the second pump goes into him, but it's only about 10 points of damage. Nowhere enough to finish him off as strong as they might be. The nades are over the top, and so is Shepard. Sorry, always over the top, but is Shepard finding one back on the other side? 2 left standing here. Tim, a C4 in back pocket. 3 smokes as well. They can hold G2 at bay, but for how long?
G2 have got everything they need. They've got the breach, they've got the garage, they've got the diffuser in hand. They just need to get it into position and put it down behind the server stacks. And they can't give away a cheap kill to Shepard here. And that's almost what happens. We can see a nade just going to be coming in here, making it difficult for him. And that's exactly what the new nades do. They dislodge, they move, they force people into bad positions. Uno takes full advantage of that with a triple in the round. Alamo picks up the last, and G2 level things up at 5-5, and this is game on.
Really shining here as well. Uno, a 3K in round 7. Doki, a 3K in round 9. Uno, a 3K in round 10. Really making themselves be heard and stood up. And this is what I mentioned back in that first half. Losing all those gunfights, sure, it's really working against you. I'll say it again. 2 halves to a game of Siege. You are seeing a very different gameplay out here compared to what we saw in the first. Maybe you'd wager that the attackers consistently have been the stronger part of the two sides, of course. That's what we're seeing. It's the attackers that are coming out on top. But the teams, although they swap sides, it's been a complete and utter turn in fortunes for G2. We could be going, Tim, towards overtime here. And many that I've seen on Twitter predicted an 8-7 for this game. It feels like we're going that way.
Certainly could be. Tactical timeout, of course, coming in for Virtus.Pro here. And not too much of a surprise. It's been a difficult couple of rounds for them. I think one of the problems that they need to address is that they've been unable to hold on to key areas. They were unable to hold on to blue when they were trying to defend on the basement. They were unable to hold on to dirt. That was dealt with well by G2. In that round, they were unable to hold on to garage catwalk. It was, you know, they were there till about 1:10. We see here always being cleared out. They were unable to keep the breach. You know, that was dealt with very well by G2. Red stairs by the end of it. Shepard was forced out and Alamo was able to walk up there. So Virtus.Pro, they need to, whether it's by utility, whether it's by winning gunfights, whether it's by flooding it with, you know, manpower, whatever it is, they need to identify these key areas and do a better job of holding on to them. You know, if they're trying to hold on to garage catwalk, they had joystick down in lounge and down in lower garage, and he was a little bit over aggressive maybe. He lost his position, and that then allowed the push on to always. They need to be keeping hold of that ground.
A rehost coming in here, so a couple of minutes to get ourselves back into things and set up. Not really much longer than that. It's a good point to pause though, because as you say, Tim, at 5-5, it's been that back and forth pull. We don't know which way this can close out. You can assume that G2 will be the one with the advantage going into these last 2 rounds of regulation, given they are on that attacking side, but we've seen both teams really fight at different points and get different outcomes.
I'm not sure how much the tech pause here is going to help or hinder G2. You feel like, I mean, they've plenty of, you know, they know what it's all about. It's not going to affect them too much, but they've just had so much momentum over those last few rounds. They've got 3 in a row nearly. You know, they are starting to find their feet and to really move forward. Uno particularly going fantastically well at the minute, and you just don't know, this little bit of a pause, you know, we've spoke about it many times, players get in their heads. I suppose it, you know, they've got to keep a positive outlook of, you know, this is giving us breathing space, we can come back in here and win these, but yeah, you just don't know who it's going to impact more sometimes.
Absolutely. I mean, imagine with the momentum on their side, I'm with you, it probably affects them more than anything else. Of course, you can't talk during these tac timeouts. It's only during technical timeouts you can't talk. It's during tac timeouts that you can. You may well see sometimes teams call a tech timeout immediately off the bat. Oh, honestly, a tac timeout off the back of a tech. This is too close to words.
Tac. It's all the same, Des. It's all the same.
Let's talk tic-tacs and tac-tecs, yeah, the whole way through. But again, sometimes you teams call that in, but you're not going to see that here. We've just seen, of course, Virtus.Pro have that opportunity to have that conversation about how they get this one over the line. I just think looking at it, you know, again, standings, looking back at, as we spoke about earlier on, Virtus.Pro are down there at the bottom right now. They're tied on 1 point with Wylde. This for them, if they can get it over the finish line, pick up all 3 points, does put them straight into the mid-table. Tied on points with Fanatic, who of course we're going to see play as well at some point too. Yeah, Ents and then Wylde will be the 2 teams left right down at the bottom of things, and it becomes a bit of a scrap here. Like, I think the guys in the desk were seeing BDS are way ahead of the pack. Then you've got like 4 teams all sat on 4 to 6 points that are still very capable of fighting for that second spot, even if BDS, it does feel, is charging off into the sunset.
This is it, you know, there's still plenty to fight for inside of EUL, but they can't leave it much longer. You know, they've had the wobbly start, they've had the 3 play days. These are the games that they now need to start winning. If we look at the matches going forward for Virtus.Pro, G2 today, ITB, ENCE, you know, they're going to be looking at an opportunity here. If they can get something against G2, they'll look at ITB and ENCE and think they're teams that are, you know, potentially fighting for that mid-table with us, ITB particularly. You know, this could be a really important sort of 6 or 9 points across the next few games before they have to face off against BDS. So yeah, for me, it's really essential that Virtus.Pro come out and finish the job here. They've had their opportunity. They've been ahead of things for the majority. Let's not forget they were 4-1 up at a point. And G2 have reeled them back in from that. And there's no two ways about it. Virtus.Pro come away from here with nothing. They're going to be kicking themselves.
You saw as well, Tim, but just as our game got underway, all of the new R6 share skins came out, and all of the seems so far as everyone goes absolutely balmy for them.
There's some beauties, that much is for sure. Definitely worth a look over. They're the ones that, if you're not familiar with them, the teams are able to like design and design their own gun skins, uniforms, and it gets released in the game. And obviously, you know, some of the proceeds then go back to the teams. So yeah, they always, you know, there's always some absolute bangers in there. So it's definitely worth a look.
G2's I think is like, it's one of my favorites, definitely. They're like Fanatic, of course, it's great to see them back in there with the skin as well, but G2's is like this kind of pinky purple, blue, sort of like turquoisey, like samurai dragon sort of vibe skin. It's absolutely gorgeous.
We are, of course, just in a technical timeout at the minute, just undergoing a little bit of a rehost. I think it was one of the G2 players that maybe had an issue. I think I caught that in the old chat just before we left the game. So we'll be getting that sorted out. It looks to me like Virtue's just shaping up there. I think the players look like they're getting themselves back into position and back ready to go. So my guess would be that we're not going to be too far away from getting back underway.
Well, Tim, you know what? We can talk about this game to death, or we can go off topic and do what we do in Japan and have a little bit of a mini podcast on the go. What do you want to talk about? I'll pick the last few topics. What did we go through last time? It was about like bakery goods.
It always ends up at food with us, to be honest, Des.
I haven't had dinner yet, and that's what I'm now thinking. Food is on the mind.
Well, I've got a number of options for food afterwards. I've got some leftover pizza, which is definitely in with a shout. I've also got some crispy shredded beef in a spicy sauce with some rice that's in with a shout as well. So yeah, it's
leaning that. Which one out of those two? Which one's taking your fancy right now?
I'm thinking, because there's not a huge volume of either, I could well eat both.
That's a lot for a little man, Tim.
I know. You'd be surprised at the number of calories I pack away in a day.
The big question that comes out of this now is, where's the pizza from?
It's the takeaway pizza.
Yeah, which one? The other brands are available. That goodness.
I'm not going to dox myself by releasing my local takeaways.
That puts it down. I don't know. See, I have this debate all the time, like about where the best pizza is to source, at least in the UK. But if it's a local one, then I'm suddenly quite concerned for your health, to be honest. They never really seem to be in the...
They're good. They'll be good. Don't you worry. It's good stuff. I mean, to be fair, I am a big fan of a homemade pizza as well. I've not done it for a little while, but I do like to make my own pizza, do the dough and everything. It's a little bit of a time sink because your dough takes a couple of hours to rise and everything else, but they are really, really good. I've done my own stuffed crust as well, and I tell you, one of my real key tricks for pizza is always make your own tomato sauce base. Don't just use tomato puree. Make it, if you have a look online, you'll find a few recipes. It just needs a few things added. And usually I'll do a tomato puree, I'll add a bit of water, thin it out, some garlic, onion, a couple of bits like that. Makes it absolutely banging. But sometimes I'll substitute out the tomato sauce and I'll just use chili instead. So I'll make a chili and I'll use that as the base, and then I'll put like my toppings, pepperoni, a little bit of chicken, a little bit of cheese and stuff. It's brilliant, Des. Honestly, it's the future.
Sounds like a chili pizza invented in the north, mate.
It's serious stuff. Chili pizza. It's fantastic.
I'm not buying it, but I'm willing to let you give it a go at some point. Then I'll give it a go, and if I drop dead right in front of you, then you know it's a bad idea.
You'll love it. It'll blow your mind.
will see about that, Tim. We will see. However, we are back into things. Round 11 is underway. Up to Cash and CC if you're just joining in. Hello, welcome back to the game. This one, of course, we saw sit pretty strong towards Virtus.Pro in the first half. 4 and 2 could have been far more decisive. G2 have swung things all the way back to a point that we're guaranteed to see all 12 rounds of regulation. And who wins this one? Well, so far the attackers have been doing pretty darn well. So if you're really a betting person, you'd be saying G2. But Virtus.Pro, after a little bit of a tech timeout, oh my god, again, a tech timeout, may well have broken that morale a little bit, slowed G2 down, removed some of that pace, and you could see them come back with a bit of a vengeance here.
Just seen Doki opening up the breach from serious range there. Not going to be taking any risks, careful of any potential peaks. And then we'll be getting up on to the rappel to watch on in. Doki did manage to get the entry from this position last time around. Is going to recognize the drone hole being held. Just scoots over there, very clever hiding of the drone behind the pile of debris there, and just going to look to open that breach up even further. So G2, again, good whirly work being undertaken. They're going to be straight into construction here, Des. This could be an aggressive one from them.
The problem is they've got to deal with that mirror window set about, which will really impede the construction side push. Also got Dan sitting close, C4 in pocket, ready and waiting. So now the question kind of goes back to G2. Ball's in their court. What are you going to do? And given they've got a Thermite on side, we saw a bit of a crazy one of the Ace and the Maverick early to try and get things opened up when attacking Gym and Bedroom. But at least here, bringing along the Thermite, making things easy to get these 4 walls opened up, might really start to unlock things. And Dan, who was on the ward and pinned inside a cache, has been caught out by Benja from inside a construction.
Yeah, it's a good early pickup, but it's the mirror window at the top of red that is going to continue causing problems for the time being. It's going to prevent that push coming in through cache. They don't have the breach as a walkable breach. They don't have garage control just yet either. So still a bit of work for G2 to do here. I don't think there's anybody. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not sure if there's anybody from Virtus.Pro on catwalk, but always is there. And he can challenge from there onto construction. Pasha picking up Benja in a big kill as well.
I was going to say, Benja can really try and risk it here to get it. There's no one playing on the west side of sites. No one can shoot this off the wall. However, there's someone playing below that shot it off instead, Tim. And Pasha, at the exact moment that Benja has swung, has domed him. Pasha, by the way, 14 and 5 so far in this game as a result of that kill.
Pasha's actually done a great job there of just absorbing all that utility. Those smoke canisters are gone, and they've gained absolutely nothing from it of G2 because the smoke, the toxic smoke went out from Pasha to prevent the push forward. Joystick finds Doki out underneath, retakes Lounge, knows there's another coming but cannot find the kill. Alamau on the book manages to pick him up. 24 seconds left to go. G2 need to move.
It's a crucial thing. They didn't realize that they had Joystick playing downstairs and trying to deny from below. And now they're secured that. Alamau can pressure up red. He's got flashbangs in hand. So suddenly Pasha isn't so invincible. But I think Alamau just full flashed himself. They smoke the stairs. They hold on. And Tim, there's no time. Alamau's moving up, but he's inside of the smoke and he's gone. Virtus.Pro claim that second critical defensive round they need. And they've got G2 on the ropes.
The relocation by Always there was key. Just giving that backup to Pasha. And he picked up 2 kills at the end of the round that really helped Virtus.Pro get it done. G2 just running out of options, and if you remember, a minute and a half before that, Des had said the mirror position at the top of red is the problem for G2, and this time they had no answers because CCTV breach was not opened because all they're doing is using lines of sight on there. There's no opportunity for somebody to peek in and pressure red. They didn't have garage. Normally you get catwalk, you can play on the garage window, get a line of sight down red. A number of things that they could do to prevent Pasha playing in that position. They chose not to. They didn't have an Ash, they didn't have a Carly, they didn't have either of those drilling gadgets that could have shattered the mirror window. So Pasha was able to remain in that power position, and he played it beautifully. When the smokes came out, he sent his toxic canisters into position to prevent them being able to push at that moment. He sprayed fire through the other smoke to hopefully catch anybody who did try to push in, and it was just really well played from Pasha, from Virtus.Pro as a whole, because the setup was great and G2 didn't do anything to break it down.
Right, we find ourselves here again, defending upon this top floor, but it's Gym and Bedroom this time around. The extension out towards Cash and CC we've spoken about a few times now. And a good read coming in from G2, acknowledging that electrification may be on side again, so it's still keeping hold of the Maverick, and they've got the Ace on side, and Tim, Look at the Thermite. That was missing the last time they attacked on this site, but acknowledging the Thermite very, very effective when it comes around to these non-electrified walls. Loki's going to do enough here to get this one opened up, at least on the right-hand side, and wall will be fully opened up. So pressure already being exerted here, and it's 30 seconds onto that extension coming out from Virtus.Pro. I mean, the G2 are making good pace.
Yeah, that's much better. Just, again, makes it more difficult for them to stay in that position. G2 can now start using the windows a little bit because they know that Virtus.Pro are not playing inside of CCTV. Always is going to be forced back here. I think the call has been made there. Pressure is mounting. Logi's been open. Construction wall is next. So Always takes his opportunity to dip back. I think it's a good choice not to give his life away in that position, but at the same time, it is very, very quick for Virtus.Pro to drop back.
Something being opened up. I've done this a couple of times. You saw it last time around. I think it was Virtue on the Maverick previously who used it more to kind of pivot and put a bit of threat down. There's always that constant worry as the attackers, the defenders. Is there someone outside of there? Can they pressure in through? This time around at least fully opened up as well, so they have that as an avenue to get themselves inside of construction. Probably don't want to go blind bolting in there just yet. Want to make sure that at least the rest of their team has moved on forward and secure construction and that no one can pressure them from inside of Logi too.
Again, Doki just trying to pressure construction, just concerned about kitchen window here. I don't think there's anybody down there that's going to be pressuring him, but maybe just a little bit of information, a little bit of sound that's just causing him some concern. As I said, they can use the windows now that CCTV wall is open. That's what they're going to do. It would be a big risk for Virtus.Pro to push in there and try to take Benja out of this position. So not one they're going to be taking for the time being, but time has been a factor over the last couple of rounds for G2, and it seems to be continuing here, Des. Down to 45 seconds. They've still got Shepard in the middle of bedroom. Alamo, however, manages to find Dan, but joystick Shepard, that position that wasn't cleared, leaves us 3 versus 3.
At this point, they've got to make something happen. G2 is down to Doki and Benja to clutch out big time. Otherwise, they win in regulation. That's what they need. A killer piece as well. The two boys have done it. Always to hold. He's got the right idea. He can see these icons going off. That's information for him to know where G2 have pushed him from. Right idea. Red pin is coming on through. He's in behind. Always has found one. And Doki's got 15 seconds to make this work. Will he get away with it? Always rounding in his knees to head. G2 are going to fall at the hands of Virtus.Pro.
Always in a 1 versus 2 there. Comes in clutch for Virtus.Pro. He had a slow start to the game, but through that second half, he had some critical moments, and that could be a critical 3 points for Virtus.Pro.
Whew. I mean, there was expectations this might prove to be a little, maybe not by the desk, but proven to be a little bit of a banger. And it's proven to go that way, but maybe not the way that most people would have predicted. Virtus.Pro, as we said, looks a bit shaky as things kind of warmed into it, Tim. But G2 are now themselves going to be asking questions. They're sat in the middle of the pack after this play day. It's going to be a real war to fight for that second spot, and that's not what anyone expected, given their performance at SI.
Some people backed Virtus.Pro, Des. Some people suggested... Some person suggested that there could be a performance coming out of Virtus.Pro, and there it was. Not to be fair, joking aside, like Virtus.Pro dealt with a couple of the issues that they'd had. The time factor particularly, in a number of their attacks, they were aggressive, they were decisive, and they got in and got the job done. And they deserve the credit for that because it was a good performance.
Well, I'm sure there's going to be a lot to say on the desk about this one, so let's go over to Anne and the guys to break it down.
Thank you so much. Virtus.Pro picking up some much needed points in regulation as well. They must be feeling really happy about themselves.
They should be happy because they picked themselves up immensely. Like, we've been complaining so much about them in the pre-desk and like, can they come back from this? And if there was any team that would come back with it and show that they have the basics back on track, it's Virtus.Pro.
And I do just want to set something straight. Some of us did say that we thought G2 might win, but we said VP will come back quickly. This was a team that was never going to be down for long. So is it a surprise that VP win? No. Win against G2? No, not really. I think this is, when VP are on it, they are very clearly a top team in the world. They were top 3 at 6 Invitational, right? It was only a case of when are VP going to fix their mistakes rather than if VP are going to fix their mistakes.
And I think we saw both teams getting to the level what we kind of expected of them today. Like, this is the level we are expecting of Virtus.Pro every game. And, well, maybe G2 is still falling a bit short, but we were seeing some wonky combination of operators, but it fits their style. So maybe you question it at home, but it's more of their play style than anything else.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because...
Oryx on a gym defense,
okay, well,
Solace is open and
I'm not going to defend that.
No? Okay.
Mostly in attacks.
Glass?
Yeah, because that's the sort of team that G2 is. They will be able to flex around operators. They will be able to kind of pull a plan out they have just made for themselves that, okay, we're going to try this, and then they go execute it. And I think that a bad plan executed as 5 players is much better than a good plan executed alone.
I'm just hearing a lot of excuses. What about this plan that was executed? Was that a bad plan executed badly?
Yes, it was a bad...
Huge clutch, by the way, from
Yeah,
the
wow.
To the fact, the fact that you said they get that clutch done, they get it done in regulation, means, one, that they get 3 points, but it also means that a direct rival for those top 4 slots in G2 don't get any points.
Yeah.
The round goes the other way, it's overtime, maybe they win, maybe they don't. 3 points is massive.
It's absolutely incredible.
We look at the round path as well, or the round history for this matchup as well. Virtus.Pro having a great start on their own attacks. Virtus.Pro sometimes can be really slow, which really cost them on their attack specifically, but being on Clubhouse helped them a lot with that.
I think the map really played into their favor, because we saw what they were doing. They were doing a lot of direct stuff where those mistakes that they've been committing earlier, they aren't allowed to happen because simply they can't. So they didn't allow any mistakes. And it punished G2 massively because, again, you said they played wonky operators in defense. You're kind of right.
I was kind of right. Wonky operators, and I think a little bit of wonky approach from G2 as well, really allowing Virtus.Pro. We're not used to seeing G2 allow teams set up and execute, whereas G2 actually allowed Virtus.Pro to set up and execute when Virtus.Pro were on the attack. And I don't think G2 get it wrong strategically a lot. I think maybe they will look back at this and go, we should have tried to really unsettle Virtus.Pro earlier on in the round because of the issues they'd already been making and try and compound that.
But that could also come from them expecting Virtus.Pro to struggle the way they have been previously in this stage. So it's like they let them execute because they've seen that they're making so many mistakes in their executes. Just take that. We had it on the Telestrator, the one round where they're attacking meeting and they're doing everything wrong. Well, if you go up and do that against G2, they'll punish you even harder probably.
Yeah.
And they thought that maybe that's the way we can win this game, by letting Virtus.Pro execute. We'll punish all their mistakes because they're making a ton of them. Only Virtus.Pro didn't make any mistakes this time.
That's my question though as well. We saw Virtus.Pro make way less mistakes than they did before. Is it too early to say that Virtus.Pro is back, or is this something that could happen in future games as well?
I think where I'm leaning to, I don't know if you're leaning to it, is that the last 2 games of Virtus.Pro were a blip. And I think
I agree.
Because this roster has been so stable for such a long amount of time, that if you look at that over a big, long period, 2 games is a drop in the ocean for this roster. Sure, in this season, it seems like a bigger issue. But yeah, I think I would say Virtus.Pro are back.
Yeah, I think definitely that they're back on track. As you said, a blip in the ocean, that's it. We're going to see much better from them from now on.
Well, 2 players that are specifically back as well. We talked about Pasha and Always in the pre-show, saying, okay, these 2 players really need to step up. They've definitely done that today.
Yeah, it's funny when you pick out 2 players and they really need to step up. And then what do? They have a massive performance from both of them. I mean, Pasha going plus 10 is incredible. And then we see Always with that last round clutch, 1-on-2. Wow, it's just that stuff that you need, When you're having these rough games, not only would this bring confidence in them from themselves, it also brings confidence to the rest of the team, seeing that now everybody's able to take a step up and prove to us that, hey, we are one of the best teams in the world.
Do you know what I love about working with you, Fabian? Is you say the things that I'm going to say, and I probably do it to you as well.
You do it all the time.
Confidence is the huge
so annoying.
word. It's really annoying, isn't it? Confidence is a huge word, especially for Always.
Yeah.
Because he's looked a little bit down and out so far this stage. He's looked a little bit low on confidence. That 1v2 at the end will really, I think, for him, personally, ignite his season.
Fabian, at least you can't see what Fresh has to say prior to the games because you blocked him.
Yeah, this is what he gets. He was rude and not very kind.
I wasn't rude. I just wouldn't retweet something you wanted me to retweet.
Yeah, that was very rude of you.
Right, okay.
Okay, well, after this close game, I think we need a bit of a break. So there's 2 things that you can do right now. You can grab yourself a few drinks and snacks. I'm going to try my very best not to mispronounce it this time. Something you can also do is have a look at the new skins that got released as well. I mean, that maybe was a part of why this whole blocking thing got over on
don't ask us our
Twitter.
favorite skins.
Yeah, my favorite skin, PSG Tal ones. You should buy it. I've said it makes you a world champion, like just by association to me and Penguin. So yeah, you'll be an SI champion if you get it.
I'll take it. It's probably closest I can become to being a SI world champion.
You're now an SI champion.
I'm not part of this. I'm just
you would
stand
never
back.
win an SI champion no matter how much you tried.
We said 7 new skins, but that of course also concludes our game right here and right now. After a break, we have our semi-French derby coming up, and we'll enlighten you to everything that you need to know of that after a break.
early years in the Boy Scouts and the United States Navy SEAL Cadet Corps, Blue Angel Squadron, solidified his desire to serve his country and see the world.
Okay, so he's from USA. I don't know. I will say Blackbeards. Yay! Wait, it's actually correct.
I was thinking Blackbeard too.
Wanting to use his talents and demonstrate pride for his country, he chose to join the ROK Navy. He later earned a berth in the ROK and UDT SEALs with a knack for radar systems and stealth technology.
The stealth systems kind of makes me think it should be Nook for this one.
He is uncomfortable with me recording our conversations, and that's a notification on my phone revealed our meeting time.
I'll go with Castle, final answer, but I'm not super confident.
I will say 0. Oh.
Eventually released into the care of his older brother, the two of them were absent from official records for several years until Faisal's unsolved murder once again left Al-Hassar without a home.
I will guess kites. Okay.
The more time passes and it remains unsolved, the more frustration grows. I detect guilt in the way he phrases certain things, but when I pointed out to him, he disagrees.
I will guess, I don't know, Flores. Okay. Good luck.
Let's go with Fenrir.
Jackal. Okay. Insisted on helping with the ship navigation and repairs, and discovered his sense of freedom through wakeboarding. A desire to be unmoored that could only be satisfied by leaving his home.
I'm instantly going with Mozzie.
Reading performance reports on his time in the DAE, I was fascinated by his repeated insistence that resources always be put aside to contain hostile activity and ensure residential areas and civilians.
I'll go with Maestro.
I'm gonna say Tubarão. I just read Marines and I just said article about like Tubarão. It's some lucky guesses, I'm trying to connect the dots, you know, who can be, and that's basically it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be studying every night. Nella's obviously been doing that already.
Hey guys, it's Shinka from Wolf, and we are playing a new team.
Come closer. I dare you.
I don't know who's saying that. Come closer. Maybe Carrera? I don't know. Maybe. Ah, Clash. Okay.
Average person's heartbeat.
Heartbeat? Maybe Pulse? Yeah.
LMG mounted and loaded.
Tachanka? Yeah, the Lord.
10 kilometers of internal wiring.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I would just say, let's say Bandit. Let's say Bandit. Twitch,
I knew this guy once. I broke his drone.
Wait, maybe Mozzie or Solis, but let's say Solis. Ying. Oh. He's talking about drones. Thanks for watching, guys, and see you on the stream.
It is time for our French derby, or maybe not so much of a French derby anymore because BDS have been changing some players out left, right, and center. But starting to talk about BDS, of course, today, a roster that is really impressed us as well. We'll pull up the players on your screen if you weren't already familiar with them to start out with. These players have been absolutely doing a phenomenal job. And if we're looking at the ratings here as well, something that's really funny that stood out to me, Shaiko is actually the lowest rated player on this team.
Wow. Can you guys imagine that? Like Shaiko, the lowest rated player? That makes absolutely no sense, but at the same time, it makes so much sense. And it's not because Shaiko is any worse than he was. Shaiko's been one of the best players in the world for a very long time. But now he's surrounded by, well, 4 other players that are also some of the best players in the world. I mean, if I could pick a top 10 of all players right now, probably all 5 of them would fit in there.
This is such a complete team. And are the other 5 players playing for Furia by any chance?
Yeah, that's probably it.
They are such a complete team, and I think they know that. And I think what it is in Siege at the minute, there's a lot of players and teams that want to be as flexible as possible. These guys aren't necessarily that, right? If you look at Brede, he's never going to go and frag out all of the time. If you look at Shaiko, he's never going to be a support player. They've got the right people in the right roles in the team that makes sense compositionally as well, and they're just running through it.
But they do have that flexibility in their team.
They do have flexibility as well.
Yeah.
But in their own roles, they're specialists and they excel.
Yeah, they're like the #1 in Europe on all their own individual roles, but then they have the flexibility to play.
They would be top 5 in Europe on any other role as well, which helps.
Something that we have been doing a lot over the last few weeks is making up new words. And with how BDS have been performing, we felt like it was needed to add a new word to our dictionary of the Europe League. And that word is getting BDS. Now, Fresh, you'd please like to explain what that means.
Yeah, this is Fabian's word, but I'm just going to say it. So it's to destroy an obstacle in your path with the utmost ease, irrespective of the surroundings or approach that the opponent might take. Basically, whenever BDS win, we say the team or the opponent that they're against just got completely BDS, Fabian.
Yeah, you don't want to be taking a BDSing, that's for sure, because you just don't stand a chance against them. And I love watching teams like this because not only are they so mechanically sound and like they actually have the basics down on top of that, but they also have the theoretical depth. They are super smart. They have players who are all working to it. Like we've spoken to Likeyfact, and in the interviews, he's told us how much Uses and Solotov have brought with them from the old M&M team and the way that they played some of the maps. Like look at Chalet, how BDS played that map. It's all from M&M.
Chalet and Border as well. They've played Chalet and Border.
Yeah, all maps that they liked in M&M, and now all of a sudden it's BDS map pool, and I'm seeing like 9 map pool from a team with best gunners and incredible minds. There's just no end to it.
It's nice to see that influence, but of course we have to talk about their opponents as well, because from Wolves, over the recent history, we've seen some positive things. We've seen them, of course, improve on their attacks. It's looking a little bit better.
It's looking a little better, but that Achilles heel that we talk about, there's 2 players that really excel and the other 3 that don't statistically. Looks like it's biting them as well. You know, obviously they've struggled with their attacks. They improved them yesterday. They looked good. They've, you know, accumulated enough points to still be in the race for the top 4. But I think but for Mowgli and Deadshot, Wolves might well be struggling because their individuality has brought them through in some rounds and some games as well. I think yesterday when their attacks improved, the result was that the attacks were improved. It was 3-3 on the attacks, but who was pivotal to that? Particularly Mowgli, but also Deadshot as well.
And the thing is, I'm even questioning if they actually have improved their attacks. The only thing I really saw from them was that they weren't making mistakes, which in turn, because they didn't make those mistakes, allowed both Mowgli and Deadshot to perform individually mechanically, and that's the reason they won the rounds.
Now, to say that this matchup has happened a few times would be under appreciating of how much it has actually happened, but if we look at the history between these 2 teams, it has gone in favor of BDS a lot of the times.
Yeah, Wolves fans look away right now because if we go all the way back to the Charlotte Major 2022, that was when Mowgli was a rookie, by the way, when he joined them for that stage. They've never beaten BDS. Never. Best of 1s, best of 3, different competitions inside Tier 1 play. They've never beaten them.
They've been getting BDS'd.
They've been getting BDS'd.
They've been getting BDS'd.
Before that was a thing.
And with the new team, I think they're going to be BDS'd even harder.
Oh, dear.
That is difficult, but it plays in the back of the mind of these players as well, right? And even further before we got to this point, because we have an interview, we have a clip that we did of an interview with Bibu, where he even mentioned this prior to this matchup, like, oh, it is something that continuously plays in the back of our mind. So if we could have a look at that clip to see what Bibu had to say about that matchup, that'd be amazing.
Sometimes we have some rivalry with certain teams like BDS. Now they change some players, but maybe maybe it will break the curse for us. But you know, we just want to play everyone. Everyone is very good, so we'll do our best to win as much game as we can.
Always being so polite, always being so friendly, wanting to play every team, but this one's got to play in the back of their mind.
Yeah, I mean, Beeb was one of the best interviews we have. And not only that, but you were talking about, oh, it might play onto Wolf's mind. It will also play onto BDS's mind. Because if BDS starts to lose rounds, and maybe lose 1 or 2 or 3 in a row, it's like, oh, we're not supposed to lose to these guys. What are we doing? I don't think they will.
I was about to say, BDS losing 3 rounds in a row.
But you see the point, right?
Yeah.
If they do, it's one of those things that can creep up into your mind. It's like, we shouldn't be losing to them. Why are we? And then you get frustrated. And that would maybe lead you to lose the game. But then again, that's just speculations on a level where we need to find a reason for it.
And it's
right?
one thing that we have to speculate about all the time. And it affects so much that you can never see in an external form. But the mentals of players and teams affect so much how they play.
Yeah.
The fact that this will be in all of these players' minds, maybe apart from the new guys, will be a key factor in this game.
Now I'm thinking there's only one map that has a hint to the French, right? It's Consort with the French flag, I think, on the main door.
Sure.
Yeah, it's in
Chalet's in France now as well.
Is it?
Is Chalet? Surely. Chalet is a French word. No?
Am
I just making that up?
It would be the perfect battleground, I guess, then for these two teams. But let's see where it actually is heading to. What map will be selected for this matchup? It is Skyscraper. How are we feeling about that one?
So both teams love this map. It's first and foremost, it's Wolves' #1 map preference. So if you're a Wolves fan, this is a map that they love to go to. The bad news for Wolves fan is it's also a map that BDS love to go to as well. So for both teams, it's a battleground they've actually never gone on in Tier 1 before, but both of them, by preference, love it.
Yeah, and if you look at the playstyle of the map, I don't know if you guys remember Alphama showing the 2 or 3 splits up of the map in SI. That really fits into BDS's playstyle. So for their fragging ability to step onto this map, I genuinely don't think it matters for BDS starting an attack, because I think that they just have it to just run it over.
Do you know what's crazy? 2 of the best Skyscraper teams over the last 12, 18 months, BDS and M&M. This current BDS has got the best of both worlds in one team. So I'm expecting them to get even better on this map.
All right, we have our game almost ready. It's time to bring back our casters for this game as well. We welcome back Ace and Dez. Guys, how are you feeling about this game? Any predictions maybe as well?
BDS rollover. They'll absolutely stomp Wolves, I think.
I think BDS are just terrifying at the minute. It doesn't matter who you are. 7-3, 7-2, 7-1. Fresh pointed it out on Twitter earlier. Surely the trend is 7-0. But yeah, it's going to be a tough one for Wolves. But a great map for it.
Did you get enlightened into our new word that we have added to our dictionary, the BDS? Do you think that's going to happen today?
There could be a BDS in on the cards, I think.
We'll see whether there is a BDSing on the cards. We have a Skyscraper up ahead with Wolves and BDS.
Thank you very much, Anne. And one of my favourite maps, Tim. Ecstatic to see, I'll say it, the best team in the world going to Skyscraper. One of their go-to maps. Is going to be an absolute delight to see them, dare I say, feasting on the carcass of Wolves here. At least that's the assumption. You can never really count Wolves out as the problem. You know, we've seen them put on some really good performances of their own. Yes, things kind of go up and down sometimes for them, but in a classic French versus French showdown, it's never quite guaranteed what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I watched Wolves yesterday against Fanatic, and they did look improved. They'd obviously, you know, BB said in the interview afterwards that they'd worked on Consulate, they'd recognised the areas of weakness and they'd dealt with them. You know, so there's obviously a lot of work going on in the background, which we expect from all of these teams. But yeah, it might not be as straightforward as previous results suggest. But I think I'm really, as soon as I saw Skyscraper picked, I thought, yes, we haven't got a map that one of them kind of doesn't play, or, you know, nobody's won this in the map ban phase. They're both coming out onto a map that they are great on and that they enjoy. So for me, it's perfect. Right, no excuses now. Go and play your best game and let's just have an absolute brawl between these two. That's what I'm hoping for. Whether BDS allow that or not is going to be another matter, I think.
And of all the teams that have played 3 games so far here in the EU League, it's taken BDS the fewest rounds to do it. And that in itself doesn't sound too crazy. But what does sound crazy is when you add the additional detail that they have started on attack in every single game they have played, this one included. Their attacking win rate right now is up at over 70%. They are rocking their way through 13 of 18 attacking rounds won. They've only played 9 defensive rounds, Tim, and they've won 8 of them. This is the true definition of domination when a team can attack like this. If you think back to G2 when they were playing at SI, Doki was saying Yeah, all these teams that are moaning about attacking and saying, oh, it's been decided game right now, is like the teams that are able to attack well, and it was 3 or 4 teams that had above 50% as an attacking win rate. It's like these are the ones who have just managed to figure the meta out better than all others. And at least so far, going by the numbers, G2 have done more than just figure it out. They've really made it their own. So even with Wolves maybe feeling a little comfortable, they get to start on defense here. I'd be slightly terrified because BDS are like a steam train and they are coming at pace.
I mean, you know, it's difficult not to come in and kind of, you know, wax lyrical about BDS at the minute. You know, they were just, again, you know, I watched all the games last night, of course, and BDS against RTB, they were just another class. You know, they were just another level above even the performances they put in.
You know what really says it? When RTB's coach, Cameron Kenny, came out and said, we did get absolutely stomped, but I'm actually happy. He's like, we fixed all the issues we had in our previous games. We've seen the improvement. BDS are just a world-class team. Now, in what world do you get absolutely rolled by a team and go, I'm happy with that?
Yeah. It's because we got around there.
Just happy to have something on the board is the way I'm looking at it there for sure. Either way, let's see how round 1 plays out. It's going to be, by the looks of it, a full map clear coming out for BDS, starting things out over here towards the east side, inside of Exhibition and Office, clearing across through Drum, through Shrine, and then in towards Karaoke and T.
Yeah, the battleground is going to be around Shrine, Terrace and Drum to try and prevent this push. That's the sort of space that Wolves are going to have to hold on to. They've actually given up Office and Exhibition quite easily here. They've not positioned anybody out there. There's no roamers that have extended that far. It's all going to be about that area that I spoke about before. We can already see Leakerfact putting a little bit of pressure on through Dragon. He's cleared out some of the utility. BDS are moving really quickly here. There's a minute 10 in. They've got themselves established inside of the map. They're starting to open up the angles. They're forcing Wolves even deeper back into sight. Wolves, I'm not too sure that you can hold on for 3 minutes inside of sight. They do have a player underneath that could be a key component, and it is Mowgli.
He is. I mean, we saw this from G2 in the previous game earlier, right? When it was Doki the one kind of ratting off around the map on the Valkyrie sometimes, trying to cause a bit of bother, but always seemed to have his number painted on the wall. Always looking out by the other side, and just like that, Shaiko, he knows that he's there. He knows that he's down as well. Won't be able to finish him off here, as of course, Mowgli's not going to be able to pop his head back up again. But that's one risk here that Wolves will have to decide on. Do we go and try and get our Roma back up? Sure enough, Deadshot is there, wary that he might get swung on at a moment's notice. Look how scared they are, but no one's even there.
And this is one of the key, you know, facets of BDS's game. People, I think, are becoming a little bit scared of them. You know, they're getting into the server and they just think that they're everywhere. They know that frags can come from anywhere. Deadshot is going to level things up, taking Solotov down with a Nitro. That Mowgli revival could prove to be a huge factor in this round 4 versus 3, though, as Shaiko manages to take down Shinka. And this is the problem with BDS. Frags can come from anywhere. Leakerfact manages to find one before being shut down by Deadshot. He's all that they've got last. He's the last hope of Wolves in round 1. Uses it is to cut him down on the drum stairs. And that's BDS just cruising through round 1, to be honest.
Yeah, cruising's the word that I would give. And even off the back of taking out the majority of the drones, you know, it's a trend across these last 2 maps, really. Wolves did do a really good job of denying the information game away, of trying to cause a little bit of bother out on their own with Mowgli. But BDS, just even for every step of it, even when they were out of information, still looked fully in control and knowing what was going on. That's going to be really hard, I think, for Wolves to play into. We're going to have to see some really strong early round aggression to pick off players early on. Think back to what we saw back in game 1, for example, when back in that first half of Bank, Wylde were the one just constantly trying to pick members away from Secret. It's a similar sort of vibe, but the problem is, Tim, it's not that easy against BDS. You can say, yeah, go and find someone and pick up a player or 2 early on. Cool. Good luck, because I don't really fancy your chances, to be honest with you. So it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't sort of situation.
Going to be moving on to a different site this time, Wolves, rather than going to Karaoke T again. BDS short. I mean, they didn't even need to step foot on site to win that. They didn't get anywhere near site, realistically, in terms of thinking about planting or anything. Just found those kills around the map and just forced Wolves to have to react to them, to have to move, to have to fill space that had been lost to other operators that had been downed by BDS. So this time it's going to be Office and Exhibition. We have got the extension out this time. It's going to be all the way as far as T. Shinka with the mirror in position there to just try and prevent any push from BDS. But for the time being, they're stacking up directly towards the site.
It's already starting to feel that pressure, that fear. The BDS just always sniffing around for sure. Dug in, things like the mirror and the castle on side really leaning towards that, but I'd be too shocked to see 1 or 2 looking to get a bit busy as things progress from here. BDS at least starting things off though, right on the balcony, starting to sniff around this site, of course identifying exactly what it is they're coming up against. The set we're seeing on this wall here, half of it being left soft, yes, will make it to open, but normally makes it easy to impact trick onto any hard breaches that might come on through. Also gives the ability from this point on in the round for the defenders, if they dare, to be able to swing out from 2 different locations onto that balcony. We've seen teams employ SI, double swing outs for 2 players, 1 coming from the terrace door and 1 coming from the breach itself. But I think BDS took a little bit aware of that, have now moved their focus over towards this west side, and they want drum control.
Just going to take out the electrification there. We have the little mav hole drawn across, and that is going to mean that Bibu cannot play in that position to trick this wall out, but he is going to stick around in drum. Try and keep that aggression up. They don't want to be forced back like they were last time. They were penned deep into the map. This time Mowgli does get the opener onto Shaiko. That's a big start here. The wall's electrified. They're not going to be getting that open. And realistically, it's going to take some work from the Maverick, but I don't think they're going to want to get that aggressive here, BDS, because it would risk exposing them too much.
Got to deal with this mirror as well, of course, electrified up, so Likifak only partially be really effective here in getting the job done. Shinka still playing it quite passively, mind you. 2 of them also sat here ready and waiting to challenge onto this. Right sort of idea, but not willing to stick around too long, it feels like here. Maybe backing themselves away. 60 seconds to go, and sure enough, it's been a good chunk of time that's been wasted by Wolves here. Good round so far.
Solotov just holding that tight angle in towards that. As you say, BDS are going to have to get moving here. They can't sort of hang around forever. Likifak is going to try pushing up to the breach here, but I think Wolves know they're not aware. I thought that they might be aware and looking for the peak themselves, but no. Damage is done to Deadshot, but Likifak cannot find the kill. 30 seconds left to go, and Wolves are holding on pretty well here in round 2.
They are, but if BDS are going to be able to achieve anything, Tim, it's going to be a smash and grab in the dying seconds of the round. They look almost ready to go. Leak it back into 1 more. Good for another. Out comes the smoke immediately as well to block off that line of sight from inside a sight, but it also lets the cross come through. B4 deals with it well, but Breede's in there for a trade. Breede into a second. Bulletproof taken out, but it's now going to remove the Gumon before he can get this plant down. No mistakes allowed. Mowgli in a good spot, but can't quite find his man. Looks like BDS might be able to get away with this one if they can be quick about it, Tim, but not quite enough time. Shinka, Solotov forced to start getting the diffuser down. It's all onto users to hold up tight here as well. And Mowgli finds his second into a third. Wolves, they hold on, Tim, and with the help of the clock, get it over the line.
Yeah, it was hard fought from Wolves there, but that's the honest truth that's facing them. Any round that they get is going to have to be hard fought against this BDS team. But 1-1, it's not a bad start for Wolves here. They were able to burn out an awful lot of time there. BDS didn't really have the answers to that sort of middle of the map hold across from Shrine, T-Wall, Drum, Geisha Wall reinforced and electrified. BDS took an age to really try and unpick that, but it just didn't happen for them, and that gave Wolves a real opportunity to close out the round, and they did so. 1-1, and not bad from either side so far. It's been as good as we expected on Skyscraper, really.
Yeah, as just be caught in the middle of that round, they just got themselves a bit hung up on trying to get inside a drum, and fundamentally were forced to play against the clock, and it was still a nice play. It's like I said, with 30 seconds left, they're still that kind of team that can make something happen. And I love the smoke that got dropped on the doorway as well, in between Exhibition and in between the south side of things, because that way there wasn't that easy cross. It kind of put like a big block in the middle of the whole of that site around the actual focus point for the end of the round. It meant that rather than being able to get these crossfires through doorways and that, it was much more about having to push in and go more aggressive, get up a little bit more close and personal, but also isolate out more 1v1s and leave Wolves with less cross angles to be able to play behind. But they played to the clock. Mowgli with the big 3K to close things out. Did not want to get involved in the chaos that BDS were trying to create on the site itself. 1-on-1 then. This time, Tim is down in barbecue and kitchen. My God, am I hungry.
I'm starting to get to that point, Des. We're at 20-8 in the UK now, and it's definitely getting towards a point to get a bit of dinner on the go. You've no idea how much it hurt me to say that, Des, but I know if I said tea that you'd pick me up on it, so...
Would I? Dinner, tea? It is dinner, but I can forgive tea.
Incorrect. Here we go. The drones are in from BDS, and they're going to want to make quicker progress than they did last time around. They're also going to want to pick apart those puzzles that Wolves pose for them and make sure that they're unable to stay in those positions. Really disrupt them a little bit more here. Shaiko, perfect operator to go onto the balcony. Does have the Ash charges in hand, so will be able to deal with the Castle barricade at the top of Black as well.
Absolutely. He's flying here onto getting this pushed up open. One-man threat from Shaiko. Again, it's really weird that right now he is the lowest rated player on this team, and that sounds absolutely bonkers to say. Just every single player is above 100. Mowgli, though, really starting to show. He's got a little bee in his bonnet today, Tim. Wants to prove a point. 3K in the last round. Entry in this one as well. We'll now have to force BDS to switch things up a little bit, deal with him first and foremost.
Yeah, if Wolves are going to get anything out of this game, they really need the big players to be stepping up. That's been Deadshot and Mowgli so far on the season, and they are starting to deliver. 6 kills between the two of them, and it's not a bad start at all. Breeder just looking to move in and try and get a little bit of ground for BDS here, but obviously they need to adjust. The League of Fak has been lost. You know, where was he supposed to push? What ground was he supposed to take? And does anybody need to take over from that? Biboo's still holding on to Geisha. He's going to have utility being thrown in at him from karaoke window. Shaiko goes in and gets a double. Huge kills from him. Make that 3, and Shaiko has just ripped them apart.
And just when you feel, you know, he's not having the best stage because his team are dragging him through some of these rounds. Not that he's even playing bad, he's been playing really well. He reminds you, still the European GOAT. 3K in the round, the spin flick onto top Black as well. He really has just torn Wolves apart. And now P4 has got it all to do against 3 players. Definitely doable, especially when Shaiko's only got a single point of HP to his name. But 1 bullet is all he needs, Tim. He makes it a 4K.
Yep, exactly. Really announces himself into this one with a huge moment for BDS. I said coming in that Wolves would need their big players firing, and that's exactly why, because it's not just Shaiko that can do that. Next round, it'll be Solitov, it'll be Users, it'll be League of Fak, it can be anybody, and that's why Breed is backing them up with some of the most clutch players that we've seen over the years. So, tough round there. I think Wolves just, you know, they had a good round 2, and they've just seen firsthand exactly what this team can do in the blink of an eye and the sort of scale of the task that is ahead of them.
Pretty big one at that. Even with the technical pause coming in, it's a moment to be pensive for Wolves. As you say, realise that task that still stands before them. I'm sure we'll get things back underway in just a couple of moments. As we said before, there is a question I need to ask you based on earlier, Tim. And I think I've asked you before, but I'll ask you it again. Pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
Absolutely not. No? Absolutely not.
I am quite the fan.
Not a chance. I knew that you would be.
What does that mean?
I don't know. It's just a disruptive choice. And I just... it's chaotic.
Yes,
it's
me,
you
the
through and
anarchist
through,
against
Des.
pizza.
If you were a pizza, you'd be a pineapple pizza. Absolutely,
really?
you'd be Hawaiian, yeah.
Yeah, to be fair, mate, that is one of the go-tos. Not gonna lie.
I thought it might be, you see.
I don't follow rules when it comes to pizza toppings. I'll slap like chicken on there, ham,
Chicken's fine,
mushroom, pineapple. I'll mix all 4 together.
Another one that I do make occasionally is I like to I'll do like a your normal sort of toppings, bit of chicken on there, cheese, maybe like you say a little bit of ham, something like that, and then I'll get some fajita spices and just sprinkle it over the top of the whole thing, and just let that bake for a couple of minutes, and yeah, particularly good. A little fajita, yeah, very good.
Shut up, man. Terrible. Well, in case you didn't notice, that did go from being a technical timeout into a tactical timeout. Conversation pretty early on from Wolves, I imagine, there to say, guys, we are getting rolloed. What the hell is going on and how do we fix it? And that second round was good because, as you saw, in a way, I don't want to take away from Wolves because they played the round the way they were meant to. They played it out to near enough perfection. But BDS are the ones who themselves really got caught. So that was a horrible shot. For like 90 seconds to 100 seconds or so, they got themselves caught inside a Geisha, not really sure what to do. And then were forced to try and push in towards top shrine, got held up by 2 players up there, and the clock really worked against them. So you could even look at that and say it was kind of by BDS's own mistake and their own demise that they lost that round. Which is why Wolves are probably feeling that heat and want that early timeout in there to get things back and on the side and going.
Right then, Wolves. On the defensive course of Skyscraper, for me, I think they need a minimum of 3 rounds here, if not 4, you know, to be giving themselves a chance. I think BDS on the second half are going to be pretty confident on both of the top floor sites. So Wolves really need to be finding themselves at least another couple here. And BDS, I think, are going to be very happy with the way that things have gone so far. Round 1 and round 3, both sort of, I won't go as far as saying emphatically in their favour, but certainly getting close to emphatically in their favour.
Yeah, I'd say it has been overall so far. I mean, Choco's at 6-1. Like, everything feels like it's pretty in order. I love the lineup they've got here as well. You know, the Blitz, Neymar, Capital, the Smokes on side to assist Solotov on that glass. And then Shaika goes off being said, yeah, you can do what you want, Ash, mate. You go have some fun with that ACOG and we'll catch you in a few rounds' time.
We have the Deimos scan coming along. That's going to feed out information on Bibu, but also, of course, giving away Leakafac's position. So he just needs to be careful how aggressive he is with his pushes, because Wolves will be feeding that information in. However, the Blitz is going to be dealt with. That is a big kill, but Solotov picking up a double on the glass is going to nullify any advantage that Wolves might have gained. 4 versus 3, and BDS an opportunity to start pushing in towards the top of Black Stairs here. Leakafac just lurking down at the bottom as well. They've got a lot of the control that they need, and this constant scanning that's going on Bibu is just forcing him to stay back inside a shrine, because as soon as he moves forward, the call will go from Leakafac that he's pushing you. You need to get in there and swing him.
I mean, look at it. Leakafac's playing down below as well. Doesn't need to get himself involved with the rest of his team pushing forward. Otherwise, he's only helping the defenders know what's going on. And sure enough, they're kind of hunting him here. The calls, of course, work both ways. Defend the attacker not pinged as often, but still pinged by the defender, so you know exactly what is going on. Choco looking to make some quick moves we've seen so many times. In he goes, gun up as well. I mean, personally, Solotov would not be standing in the way when he picks up a target.
No access has been gained to the plant spot, though. Shaco has diffuser in hand. He's going to move in and look to potentially get it down. I think he's just waiting for the call for the cover to be in place. Solotov confident that he's got that locked down with the glass scope. There's somebody over by the karaoke window as well. They're just concerned about Bibu underneath, and this is why it's Bibu that's been getting scanned out constantly by Deimos. It's the Soulless. They need to know where, and they need to know if they can have an impact on that plant, and they can. Shaco having to come off the diffuser.
I was going to say, surely you get across the other side here and get up on the table. That's exactly what he's done. Solotov has got one pinned inside of Geisha at this point. Shaiko as well is taking a lot of fire. Might be about to get away with it, but Shinka, he holds on. BDS, they look unable to complete because of Bibu on the downstairs, and a C4 from Deadshot comes out too. They look to be in such a good position, but this off-site denial from Wolves has been sublime.
That's the second time that Deadshot's been able to pick up Nitro kills, and I love to see that he's using everything that he's got in his locker. And if you want to be a tier 1 player, you've got to have that ability. If you're going to be playing on operators that have got a Nitro, you better be good with Nitros, nades, flashes, whatever it is. You've got to be able to get every drop of advantage out of that utility, and Deadshot showing an ability to do that. Nice double to mop up the round. That's 2-2 from Wolves, and we've got a real battle going on between these two, really butting heads on Skyscraper. This time, Wolves were able to win Karaoke T. It didn't happen for them last time in round 1. Maybe their fortunes will switch a little bit, and they can be looking towards that 4-2 half that they'd be hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, to have two... It sounds crazy to say, yeah, be happy with this. Two on the board, be all even with BDS. Very few teams get to claim that they've been even with BDS, to be fair, Tim. Yeah, can't take it away from them, though. Great round being played out. I did say in the second round, I thought maybe that was more down to BDS being caught up themselves trying to push in through Geisha. But that last round, that was all Wolves and their play. So clearly, that tap timeout has done a bit of work for them. BDS, though, aren't giving up on that attack, Tim. They're going to get in with the glass here by the looks. We've got the Stens on side as well. And the IQ from Shaiko coming out, dropping away from the Ash, I'd imagine, is to go hunting after that Soulless, which, of course, in this round, isn't even on side.
Wolves 2 rounds away from at least making it a better go against BDS than anybody else has done previously, but they are only going to have one thing in their mind, and that is walking away with the full 3, and I'm sure that they will firmly believe that they can. So we're going to have BDS stacking up on the opposite side of the map again. Very direct approach towards site. We saw this from them last time, and then they had that late rotate where they said, no, we need to actually try and clear Shrine out, try and clear Geisha, and it didn't really work for them. This time, they've got the Sense on board. Usus is going to be bringing that operator along. That's just going to maybe give them an opportunity to push into site. The light screens are up, and that means that Solotov, for at least a little while, can work through that partition with the thermal scope unhindered.
You have just seen the impacts come through there to deny it away, so that is no longer in place. They can swing onto him here, but the smoke is going to be their next layer of cover. BDS really swearing on trying to make these kind of attacks work, but simply getting nothing from it. It feels like it's a good hole coming out from Wolves once again, dancing around display while pressure comes in from elsewhere. So far, Wolves do hold them back.
Wolves have just done a fantastic job of dealing with the Sense and Glass combo. Deadshot's just given too much away there, though. Getting aggressive onto the breach and gets cut down by Shaiko. That's levels us out at 4 versus 4. But I'm looking at what utility's left and thinking, how do they get this plant down? And they are in a position to do so with 2 kills coming in. That's what's given them the space. Greedy can now think about getting inside. He's not going to need to at this rate, though, as Shaiko's just going for one after another, and Wolves might just feel hard done to with how that round has gone. It was a great start to take down the Glass, prevent that Sense Glass combo from working, but BDS just show that they've got plan B, they've got plan C, and they can go in and execute in a number of ways.
Is the name of plan B and C both just titled Shaiko?
Yes.
Because again, he's just walked in and slayed everyone. You know, walking up to a breach and taking a 1v1 through a soft wall and getting the kill. Yeah. What do you say about that? I think clearly, Tim, he knows that he's currently lowest rated for his team and is saying, well, I took that personally. I'm God, back on top of #1, baby. And that's the way that he's working to. And again, it's not even all down to him. It is a team effort. The pressure being shown by all of BDS is what lets him shine, but you can't ignore that the man is absolutely popping off.
No, absolutely. I think, you know, you're feeling... I think, you know, I looked at it last night and Shaiko had a couple of moments that were just phenomenal last night against RTB. And it really is one of those moments, you know, we've heard it about Liquid and Nesk and Palu on LAN before. And, you know, I think you've got to say the same for Shaiko in EUL. Until you've been run over by Shaiko, have you really played in EUL? It's sort of one of them rites of passage. And unfortunately for Wolves, it's the rite of passage that they have been through before. They know exactly what he can do, and he really is doing it today. 9-2, absolutely running away with this one for BDS at the minute. But aside from Shaiko, Wolves have actually done a really good job of limiting a number of the other BDS players, limiting their success. Users quiet, Solotov quiet, and in that they've been able to get themselves a couple of rounds. They really need, I think, to get this one though. Round 6, final defense, level things up at 3-3.
Another bit of fun for him as well with the Amaro on side here. So you're going to see something else a little bit saucy coming out, I'd imagine, from the side of BDS. Always questions on sites like this. Is like, okay, what's really the use case that you've got in mind here? And it's just all about that speed. Leaky Fat with the Ram on side here, looking to get this one opened up nice and quick. Slot 4's opened up. And inside they go straight down, but the vertical's being used against them. Wolves holding their ground firm here and shutting down 3 players of BDS on their explosive entry. I do feel like BDS have made it a bit hard for themselves, to be honest with you, Tim. Like, they've got the capability to play slow and coordinated, and these fast rushes, well, they've been dealt with pretty damn well. 4 still left for Wolves, and it feels like this half will end at 3-3.
Yeah, I'm not sure really how necessary that was from BDS. Like you say, their attacks have been so good tonight. The particular, you know, the 3 that they've won have been fantastic. They've recognized where players are. They've sectioned them off. They've got kills. They've been aggressive when they've needed to. You know, they've won gunfights. And I just don't know how necessary it was to kind of throw everybody in through the breach there. You know, just play the game you've been playing already. It's been working fantastically well. I don't see a need to mix it up really too much. But they went for it. They lost out. They didn't have control of the hatch. I don't know how else they think that ends, to be honest, without having hatch control. They obviously haven't droned it. You can't go in through kitchen window like that. And they've just found out why.
Yeah, I mean, BDS are really looking to catch you off guard there. And those aren't the kind of things that you'll go back and see in VODs, for example, right? Like, Geisha being opened up, window being smashed open. They're hoping that whoever's playing on the hatch inside of Geisha just panics as a result of the wall being open and realizes, I can't really play here. Except they could. And then they dealt with the Ram downstairs, and that started opening things up a little bit more and making life tough for the side of BDS. So again, full credit to Wolves, held their ground, reverse pressure straight back onto BDS, and weren't letting them get away with any of their shenanigans. But I think back to many moons ago, Tim, when this is back when M&M first became a team in Siege, actually. Their team at the time would start an attack pretty much all the time on maps like Clubhouse, back when it was notoriously defender-sided. And I remember being like, well, why is that? Why do you always choose to start on the attack? And they said, we're so confident that we can get 3 or 4 attacking rounds that we're happy for that. And then we switch sides and suddenly the other team are nervous that they've got to attack into us when we've got 3 or 4 rounds going into our defensive side. And given BDS have again started on attack every single map so far in EU, I get the idea it feels the same. They are so confident in their ability to attack that they're like, well, why not put the other team in a bit of unease going into the second half? They've only played 9 defensive rounds. They've won 8 of them. Wolves have got a big challenge in front of them.
Yeah, they do, 100%. And, you know, this is what I said, 3-3 at the half was the absolute minimum for Wolves. And I really think they could have done with 4. You know, I think they might find BDS coming out with the, you know, a primary and a secondary site on the top floor here, get them both one. And all of a sudden it's 5 versus 3. But what a shot from Shinka. Finds his man. And there's the one tap onto Shaiko. But as BDS do so well, there is a response immediately. And they are back in the driving seat.
Just when you feel you've really got something on BDS, yeah, we got rid of Shaiko. The guy is absolutely popping off this game. 2 more kills fly back. It's heart-wrenching because you start off so strong and then it falls away. They've still got the Monty on side. However, that does mean 2 guns are realistically all they've got to play with. Deadshot and Shinka. Now, 2 players are having a pretty good game in their own right, absolutely. But I think this is where you're going to see some of the players on the side of BDS, their sleeper agents, wake up in the rest of this round.
Yeah, I mean, the point that you made there, Des, you know, about you get Shaiko and then somebody else, you know, leak effect pops up, users pop, you know, it must be mentally very draining, you know, to go through that process and to think, right, we've got the big name down, we can start pushing forward, we've got a bit of ground. Oh no, we're now 3 versus 4 and we've lost it. And there's just always somebody that's going to cause you a problem. And as I say, it must get very draining over the course of a game. So Shinka is going to be on karaoke window. I think Wolves are they're a little bit sort of separate and disparate in terms of what are they trying to do here for the push. They need top black if they're trying to work from karaoke window, and that's why the Monty push is coming through. But to be honest, they've no answer to Breeder here in this position. He's got a shield to his backside. He's got smokes to keep them off the stairs. There's only 30 seconds left to go. This is going to be extremely difficult for Wolves. They haven't taken the ground that they need to. They don't have anything in place to be able to get this diffuser down.
You know what's going on as well. They've moved up here as well. Deadshot could have took the shot, and sure enough, the shield moves, and the shot is straight on through. 3 versus 3. Got to make their move happen here. Breeder's knocked down to the ground, but of course you can't get the finish off. It's not quite like it used to be, my friend. Oh, it's another round close to go over there for BDS.
Yeah, as I said, Wolves too slow there, realistically. I think the 2 kills that came in response to their entry really broke the back of their attack there. They were 3 versus 4. They couldn't get moving up black stairs. They didn't have any pressure coming in from black balcony, for example. That's, you know, you need multiple avenues of attack because it just meant that the smoke was able to just play there until the canisters were gone. Too much time was wasted. There just wasn't enough work done by Wolves, and I think it was on the back of them 2 kills, really. They knew that they were short of manpower because you need somebody with the Monty. So that's 2 out of your 3 players. You put 1 on karaoke window, that's it. You've got no option to go anywhere else.
I can't believe he gets something just nice and like that. But again, it's one of those points now where the Monty doesn't kill. It's the knockdown instead. You can get yourself back up. You can react. Breeder's just shown that absolutely brilliantly. Not really as aggressive maybe as he used to be as an operator. BDS then with that first round on the board. As you say, Tim, really was about the time waste around black stairs. So Wolves will adapt and come back. Exhibition and Office we're going into for round 8.
You just feel like there's a lot of teams around the world looking at this matchup thinking, please, will somebody just beat BDS at this point? You know, make them feel a little bit more human, make them feel like they are at least beatable, because right now it's looking, it could be a real possibility that they just go through EUL without dropping a match at this point, because they just have all of the answers right now. Deadshot is going to be bringing along the Deimos this time. We'll see whether that can help them lock anybody in position, whether they can get that intel and put it to good use, get themselves a nice kill on the back of it. And they just need to keep the advantage. Wolves are doing a good job of finding kills, but like I said, BDS always have an answer. They always have a trade, and usually they'll come back with 2 for your 1, and that's the problem. You're always on the back foot, and it is draining. Are we going to see the little mirror trick here?
I mean, he's got to decide soon, right? I mean, he's going to get away with it as well as he realised. No, he's going to get away with it too. Very smart.
For anybody who didn't know
what's going on and get the exothermic off, but nope, it's gone.
For anybody who didn't know, mirror tricking is a thing. Give it a whirl in your ranked game. You might get lucky with it.
No, please don't. Because you know exactly what's going to happen. Someone's going to mistime it. The breach will open and my mirror's just going to die. With both of her mirror windows still in back pocket, so please don't encourage that again.
There's the risk. You've got to use the audio well. Obviously, you've got to recognize the sound of the thermite charge being placed. You can't really do it any later than that.
No.
But yeah, if you do get away with it, then it's job done, much like a bandit, and it will clear the charge off. So, again, great start from BDS. They've opened the mirror window as well, I believe, just to give... I could be wrong in that. There's nothing on side for the attackers that would suggest, unless they've gone underneath it. It's likely Mowgli possibly on the book underneath it. Should cleared it out and opened it up. You don't really want that line of sight into VIP. So still, Wolves, you're not able to find something, sort of find a positive out of the negative, but struggling again, it feels, to make progress directly in towards start here. BDS pretty comfortable at sitting still.
Yeah, Mowgli doing a lot of work below, though, making things a bit uncomfortable for BDS, taking out the Fenrir F-Nats, as you saw, for example. Maybe being challenged on the reverse, though, just about keeps himself alive here. So he's done a good bit of work, but now the team have got to make their move, and Solotov, flashes might come on through, but he still feels ready and waiting. How many flashes can you throw at a Warden? All of them, Tim! And he's still going to turn around and delete pretty much everyone. 2 quick kills onto house stairs, 1 left standing, and it's Shinka. BDS hold on, and Solotov stood there like, can't touch this.
Masterclass defense of Office and Exhibition coming in there, just dealt with it fantastically well. Like you said, Mowgli underneath, opening up so much of the floor. And what did he get for it? Half of his life taken off, and then finished off when he tried to push onto the stairs. It's just so much work coming to nothing for Wolves in that round. You know, it really is a shame for them. But great play from BDS. Take nothing away from them. The mirror trick, you know, we barely ever see that. It shows the confidence that's coming out of this team. It just worked brilliantly. Breeding, absolute master there. It was so close as well. You see the thermite guard just about.
I'll tell you what. It could be down to like 0.01 seconds. It'd be like, not close, not close.
Not close. Still gets it done. Great stuff. Yeah. And solid top as well. Beautiful use of the Warden. It stored up, you know, the use of his glasses until the push was going to come. Just shows great game sense, great understanding of when that utility dump was going to come in. Flicks the glasses on, gets himself, I think it was a double in the heat of it all. And just, again, really good play from BDS. 2 back-to-back defenses now. And this was my concern, if you remember. I said 4-2 needed for Wolves because BDS will hold down the top floors. Wouldn't surprise me to see them lock out the tertiary site of Kitchen Barbecue as well now.
And this is what I mentioned earlier on, right, is BDS feel very happy attacking first and saying, yeah, we'll build up a good lead and then go on the defense where we know we will absolutely rock it. That reminder again, they've won 8 of 9 defensive rounds coming into this game, now moving themselves up to 10 of 11. And I'm with you, Tim. Who's going to turn around and say at some point, please, someone just beat them? Like, please. Because at least as it stands now, it's only early days. A lot can go wrong across the stage, of course. This is only our 4th day in. People are already saying for that team to win the major. They're already that team, and it's like, well, that is very preemptive, but you can see why.
Imagine this team coming into the major unbeaten, you know, not having dropped a single map and coming in there with that sort of confidence and aggression. They're going to be an absolute nightmare for anybody to play. And the thing is, I can't see any of it changing when they get onto LAN. You know, as we say, the game is quicker, it's smoother, and I think these are all players that are just going to benefit from that leaker fight. Look, he's just sat there waiting for them. It's not a problem at all. Guns down Mowgli, goes for a second, but Bibu is going to cut him down on the upside down rappel. Wolves need to build on this now. 145. They've got the Solace off the board. Shaiko's taken some damage on the Legion, but do they know about Solotov hiding inside of this wall?
Not quite. Now they do. And they're going to have to get rid of the swing, and it comes in, and they're just ready and waiting. Tim Deadshot finds his man. I also want to give a bit of a nod towards Bibu there. Played that vertical rappel extremely well. 2 players clinging onto him at the same time. You're basically guaranteed to be a dead man in that situation, but he gets one and keeps his life and escaping from the second too. So really good play around the aggression coming out of BDS, even if their team play forcing the 2v1 in the first place was equally brilliant.
Deadshot having a good day today, and I think it's fair to, you know, give him that shout out for a great stage, really. He's followed on from the work that he did at SI, and he's coming out pretty big here. Slight change in role, I think, along the way, but it's worked wonders for him, whatever that change has been. He's definitely on top of things. 7 kills inside of this one, and just helping to keep Wolves in the fight, really. But it just goes to show there's, like I said earlier, every single inch of ground against BDS at the minute is hard fought. Every round that you get, it must feel like you're in the absolute fight of your life trying to get it over the line.
It does. Everything is fought for tooth and nail. And even then, it doesn't always feel like you're going to find the success that you would like. People got his way inside of Laundry here as well, starting their march on through with the assistance of Bibu looking to play as a 2. You've seen many times over, no one there to challenge them. You've got to find that F-map first, clear it out the way. Use this on the right sort of idea as well. They've got this little angle up onto stairs. Time is of the essence here, though. Wolves have got to make their move, and BDS are dug in tight, Tim.
Yep, Shaco's going to be the party spoiler potentially as he comes around and gets his man. And again, they didn't have the time, Des. They'd done a lot of the work. They got themselves into a position, but ultimately they just had to roll the dice because the time was ticking away. We've just got to try and throw the diffuser down. They thought they had sufficient cover, but without drone coverage inside of the site, without that intel there to say Shaco's sat on the window, he's just hiding behind the shelves, it was easy for him then to pop out. There's only 1 kill that he needs to get. I mean, I thought he maybe grabbed himself a couple more, to be honest. I thought there was going to be a bit of a flood into sight, but there wasn't in the end. But yeah, again, BDS just playing with the clock so well, just making it so difficult to get every inch. And by the time you know it, there's 10 seconds left and you still haven't got sight control, really.
Well. BDS's defensive record continues 3 in a row. Wolves, attack time after round 3 now leaves you really stuck. If you haven't used it on the defensive side, there is very little chance you'll be able to adapt too much when you get onto the attacking side of things, and that is exactly what we are seeing, even with a couple of their players. You know, looking at Deadshot, Mogi, and Shinka, really all doing okay in the game, getting themselves some frags and rounds. We've seen it across the 2 of them, a couple of multi-kills along the way. But on the other side, again, the unkillable Demon King, Shaiko himself, sits at 10 and 4. 2 huge rounds back in the first half. You can't ignore also the input that we've seen from Leakyfak, from Yuzus, to really propel this team ahead.
I think, you know, part of the problem is obviously we do see rounds won, particularly when a team's on the attack. You know, we do see rounds won sometimes whereby you don't kill every member of the opposition team. You know, you can go in, you can play on the plan as a defense, you can disable that diffuser, and we do see rounds like that. But it honestly feels against BDS like at the minute you don't have a choice in every single round other than to kill all 5 of them, because even in a 2 versus 4, when you've got an opportunity to put the diffuser down, they still turn the round over. They still get it. It feels like you just have to get them kills. You cannot play for time. You cannot play to get the diffuser down and wait for the clock to run down. You've just got to go and kill them all, because otherwise somebody will find a way. Leakyfak finds a way to take P4 down. It's as easy as that. He stood on the window. He picks up the kill, and Wolves, despite their best efforts, you know, they have really thrown everything into this one, and I don't want to be negative about their performance because they've got as many rounds against BDS as anybody has in a UL so far. It's just showing the qualities of BDS. You know, nobody who loses to this team at the minute should take it critically, should take it as a negative, because it's just how good BDS are.
The problem is you've still got Leakyfak running around like an absolute lunatic, doing whatever the hell he wants, right? Like, they've lost P4, they've had drones at his feet, they've lost the majority of them, but he's still able to run free of the nets. Maybe this time around might at least get something. It's Brede taken out quite early on Black Stairs. They are not going to get caught out there again, Tim, but a C4 comes out immediately in response. Deadshot, the Capitao off the board.
And it's all heading in one direction at the minute. 4 versus 2 as Solitov manages to pick up a second on the round. Bibu does get himself to the top of Black Stairs on the Monty, but he's pretty much all alone now. There is only Shinka to work with him on the ace. Has to try and get something going here, Bibu, but there's so little for him. He's pinging out, he's giving the information, but where is Shinka? Bottom Black Stairs. This is 30 seconds that Bibu's been alone for. Can't can't drop his shield because he knows what will happen if he does. Shinka tries to get something going, knows there's a man just inside a T-door. He's battling, he's fighting. As I said, for every single inch that they try to gain, it is an absolute slog to go through. Manages to find his man, but with 25 seconds left, Solotov's job is done.
That wall opened up, and the problem is, Tim, there's really not enough time to play with here. Salmon now at 4 seconds to open up a wall. You got to wait for that, for the monster to be able to step through, and as soon as that shield gets collapsed, guess who's there? It's Shaiko. Sees the feet of Shinka, down to about 5 HP, and Shaiko smells that blood in the water, finds one, Bibu gets another, but he's got it all to do, Tim. He might down one, but he's not going to get the close. BDS continue their unstoppable march to that top of the table.
More success for the BDS super team, as it's being called, as they once again do not allow more than 3 rounds to be taken against them and keep themselves 100% on defense. They're only losing 1 defensive round, I believe, in EUL so far. BDS are terrifying, they're scary. Insert a superlative, Des, and that describes BDS.
At this point, what do you do? Like, it even feels when you've got a game plan coming in, it's really down to BDS losing the round, like I touched on in round 2. That was down to their slip-up or anything else. So maybe you give Wolves a couple of rounds in that, but it was still that absolute domination. It's the fight to get rounds, let alone games from them at this point. And I don't see how that's going to change, but maybe the Devs have got some ideas. Let's go to them for a breakdown of this game.
BDS just absolutely BDS all over Wolves. We talk about our new word that we have invented on this desk, but it is what we're seeing continuously from BDS.
First of all, like, you get BDS, not BDS all over. Can you explain to me what getting BDS all over actually means?
I mean, they just like continuously storm. If we bring back up the graphic or the explanation of what BDSing means, is to destroy an obstacle in your path with the utmost ease. I mean, that's exactly what BDS are doing. All over Wolves is what we're seeing here in every different front.
Yeah, they BDS all over them. That's the way.
All over them, all over Skyscraper,
yeah.
Wherever you want to go, BDS will take you there. And they'll BDS you there as well.
It's like, I'm trying to figure out the weaknesses of this team. And I said that the last time as well, but I don't see them yet. I don't know what it is that you need to do. How do you beat them?
Yeah, we're speechless, basically.
Honestly.
I think the only thing is, maybe force them to execute. We saw a couple of attacks. Oh my god, we're actually criticizing a team that's just gone free attacks on Skyscraper. If we're trying to find a weakness, was that they only went free attacks on Skyscraper.
They should have won more.
They maybe messed up a couple of late exits.
Yeah.
Whatever. This is the best team in Europe. This is probably the best team in the world. They'll win a major. Maybe
an
SI. What's the point? No. Honestly, this team is so good. They're disgustingly good. I don't know what else we can say.
It's come to the point where, okay, we're 4 play days in, and we can only sit here and just say, yeah, they're the best team. If they attended SI, they probably would have won it. Who knows?
This is one of the things where it's like, we expected this team to be good. Everybody expected this team to be good. Did we expect them to be this good? No. What we expected was that individual skill would have to carry them, at least in this stage. Because we thought map pool might be a little bit of an issue. We thought IGLing and communication might be a little bit of an issue. We thought synergy might be a little bit of an issue. They've come out and proved over these 4 games. They don't have any of those issues whatsoever. Nope. And on top of that, they're individually 5 of the best players in the world.
Well, that's it. That's the sum up.
I'm very curious what's going to start happening as soon as we see some issues arise to the surface, or if things go worse. But at this point, I'm also questioning, will we even get to that point? I mean, right here now as well, starting attack on Skyscraper, I mean, there's more favorable things to do for sure, but they handle it perfectly, banning out a Ying and then still finding ways to execute around it.
Yeah, so before in the pre-show, we talked about Ying being very strong to enter with. BD has to ban it, and then they start attack on one of the hardest to attack maps in the game. And as we said, they should have won even more attacks than they did. They just had an answer for everything. Like, we saw the round where they go blitz on Black Stars, and they have to cover him. And we saw all these other things. We saw Sense on an office attack. We're seeing things we don't normally see. And I'm just lost for words. Like, I feel like I know this game well, but they just have answers to everything. They have the depth, they have the maps, they have the gun skill. I don't know.
They have a nice skin as well.
They have a nice
that skin is nice.
Yeah.
Their new skin. Go check it out.
I just don't have words for them. They're just that good. They're that good.
Wow, I don't think I'd ever imagined a day where 2 analysts would be stood on the desk, absolutely speechless, not knowing what to say, because the team has just been performing so incredibly well. Like, there isn't almost a mistake to point out.
No, that's the thing, is I think a lot of our job on the desk is to look at these teams and highlight where they could be improving, highlight the issues or where teams might perceive weaknesses and what teams might try and do against this team. And I think everybody, teams included, are just stuck right now on how you would beat BDS.
I mean, how do you prep against them? Okay, let's try this strat. All right, well, we get the N3 kill, and then Shaiko kills 4 of us. Well, that's unlucky. He's also their worst-rated player before this game. But it's like, okay, whatever.
That's the ridiculous element, right? You kill Shaiko and you think, right, you know, up BDS,
Cool.
you kill Shaiko, you think kind of job done. Maybe Leak Effect is our now issue. Leak Effect's now our issue. Oh, we kill Leak Effect. Cool. Use us. Oh, cool. We kill him. Oh, and now it's Solotop. In the end of that, then Breedays 1v5.
Yeah, he just 1v5s you. Easy peasy.
And add on to that, you used to always be able to take map pool advantage against BDS because of the way their map pool is. They now play all 9 maps on top of that. So, speechless.
But before we start sounding like absolute BDS shills on the desk here, the one player that we mentioned being the worst rated player on his team, still positive, but the worst rated player on his team was Shaiko.
Yeah, so Shaiko, obviously, previously, we can't say worst rated, 5th best rated player on BDS before today. Huge performance today. Now, there was a few concerns about Shaiko in terms of the way his English is. Obviously, we've never really seen him do interviews. He's quite a quiet person as it is. But the reason that Shaiko performs so well on this team is because he needs to know one word in English, which is dead, and then every word of the operators. Mute dead, Warden dead, Mozzie dead, whoever else dead. He is that good of a player. Slotted into this team very well, having to play more of a team game, but he's a sensational player. We all know it.
We saw a great game from him this time around, but a very, well, stable factor on this team is Users. We have him on the line as well to answer a few questions for us. Good evening, Users. You must be absolutely loving life right now. 4 games won, 4 games played. It's going wonderful. How does that feel?
Feels good. Feels good to just win every game, taking every game as it comes. We're not getting complacent, I hope. That's it.
Users, you've been in one team for a very, 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 very long time before this. How come do you want to be? I mean, I'm not gonna ask how come you want to be BDS. That's the dumbest question I could ask. But you finally have left that team, and you're in a new environment. How's it feel? How's everything around it? Like, what's the difference between the 2 teams?
I mean, I don't want to say everything's better, 'cause that just sounds like I'm terrorizing my old team. But we have a better map pool. The prep feels better. Everyone feels a bit more involved and stuff like that. So it's just easier to play the game, to be honest.
Well, that is for sure, and I mean, we can kind of clearly see that. The map pool you guys have, to us on the desk, we think that you play every single map, and you probably play it best in Europe, all 9 maps. You have any little sneak peeks for us? Are we going to see more maps? You've already played 4 different. Do you play all 9?
No comment. Lucky Facts behind me. If he saw me releasing some sort of information like that, he might give me a head look. He's a big guy.
I tried.
Yeah, we're really hoping to get some more out of that there. But is there anything you want to say to the fans or maybe to your organization as well? I mean, specifically the fans, maybe buy the new BDS skin?
Yeah, buy the new skin. BDS, keep up the boot camps. Fun. That's it.
Awesome. Sounds very good. I mean,
and
you
keep
must
up
be
the
having...
support, the fans. Sorry, I forgot the fans. Keep up the support. We see all the replies, all the tweets, all the retweets.
That's really nice to hear. And of course, you know, been on bootcamp for a little while now. It's looking all very good. Thank you so much for taking the time to answer these questions. I'm sure you'll have a great rest of the evening, and I'm pretty sure we'll speak to you again soon.
Yeah, good night. Bye-bye.
Some short but sweet answers we got there from users, not really wanting to give away too much about their map pool.
It's short and sweet. I mean, I knew he never would, but you never know. Maybe they slip up every now and then. But then again, we already know they have a 9 map pool. They don't need to tell us.
It is very much looking like that. We have one more game ready ahead of us, though, to conclude our 4th playday of Europe League. We'll take a quick break, and then we're back with ENCE versus Fnatic.
What? Yeah, literally every operator in the game has barbed wire, essentially. There's so many operators that interact with barbed wire. Bandit? Yep, I'm genius.
Well, that's easy.
Yo, Krabi.
Pinker.
Bark.
Ace.
Sophia. So many.
Zero.
Slasher have Claymores. Slasher.
D'accord.
Duck. Yeah, it can't be. Fenrir has bulletproof, yeah. It's so much to think about at once. Legion,
Maluzi.
Capcan? No.
Tachanka.
Oh, we're tied.
Yo, Krabi, Buck.
Pinker. Thermite.
Sledge?
Yeah, does Sledge have flashes?
Twitch.
Twitch doesn't have flashes. Monty?
Leon.
Monty.
Leon.
Nah, that said Leon because he was trying to ask Leon for an answer.
No, I didn't.
Seconds left, and SSG are still getting into position. This is winnable for Eddie and Wi-Fi if they can just find the right angles. Cuts down Forrest, the flash doesn't even blind him. He's able to switch over to Jim, and even with the shotgun, Iconic falls to a frost mat. But Jane, I know!
우당탕탕할 때. 오 이거 가라킥.
시끄러울 때 가라!
발차기. 그래도 도전 집중.
야.
I'm going to be a critical factor here. We saw Wolves have a couple of touches. No one manages to pick up more. And there's another. It's now 2 versus 3. Have Wolves left it too late? 20 seconds left to go. And ITB finding kills left and right. Des Asa manages to find one with a nitro. And Noah's up above. They have no idea. Noah manages to shut down Bibu. Dead shot. No choice but to go for the plant. And it will almost certainly be over. But no, they can't get there. He comes home, but he cannot find any kills.
30 seconds. Fanatic looks sure to lock it out. Deepek's going to see if he can still try and make it happen. Degs, though, with the triple and the spray, and Kenny leaving just Oscar to keep him into this. Some damage through the drone hole. Deepek's down. It's time to get the player up.
아 이거 이동 스방패 제거가 안 돼서 연막을 뚫고 15초.
아 위치 알고요. 그냥
디퓨저 줄 시간이 없기 때문에 다 잡아야 돼. 선멸을 해야 됩니다.
2.5배라서.
오 잠깐만.
설마.
Away for free. Does Wildcard could flood in, but he'll fall back down. Remember, the bomb site is dining. Does leave Kino up above. Maybe Sport can go for that C4. Rotero forces Kino out, but just into an engagement with Bosco sprinting into his open arms. He's looking for the second, can't find it. Hansen on a heater this attacking half. 3K into another. What can he find in the 1v2? He's very low HP, and Spoit's able to spot him. With 15 seconds left, Spiker barely has time to go for the res. If he wants to, he'll be down to only 8 seconds remaining when they go in for this flood. This should be such an easy layup for Spoit. He might be found, but he finds the C4 too. The hip fire.
Our final game of the day is upon us, and that game is between none other than ENCE and Fnatic. These two teams, of course, have played against each other a little bit in the past, of course, under different organizations so far, but ENCE have actually been really successful in that specific matchup. But in Europe League for them so far, prior to this game, they sitting at 7th. Should they be happy with that, considering it's their first year in Europe League, or should they be disappointed?
I don't think they're going to be too happy with that. I think, you know, it's crazy to see. We talk about ENCE, they've won 1 game, they've lost 2 games, and they've made a roster change already. You know, you can see it there. Jax is in, the 4th on your screen, hasn't yet played an EUL game. He's coming in place of Frenchie. This is the 6-man roster that we heard about in action.
Yeah, now they need to show what that means. The craziest part with him coming into the roster is he actually has the highest plus-minus in KD in the entire team. Mostly because everybody is negative and he hasn't played yet.
So he's the best rated player?
Well, not best rated, but best plus-minus, which is an improvement to the rest of them, right? No, but what Jax brings into the roster is he's a very good communicator, and he's been with that roster for such a long time. I think it was just a question of time before he would be able to get his chance.
Yep.
I mean, they said it themselves, but I think it makes sense to bring him in now. They've looked, I would say, nervous and not like themselves. Could that have to do with them being studied more by their opponents? I think that's part of it.
Yeah.
But I also think the nerves have gotten to them. They haven't been themselves.
Yeah, I think we're seeing mistakes in both the macro strategy. I think yesterday against G2 was horrible strategy in the way that they wanted to face up against G2. And then individually, micro mistakes on top of that, which is just compounded.
Yeah, you can't play G2 style into G2 and expect yourselves to win. Because what do G2 have? Well, they have a ton of gun skill. And then you play aggressive on Oregon basement defenses and expect yourself to win that?
Yeah.
No. You need to just be intelligent. You need to look at what opponent you're playing, prepare your strat against that, and maybe turtle down more on the basement, for example. So let's see if they can do better with Jax, maybe communicating that more. I guess we'll have to see.
Some wise words on what ENCE have to do. Of course, they suffered a loss yesterday. Their opponents also suffered a loss yesterday. They had a pretty tough game against Wolves, we say so if we're talking about Fnatic. And on their attacks, they just seem to be ignoring those issues rather than dealing with them.
First of all, when you say wise words, are you calling me old, Anne?
Yes.
I know, wise words doesn't necessarily have to come from an old person.
Yes,
so what you're saying is that I'm old.
And you're not wise either.
And I can talk about something else that was old. And that's the way we saw Fnatic attack yesterday. And it's not that it was old as in old style, it was that it reminded me of the Koi roster last year. It did not look coordinated at all. It didn't look... Communication wasn't there. It looked like they had no idea what they were doing as a group. And they got really punished for it over and over. And against a team that's also been struggling this stage, it wasn't looking great.
Yeah, it's just awful. It seemed like awful decision-making, right? You want to take a side, you see a Roma, you don't deal with the Roma and leave yourself exposed to it. It's all right ignoring a Roma, right? But as long as you've got a plan in place for when he eventually tries to backstab you. Fnatic had none of that. I nearly called them coy because you just said that, because that's how they were symptomatic of that last year. So I'm willing to chalk it off as a one-off because I think generally over the course of the 3 games, what we've seen has been good from them. But yeah, yesterday was maybe a big wake-up call for them because that game was there to be won for them yesterday, but for a few mistakes that they made.
We need to see both teams kind of getting a rebirth in a way. Fnatic need to forget about their last game. ENCE as a new player now, so they can completely change around the structure. It could even be something like stress, that he brings in calmness or something that just doesn't make them make the mistakes that they do. So it's both teams' chance to really prove that, okay, first of all, the 3 points are going to be massive because they get to keep up with the top.
Yeah.
So it's both teams are like fighting for 2 things, both the points, but also showing themselves also to be actually a decent team.
So we thought of a head-to-head for this game, and we decided to get a little bit creative with this one. Our head-to-head is Jegs versus the World.
This is the most outrageous head-to-head I've ever had to take anybody through. Jegs versus all 9 other players inside of the server. This was obviously with Frenchie included instead of Jax. Jake's +9 on KD. Every other player is either plus or minus 0 or negative. The collective KD is -41. And you can see the rest of the stats for yourself. I think the big storyline here generally is that both of these teams, at least on an individual level, but also on a collective level, have struggled and need to step it up. And the only player on an individual level that I think can be proud statistically, at least, is Jax.
Yeah, and if we look at the different teams in this, Fnatic have so much experience in their roster.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be in this situation that they're in. So the question is, like, the pressure, I think, will be different for the two rosters here. With Fnatic having all that experience, as I said, they know that they need to step up because there might be some parts that's like, okay, we're not performing the stage. Now we actually have that stable org behind us that can help us. What if I don't perform? So it might be a little bit of like, you know, fear for their own sake, or that they are maybe like, okay, now I have to really push myself to it, and they can't. But for ANS, it's a completely different story where it's like, we just want to prove ourselves. We know we won't win the league the first stage, but we want to prove that we have something here to do.
So far today, we've seen 3 different maps, if my memory is not failing me at the moment. So I'd like to have a 4th map added to that to keep things different, to have some kind of versatility going in there. Let's see where we're heading to for our last and final matchup of the day. We'll be heading to Oregon.
Maybe I'm getting old because I couldn't tell you what maps we've played previous to this. Yeah, Oregon, obviously, Ents are going back there after getting walloped by G2, after getting welcomed to Wylde by G2 yesterday. And I think that's potentially a little bit of a big mistake from them. If we just talk broadly about preferences, both teams love this map. Not a surprise to see it. But I think realistically, how much could Ents have changed? Obviously, they've changed out a player, but going back to Oregon with some of the same tendencies we saw yesterday, I think is a big risk.
I think that they're doing something very intelligent.
Really?
Yeah. And that's because they didn't play like themselves at all. They said it themselves. They didn't play like themselves. So why not go back to the map? Show everybody what we can do. Because we haven't really given anything away because of all those individual mistakes we committed. So how will Fnatic be able to counter it? Yeah, sure, they will get the base layup of the defenses, and maybe some of the attacks, but it's not good enough to counter it because they themselves said that it's not the same way they normally play.
I don't know. I just think the macro strategy they had yesterday. I'm seeing, okay, so I am seeing a clash alone in Zulu on a laundry defense with nobody near them. Is that strategy? Is that micro? Like, if stuff like that happens again today, on the same map, how much can you fix in 24 hours? I know it's a new player going in, but...
You can fix a lot. And I think that these players, they have what it takes. Otherwise, like in Europe, it's such a high skill ceiling, like the level of the league, that you can change a lot. I know it myself. If you could make a strat overnight and say, guys, we're running this in the warm-up, and then we'll see how it goes in the match. You don't need more than 1 or 2 rounds, just because you're experienced enough in your team and your understanding of each other that you can play new strats on the run. So it wouldn't surprise me if they completely flipped the script here.
But talking about starting sites, I think Ents can change all they want. They still have an uphill battle to find starting out on attack on Oregon. But for Fnatic, that's a good way to get some rounds on the board, considering they also struggled with their attacks yesterday.
Yeah, I think so. I think, obviously, you know, when you're starting out on Oregon, Oregon has the best defensive site by far in Laundry Supply across any map. So you're expecting to win that. You're expecting to get a 4-2 split. And I think if Ents don't at least achieve that, I think it's going to be a big struggle for them going into their defenses.
Oh, for sure. They need to have those 2 attack win rates, or 2 attack win rounds. There's no real other option, because if you don't, you'll probably get demolished. But what did we see last time when Ents were struggling with their mentals? They went on attack first, right?
Yep.
And it paid off.
It did. True. Fair enough.
Yeah, so I'm not writing them off. I think that Fnatic is probably a better team and a more experienced team, but I'm not going to write Ents off because I think that there's something with them for me.
What we're saying on this map is it's either genius or it's very, very similar.
Yeah.
There's no in between. So I was like, oh, it's an okay map. It's either 100% or 0.
They're cooking a great dish or the kitchen's going to burn down. It's either going to be which of those two.
It's like you cook fresh.
I'm Gordon Ramsay. What do you mean?
Yeah, you got relegated, so that cooking didn't go too well in the UL.
We can talk about some of the...
Don't worry about it.
Before you two start to physically fight each other, we'll have another player to talk about on the side of Fnatic, because they did a little 1v9 for Jags. One other player that we could focus our attention to is Leon.
Yeah, and actually, if you was going to give me any player on Fnatic, I would have gone with Leon anyway, but I think Leon yesterday, and the stats aren't going to be great for Leon, I'll be honest, right? But after a couple of tricky games yesterday, in the first 2 games, he did end the game positive yesterday, but what I was most impressed from seeing from Leon yesterday, now there's 2 parts to this, and I'm going to come onto it. The first thing, individual performance. I thought Leon individually yesterday was very good at keeping himself alive because he gets into stupid fights early in the round a lot. He is an entry masquerading as a support. Keeping himself alive, but also actually picking up those kills that we know he can get. The second bit, though, that you could put on Leon was there attacking woes on him as the IGL? Now, I don't know if the attacking woes were on him or whether it was on the information being provided to him. We'll never know that, right? But ultimately, Fnatic's attacks sucked, and I guess the buck stops with your IGL there, right?
Yeah, it does. He's ultimately responsible for how every round goes, so he needs to take that responsibility and make sure something happens with it. But when you say that he's like an anti-fragger into a support, would you say that he's a bit sus?
A bit sus?
Yeah. Is he the imposter?
No, I mean, not really. I think he understands how to play support. I just think the thing with Leon is it's very high risk, high reward, because it does happen a lot. And there was a couple of times in the G2 game where he opens up the round for them.
Yeah.
And then there's basically, he will get in an early fight and open up the round. It will either be for the opposition or for his team, right? And it's high risk, high reward. When it's working well, it works great. When it looks bad, it looks horrible. And that's just the nature of how he plays. But that's not necessarily a bad thing inside of the current meta. Sure, he's never going to be a Brede or a Shepherd, for example, who are out-and-out support players and much, much, much more passive. It will be like the best blessing or the worst curse.
Yeah, but those are the things. He's been a support player for a long time now. He needs to learn this because it's all about the development and continuously working on it, and I haven't seen that.
All right, we have one more game, of course. It is ready, so we'll get our casters in for one more time for today. We'll say hi again to Ace and Dez. And I'm curious, did you see our 1v9 that we did with Jex? Do you think he's going to 1v9 in the lobby?
If there's a game who's going to do it, it might well be this one.
Thanks,
That's
Dez.
my take.
Thanks, Terry. I hope you say more in the cast.
Well, I mean, that's the much. Look, I've been told to do a quick throw. What do you want from me?
To know?
I'd say no. I'll tell you what, I'd say nothing. Tim, all yours.
I mean, is it not always? I think, yeah, look, Fnatic have got a real opportunity. They had a tough game yesterday. I watched it, and they need to bounce back quickly, and today's the opportunity. ENCE have been struggling so far. I don't know whether it's nerves, new to the league, what it is, but Fnatic need to get it done, and get it done quickly today.
They want to, of course, get those 3 points on the board. We'll have one more game, of course. You two can take it away for ENCE versus Fnatic.
Okay, now I'll talk. Now that Fresh can't talk anymore, I'll weigh in again. Yes, I think he probably could, because again, this is the kind of game that it can be done in. Yes, we've got changes coming in for ENCE in the form of the 1, but I don't think that's going to fix everything, Tim. It's like trying to replace a tire on like a car that's broken down because of the engine, right? There's a lot of things here that I think need to be addressed by the team if they're going to be able to get over this. But you also can't forget that Fnatic did have a little bit of a wobble. I had a chat with some of the players afterwards, though, and they said, look, we know what went wrong today. We weren't our usual selves. Things were way off. It's going to be fixed coming back into our next day. And so I'm hoping that we do see the Fnatic that many are hoping to see. Again, the reputation that comes with the org, the players that we've seen, you know, some of them we saw delivering big and winning in Berlin, for example. Yes, it's a very different roster compared to those days, but there is still that potential there. There is still that building that the team have been working on that means they should be able to put out a real strong performance here on Oregon.
Let's get into our operator bans then. We know that we're going to be playing on Oregon, but who will we not be seeing in action in terms of operators? Ying is ever present in the bans, continues to enjoy or not enjoy, as it will be the case probably for Ying, that very high ban rate. Grim will also go by the wayside. Obviously, after Grim's rework, we did see a real boost in his popularity in terms of being picked. Great for holding down rotates, preventing movement around site, and we're going to have Fenrir and Solis, no surprises in those final 2.
Yeah, those first 2 bans, Ying and Grim, especially thinking about the downstairs, for example, the dump of utility that we're used to seeing through E-Box, you know, through Freeze or whatever it might be, purely trying to fully overwhelm the site once you've kind of corralled the defenders closer together near the middle of that bottom floor. Those 2 operators are perfect for it. So both teams kind of taking those 2 off the board does give a little bit more freedom to the defenders, I think. And it'll be on both teams on the attacking side to find a new way of applying pressure. Yeah, an overwhelming number of flashes. We saw that a little bit on Skyscraper earlier is one way of doing it. But of course, there are other things that they can choose to employ that I'm sure we'll see as this game really builds into things. And I think you're right, Tim, the defensive side, not a big surprise either. Just 2 of those 2 powerful defenders that we have in the game right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, I look at this and I'm looking at Jax coming in as well for ENCE. And we can talk at length about six-man rosters and, using those substitutions and moving them in and out and, how I guess you could say you can play to strengths on certain maps and things like that. But ultimately, I think one of the difficulties in implementing it in a game like Siege is obviously the impact on practicing and preparing and things like that. Who's going to play which matches, which maps. You can't necessarily just wait for the map ban to decide who's playing that day. You can sort of pick who's playing and then try to get to certain maps, but we're yet to see any real success for an out-and-out six-man roster that uses that regular rotation, and RN's going to be the team that do that successfully. So far it doesn't necessarily look like it, but this is the first time that we've seen Jax come in. It's the first change. We've really, the jury's kind of out. We'll see what happens today, but I think it's going to be difficult. Neko does manage to open us up with an interesting pick. We've spoken about Jax.
1v9 that was, huh?
1v9 there.
Board. Oi, who do you think he is? Not that guy, apparently, at least not in this round. Of course, the Azami being one of those operators that has the rechargeable gadgets that snap back up. Not going to be available for the rest of this round. And I think this makes things a little bit easier for the side events. They've moved in pretty quickly, started things slow on the south side, but Nako's pace through the top side and the DKB round in the corner, that's going to put a lot of pressure onto these, not so much call them roamers, but at least the more aggressive players on the side of Fanatic. 2 minutes left, and already they're pretty much back on site, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the world. If you're going to be pushed back onto a site on Oregon, basement is, definitely holdable from everybody being back and just sort of turtling up. We're going to see pressure coming up through that hatch from Electrical. Just a few shots here and there because it's a Maverick, so they know that he's got to be, sort of within touching distance. Don't have to work on all the edges, can just do enough damage to the hatch, so Skies can position himself as he sees fit to keep himself safe there, and then just look to take out the utility that's underneath. And again, it's just a little bit of phantom pressure potentially. They're off to do work elsewhere, but it just prevents anybody from playing inside of Electrical and also makes Pillar very difficult to hold, which is why we can see the Fnatic have dropped away.
Now, yeah, Rykos has forced his way down, and that highway angle looks so deadly. He didn't find anyone, though, and Leon picking himself up two on the smoke here, really being forced to play more supportive, but he's an absolute killer, Tim. A 3-kill for himself around Pillar, and Shaiko's spot is going to completely break the back of this Ents attack. Sky's just sat in smoke, buddy. That is not the place to be. Leon finds himself a 4th. Can he make it all 5, Tim? And really shut those analysts up, given what they were saying about him earlier on.
He's not going to get the aces. Deepak manages to pick up the final kill, but as you say, I think, something that Fresh said in there was particularly that Leon, one way or another, will, for good or bad sometimes, will open a round up. That's what he does. And boy, what an example we've just had there. Fantastic play on the smoke. Gets aggressive, moves through bunker, gives them the flank, able to play through his own smoke canisters, flip between weapons, shotgun and secondary. Really good stuff from Leon for the 4K, and that opens us up with a beginning round going to Fnatic.
Absolutely. And yeah, Leon is a player that we've cast God knows how many times at this point, Tim. All the way back to the Secret days, long time ago. And he has always had that aggression about him. He's got that dog in him, right? He loves getting aggressive. He loves going for the entries. But the problem is, as we've said so many times, he can find himself dying in silly places ahead of the team. And it's not really where you see your IGL, or I don't want to call him a pure support because he's not a pure support. Things like Azami, his most played operator on defense, not really defensive operator. Ace, as we said early on, some entries actually do play Ace as the go-to. So although he's playing more of a backline role, I wouldn't call him like a hard support and that's all he's ever going to be stuck on. It's just trying to rein that in a little bit and you'll really start to see him fly. And in that round's a great example. Let the execute begin and then really start to shine. And my God, shine he did. 4 kills in that round, and not off to the best start.
It's always worth remembering as well that, obviously an alive IGL, any alive operator is better, but a dead IGL isn't necessarily the end of the world because they can take the focus away from their gameplay.
That's not an excuse.
It's not an excuse, but it takes them, they can then cycle through the cams, cycle through the player perspectives, get an overall picture of what's going on very well, rather than being stuck to their own POV. So there are potentially some benefits to it. But Neko is not going to be able to pick up Leon. He is going to at least be an alive IGL for a little bit longer.
He'll keep up with the specs on side. Admittedly, only 3 flashes on the other side, so not a lot to be too worried about. Deepet's going to find himself sniffed out here by Rykos, just playing underneath as well. So trying to challenge around Zulu. Deepet is punished for it, taken off the board. It's slow from Ents, but at least they're finding themselves entries across these rounds, Tim.
Yep, 2 rounds in a row, they've been able to secure them. The question is, this time, can they lock out the rest of the round? Leon, unlikely to have some sort of impact that he had last time over and over again. He's on the wood, and this time he's playing aggressive up on the breach, and they do need to make sure that that is drawn out and the Ents don't go running into a problem here. They are going to get themselves inside. There we go. That's a nice play Mon's put down. It's just going to prevent Leon coming out. However, he manages to avoid. He doesn't swing wide enough to trigger the Claymore and gets the shotgun blast and another. I said it was unlikely that he'd have the same sort of impact, but now he's not just proving Analyst wrong, he's proving me wrong. Gets a big double, and all of a sudden, it's 3 versus 2 for Fnatic.
It's just a bit too slow for Ents is my concern, Tim. It was 90 seconds to get inside a master bedroom and cubby, and Fnatic are just like, all right, we'll swing you, we'll push you, we'll challenge you, we don't care. And the fact that Leon knows from double window he's probably going to get challenged when he steps across the single window in games and still gets the kill anyway. Again, if you're not sharp and snappy against these teams, you're going to pay the price. And we'll look back at that earlier kill that Naqo didn't get onto Leon when he was stuck inside a cubby on the wrong side of the reinforcement. That could have changed the outcome of this round.
Jax is going to move his way up white stairs, try to get something going for Ents, but as you say, it's just been a little bit too slow from them. Tyrant does manage to pick up Skies, and there is the black eye cameras that are being watched by Leon on Deepak just to feed information again into those remaining players. Jax with it all to do, and what a baptism by fire here, coming into EUL to face a Tyrant C4 that's going to close out the round. And again, it was made by Leon in that mid-round, a big couple of kills that really got things moving for Fnatic. And that leaves them now 2-0 up, and Ents already you feel that things might just be running away from them, Des.
Jax is always going to be a big focus for this game, I think, because again, he's the player stepping in. He's the one who can make a difference, can turn the fortunes around. But like I said earlier on, you're looking to replace a single part of the burning car here. It's not going to magically get you on the road and moving again. There needs to be a lot more systematic changes in that. And I just worry that, you know, Day to make a couple of these changes. I know they're a 6-man, but they've been playing at this top level now with a different lineup. It's going to take time to adjust. It's why many think that 6-man lineups don't really work. Small things like that. Leon slipping away from the first kill, then picking up a 2K, being able to push onto you on a drone. Like, these are the sort of things that you want to play, or you'll see top teams use to bait. You know, the drone throw, okay, let's keep someone outside of Master and wait to see if someone pushes. If you know that Fnatic are going to play like that, and you should now, because they've done it for 2 rounds in a row, Leon being aggressive around Shaiko, and then inside of games, you've got to set up on that expectation that's going to happen and look to play off the back of it. So Ents really got to tighten up, a bit more team play coming out, a bit more pace, and they might find themselves in with a fighting chance to win one of these rounds.
Round 3 it is then. Fnatic moving now to their 3rd choice site, and if they lock this down, you have to start thinking the Ents are in serious trouble. They're going to head straight towards Big Tower, look to get themselves up into T3, and then work all the way down. Azox is going to be straight on the drones, looking to just make sure it's clear before he does go in. All the information is in place, and this is good, quick entry into the building for Ents.
All right, now where to? Things are lining up okay. You've got 3 or 4 players all focused around Big Tower. Where do you go from here? Because it's one of those things that you look at and say, cool, it looks good to start, but then it all starts falling apart when the execution actually starts coming on through. But with 3 players all together, surely it can't just fall apart early, it seems, Tim, right?
Right.
Insert Star Wars.
I think, you know, I said similar the other day about a different game, but I think it's just a bad time to play Fnatic today as well. I think they didn't show up yesterday. They're going to be frustrated with themselves. Interestingly, 3rd entry in a row goes over to Ents. They haven't been able to secure a round on the back of one yet, but Naqo 2nd in the game for him. Rykos picking up the other one, and so again, another good start, another good opportunity for them. But yeah, as I'm saying, I think, you know, after the game yesterday and the struggles they had, it's a tough time to play Fnatic because they are coming out here chomping at the bit to prove a point, and they are starting to run over them a little bit.
I really want to know what Naqo's game plan is here, whether he's trying to push his way in towards Freezer, for example. Guys, please don't let this be a thing. They've got the reading, I think they know, which is always good news. In fact, that call from the Decabe is what's going to save them there, Tim. Also drone on him, but they did have a couple of things there lined up to deal with him. Almost picking him off on the downstairs as well. Tyrant's dancing around. Naqo floating here and hoping to catch someone. He's the kind of backstab factor they need. I'm just a bit unsure here that he can really get enough done. He's got to go in through a bottleneck doorway with no assistance.
Yeah, I feel like Jigsaw's really gotten away with on there as well. Ents needed to be picking that kill up. It was a good opportunity to secure the man advantage, and eventually it does get done. Jax takes him down, 5 versus 3 now. Tyrant low health, and Ents almost certainly going to pick up a first round as Skies manages to find Tyrant. It's all up to Deepak. We know that he's got the clutch capability, but there is an awful lot of work ahead of him. A yellow ping ahead of him suggests that somebody is in Shower's corridor just holding his position, but the diffuser is going down. Nothing Deepak can do about it. He just needs to try and find one kill at a time, but Ents, they are not keen to give him anything.
Beautiful. Really good, clean round. You look at that maybe as a doubter and go, well, it's the offside, of course, sure. But I actually think how simple they kept that attack was the key thing. And I've touched on this a couple of times across the last few days of casting. Sometimes when you attack from one angle, it's a bit too easy for crossfires to get set up, for example, for the defenders to just absolutely crucify you when you step inside. But I think for this site, because you have that table up on the stage, it actually makes life a lot easier. You get green control. You make sure you can't get flanked from below. You have pressure actually ready to push into the site itself. And it was, again, that. It was plain and simple. They took control of what they needed. Neko went for a bit of a walk-off by himself and, yeah, applied a little bit of pressure. I'll give that to him. But I think it was the focus on the execute itself, and Fnatic got a little bit jittery, trying to get something done to stop that plant going down, that ultimately they paid the price. Simple and clean, that's all that you need, and Ents have got that round that they sorely wanted to get themselves in this game.
Talking about needs, I feel like Fnatic need an entry kill. 3 rounds and 3 entry deaths so far. They are basically have played this game 4 versus 5 so far, you know, on the whole. So given the fact that they are 2-1 up is, you know, speaking to their performance through the mid and late round particularly, but they just need to start giving themselves that advantage. They can't keep giving that over to Ents because they've just shown in the last thing been capable of getting around on the back of it. Like you say, it was the 3rd choice site, so you know, maybe it's a little bit different now. They're attacking onto basement again, but I would like to see Fnatic come out here, find an early gunfight, and win it as well.
And Jigsaw and Jags are 2 players that we'll be looking at here and really asking that question of, you know, will we see them get themselves involved and getting up on the entries, for example? Are the players you'd expect to do so? I think the problem is where Fnatic have been quite aggressive in the early round, trying to, you know, look out doorways and get kills, for example. There's just always been a response. And similarly, yeah, Rykos got a kill from in a similar spot, but just downstairs last time round when he was pushing in towards kitchen. It's almost like we're seeing these players on Fnatic show a little bit too much of themselves too early on. And against a slow team like Ents, who are taking it step by step, they're able to punish that when you're trying to be just a little bit too aggressive.
Yep, leveled up as Leon manages to pick up the kill onto Neko, so 4 versus 4. Jax has got aggressive here. Look at this, the Monty walking right into sight, takes the attention. Skies manages to get the kill, and all of a sudden it looks like it's going their way, but a team kill in the middle means that it's now 2 versus 1, and that is so unfortunate for Ents. Things falling apart as they were getting everything they needed, and right now, Azox has to find a way.
He has. He's got the Zofia, you got the concussive, you got the impact, you can do a bit of work, but still 2 players left on side makes this a little bit of a tricky task. 90 seconds still to go as well, so let's not forget. So Ents really did pull the trigger and say, let's try and go fast. We saw them trip over themselves a little bit on that push through. The Monty maybe being in a bit of a precarious situation, as we saw, really couldn't keep himself alive. It's down to Azox with no information to try and make this one work. He has got his 2 drones still alive, though I'm sure his teammates are sat flicking through, as you can see. Aquo the only one doing it currently, but at least there's something being watched for him out on the flank. Right sort of idea. That clock is not waiting for anyone, Tim.
Just going to stun himself out there, Azox, but neither of the Fnatic players so didn't really gain any information either. Diffuser's down, they see him through the drone hole, they know exactly where the push is coming from, and Jegs and Tyrant just not going to give any opportunity here. They're not going to push themselves into any position where they can be challenged. They don't need to. The only problem they've got is the amount of time that's left on the board. But look at the rotation. The Fnatic players, they're reading into this perfectly well. As soon as Azox moves into freezer, they move through the rotation, and so on we go. Holding that rotation. Azox taking damage, and that chip damage will add up, a hit point at a time. Jegs takes his man down, and that's Fnatic 3-1. And again, Ents, let's not forget, we're in a 4v2 situation. Jax pushed down into Laundry on the Monte, did great work. Sky's got a kill from Pillar, and it looked like they had Fnatic in the palm of their hand. They were just taking them apart one at a time, but then a team kill comes in. Fnatic get a kill at the same time, and all of a sudden it's 2v2, and the wheels come off for Ents once again. 3-1 Fnatic.
Pain, isn't it? Really? Just pain. We've seen this already a couple of times today where teams have got themselves ahead, at least with the entry, and then bled the round out to the opposing team. Feels like it might start happening again. It all started so strong here, but of course, as we said so many times, your feet find themselves pretty exposed. He's getting himself pushed from the backside as well, not showing any respect to the rotate. Just really being punished there for not having everything covered off, and it's always that ballsy play with the Monty. You can't protect every single side of yourself at the same time, only front ways, and so Fnatic were good to respond, moving at that pace to make sure that Monty wasn't going to stay a threat for too long. Good stuff. They're up 3-1, back up to that top floor.
There are things that Ents are doing well here. They are playing fantastically on the entry. They've had 4 in a row. Fnatic yet to get the opening kill. Like I said, I liked the decisiveness and the confidence of the play of Jax, getting down and taking ground, getting into sight. You know, they've had a couple of rounds where they've got aggressive, they've got up in the faces of Fnatic, and they've created space for themselves. So they are doing some things well. The problem is, I don't know if it's nerves, I don't know what it is. They just seem to, you know, when they do get into that position, they just have this bit of a wobble, and it all kind of falls apart, especially on the primary sites where Fnatic are a little bit more comfortable. They just need to control Fnatic a little bit better, especially when they've got that manpower advantage.
Absolutely. See what more they can find then. Coming in here. We know again that it started well early on. I feel as long as they get that and they can kind of pause and build from there, things won't work out all that bad for them. Rykos has been involved in quite a few of these early engagements, not always finding the entry, but at least being involved in them. You've got Nako being quite passive, and he has been involved in more. 2 boots to his name across round 1 and round 3 was found out by Leon previously. Starting their way up on this top floor. But again, I look at the clock here and think, okay, 60 seconds, we're only now starting to sniff at Master. Not seeing that's an unfortunate disconnect. Happens, they have to play the round on though, because they've gone quite far in.
Yeah, I mean, you know, ultimately, as a pro team, it happens sometimes. You've got to be prepared to play like that. It's 4v5. You've just kind of got to look at it as if you've lost your entry battle, I suppose. It's not the end of the world, but certainly not ideal timing for Ents here, given that Fnatic are starting to build a little bit of a lead up. Jigsaw Nitro goes out, not going to find anybody. Ents again positioning themselves well, not leaving themselves in that danger position. We do have Rykos rejoin, so should be fine for the next round. And again, a lot of intel is good here from Ents. They're using that IQ scanner. They're pinging out those cameras, pinging out that utility that's going to be a problem for them. It just feels like they're stalling out a little bit. Opening pit is going to be a good step. It allows them to take out the black eye camera, and they can now start mounting a bit of pressure onto Jigsaw, but he looks ready to withstand this.
He's also burning through all of his specs here, Tim, is my main concern. Saying that all the flashes are gone. There is nothing else for him to be alarmed about. The threat from the other side is basically non-existent. They'll step their way through, but Fnatic have got these crossfires ready. Jigsaw has not had to move his feet for 2 minutes, Tim. This is what I mean about the attack's been a bit more slow and composed. Torrent's coming on the backstab. There's nothing to watch him here. This is going to be an easy close 2-man swing. Good bit of team play coming out as well, showing that level of experience from these Fnatic players. But there's nothing more to be done, Tim. They're walking in like lambs to the slaughter, one after the other. Fnatic may well find themselves on for a flawless round here.
And it will be.
There it is.
As Tyrant manages to find that final kill, I thought for a second Tyrant might take Jegs out on White Stairs then, where they both peaked it at the same time. But no, managed to swerve his shots at the last second, and that leaves Fnatic 4-1, and Ents just continuing to struggle here, really. It didn't help, of course, with Rykos dropping out of that one. They were 4 versus 5, but still, it was a tough round for them. They never really made a dent onto site. They did some good jobs of clearing utility. Trying to push somebody at White Stairs, I think is fine, but just not a clear enough understanding of where everybody was for Fnatic, and having that flank of Tyrant come underneath was really harmful for them.
It was. That's the kind of round that I think you'd hope to see from Fnatic going into round 6 as well, where they are the ones really in control of how things are going, because as I mentioned back in round 1 and 2, Ents have been pretty slow. And it's not all really sitting there going it's by choice, I think. It's kind of whether it's an experience thing or what, I'm not entirely sure, but we don't see them moving at the same kind of pace that others have done. The fastest they've gone is with the Monty. Think about the irony in that sentence. The fastest they have gone is with a shield at the front. Everything else has been very slow, very composed. It's been great for dealing with the individual aggression coming out of the would-be entrance from the side of Fnatic. But outside of that, it's only hurt them as the round has worn on. Good news is, Tim, they came out on top on this site last time round. We're going back there once again. So the onus flips onto Fnatic to be the ones who make a change to deal with what they know Ents are likely bringing to the table.
Yeah, I feel like, Ents probably quite desperately need to win this round, really. If they get a 4-2 half, it's a bit of a steal for them, and it maybe just gives them a little bit of confidence going on to that second half. I've been talking about entries repeatedly after the first 4 went in the direction of Ents. Now Fnatic have fought back. They got it in the last round. They get it in this round, just getting aggressive onto the windows there, and Naquo goes down. So 5 versus 4, advantage Fnatic, and kind of feel like, I mean, that's what Fnatic needed here on the tertiary side.
At least trying to keep things narrow. It's more that south side push instead, but my only concern is there's a little bit too much comfort for Fnatic, because well, they've got to get their way through the castle barricades. It's only 60 seconds in. There's still a lot of time to do work with this stuff, but so often we've seen them sat outside the south side of the building, just kind of waiting to see what happens and expecting aggression from Fnatic. Right sort of ideas. We've seen that come out of Jigsaw, for example. And they've got at least an avenue in towards the site, but
changing max.
This being this one-dimensional, it's not the easiest side to attack is my main concern.
No, especially, as soon as Fnatic realise that's where the pressure's mounting, like you say, reasonably easily dealt with. Instead, going to be opening up or trying to open up that backsided wall. We see the Selma charge cleared off, but there is access to begin through there. So, Ents in a position now to potentially push on and think about a plant on the rear stage. The problem is, whether they're going to have that cover from above or not. Deepek just playing underneath for the time being. It looks like Attic has been cleared out, so Deepek's going to be in the key position here to try and hold them back.
And Wylde smoke's in place as well. That hatch that you've got to be so mindful of as well. Normally you'll have someone top 4, and you can see it actually on the left-hand side of your screen right now. There's army, I believe, of Jegs hanging around up there looking to challenge into Attic, so that hatch cannot be played by the attackers. But all they need is a couple of seconds to make this move, clear out the smoke, for example, and they're in home straight, able to get the plant down. 45 seconds to play, Tim, and there's only one smoke left in Deepek's back pocket.
Jack's just having a look into green towards kitchen. There it comes. That was the big kill that they needed. Skies manages to take down Deepek, but Jigsaw is there for a kill onto Jack. Still has the advantage in the favor of Fnatic, but no, a big double there from Ents. Just open things up, but do they know about Tyrant? He could be a round winner here from rear stage. There's.
He is. Ready to backstab from Harry Potter as well. Makes his move up here as well. Knows about it, surely. Yes, he does, but they've moved away. Great movement out. And Skies gets the clear third kill into a fourth. They'll win the 2 offsites, Tim. And it gives them 2 attacking rounds. That may yet prove to be enough.
Yep, Sky's just coming good there for the team, getting a big round under his belt. Lots of action from him, getting that wall open, diffuser in place, getting the kills. It was really what Ents needed to fire them up. Coming into the second half, like I said, a 4-2 might not actually be too bad for them. They can build a bit of confidence on the defense. At least they're playing their own setups, and Fnatic have to take the onus here to go in and get things done, which they have done fantastically well on their primary and secondary defensive sides, but on the third choice side, Fnatic looked a little bit wobbly, Des.
They did, and this is what gives me a little bit of nerves, because again, we speak about how things have gone down for them yesterday. Not the performance that they wanted. It's not what they've been practicing for. It's not what the squad has worked towards. They admit that themselves and say, yes, there was a wobbly day. We weren't fully in the game. Like, one example I got given was, Jacka was banned away. Oh, that means the team is likely to be more aggressive on the roaming. But they didn't respect that in their game. And there were things they were looking at and saying, boys, let's just give ourselves a bit of a wobble, wake up, get back into the game today and put on a strong show. And I'm not saying they played bad. I think the way they played that half actually is pretty good. They've obviously come out with 4 rounds on the board in Oregon. Any team would say, you know what, a 4-2 split in Oregon on defense, we'll take that. It then becomes about that battle in the second half, though. I'm just worried that if we see them come out being a little bit too pacey here and not respecting Ents, could yet pay the price.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the reality is they need to find one of the primary sites. If Fnatic can only pick up the third choice site, then we're going to end up with some extra rounds, which is not what Fnatic are going to be wanting here. So they've got themselves in quickly. I like this. Top floor control has been gained using the verticals down onto Laundry Stairs. And what a great opener. Jigsaw just finding that vertical angle onto Azox, and that's exactly the start that Fnatic needed. 5 versus 4. Leon taking a tickle of damage, but ends pretty much forced back down to site, and they've got an awfully long time to hold on.
A great angle to expose as well. You know, vertical soft flooring above, down through the hatch, down to the player playing inside of E-Box, and a great find. The mute being taken offline. That means the C4, the only C4, is removed away. And whilst you might look at that and say, well, C4's not that big a deal. We've all seen rounds that end when a player's playing just outside cubby door with a C4 in hand, tosses it over the shelving to a player planting on E-Box door, and the kill is what ends the round there and then. Yes, still things like smokes to play behind, but a good tool to take away, and a freebie at that.
Droning continues then. The thing is, Fnatic know how much time they've got to use here as well. They've done plenty of droning, plenty of recon, and they're still only at the halfway mark and can start opening hatches up. Tyrant bullying them now, finding the kill onto Jack. Skies is there. He's been really important for Ents over the last couple of rounds. Does manage to get the trade, but Fnatic can play the trade game. 4 versus 3. They can win this by simple attrition. So long as they get the first kill each time, it doesn't matter if they lose that manpower along with it.
Time I'm watching out for now though, Tim. Yes, 2 big power picks removed from the defensive side early on. Got about a minute still to play with. Not tons of utility to make a drop happen. Maybe I'm lying really, actually. Capital's on side. Pretty good with the smokes, good with the fire, can do a lot with that. The problem is, Skies is going unchecked, and Jigsaw has tried to make a play independently there, way out of sync with the rest of his team, and has paid the price.
Leon just looking to challenge into bunker, but Skies just absolutely slams him. Stood with the Vector, waiting for the challenge. Rykos, Naquo, they finish it off with 1 apiece, and all of a sudden, what looked like a very one-sided game at times for Fnatic is 4-3, Des, and this one is close, because Ents are on the defense and could well find more rounds yet.
We're going to learn a lot in this next round, I think. If Fnatic come out and can win top floor, they can get this over the finish line, I think, with an offsite win. Back to basement, lose that. Back to top floor, win it there, game is done. What I'm nervous about there is that we had, what, 2-3 players pushing in for these 1v1s? This is why I was saying earlier in the round, you've got to show Ents that respect, right? They're on the defensive side. It is comfier for teams that aren't so proficient and together and united on the attacking side of things. It's a lot easier to say, you hold there and hold this angle, I'll hold there and hold this angle. We win if someone pushes in. It's as simple as that. Skies there, though, has found 3 individual 1v1s and just carved Fnatic apart. And main offenders in there, Jigsaw being the main guy, is gone searching and gone hunting and paid the price of being all alone. Leon's then come in 5 to 10 seconds later. He has no choice. He has to try and make a play happen on elbow, but he also loses that 1v1. And before you know it, the rest of the team are then just there to completely fall apart before their very eyes. So, sorry, Jigsaw, but you're kind of implicated in this one as being one of the players at fault, even if he was kind of going down thinking, you know what, maybe he's a bit deeper. Maybe me and Leon do get a 2v1 here. You paid the price due to the lack of information.
Fnatic have really slowed down in terms of kills over the last couple of rounds as well. You know, we saw Leon and Tyrant both obviously going well, but they've only had, I think, 1 between them over the last couple of rounds. And by contrast, Skies is now up to 10 and 4, really starting to motor. He needs the rest of the team to step up around him, of course. He can't win this completely single-handedly, but they've really got themselves back into things over the last couple of rounds. Fnatic, they need to put a stop to this right now.
Really do, and hopefully you see that composure build in this next round. Otherwise, I expect attack timeout will come in after just a couple of rounds because things are looking messy. Jegs in trying to make the play by himself, right sort of idea. Azox is on the downstairs, but are the drones at his feet? Is there a second player pushing in from green? The answer looks like no, given what Jegs is holding. So it's one of those again where you've got to be so careful. You aren't going to get swung on here. It's a risk that you don't need to take yet.
Attackers have located
Leon on the Deimos, just again having to back out of that challenge, and look what happens when he does. Jegs is left all alone. Naquo steps out and gets a big entry. 5 versus 4, an advantage yet again over to Ents. 5 versus 3. They're waking up. There's Azox. He takes down Leon, and that's cut off the attack from that side of the map.
I just love how they've played this so far. These two dancing around on security, and Naquo top of Freezer stairs, ready to challenge the pairing. And they've absolutely slammed Jegs and then converted onto Leon by rounding through Kitchen. Really great heads-up, active gameplay. But you'll look at that POV we saw from Leon. Him turning away as Jegs pushes forward just shows that desync that is currently in the team right now. Different players trying to do different things all at the same time leads to absolute chaos, and Ents are capitalizing.
Who would have thought after the first 3 or 4 rounds that we might be sat here at 4 apiece and looking to fight over third choice sites? Deepek is going to look to clear out the keeper barricade, but there's only one thing getting cleared out, Des, and it's Deepek. And Nitro comes out, a double for Skies to finish. That puts him on at least 12 kills this game. And a good number of them have come in the last 3 rounds. Hence, they level it up. And we, as we always love to have got a game on our hands.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. And as said, Tim, it's only been 2 rounds, but I think Fnatic will call in that tack timeout. Tristan, a coach, I imagine at this point is stepping in and saying, boys, this is the same stuff that we saw in the last couple of games where things haven't always gone our way. We're not in sync. We're not playing as a team, and things are being taken away from us that we shouldn't be losing. Yeah, players have attacked a million times in towards security and top freezer stairs. They know there's a very good chance the shotgun sat inside of security and a player holding at top freezer ready to swing onto you when you try and aggress onto security door. But again, Leon has turned away towards showers as Jegs has stepped forward. They're not looking to play trades off each other, and they paid the price. Not to take it away from Ents, they played that defense beautifully, but here Leon's left completely blind, not a clue what's going on, and they've lost 2 players already. It's a mess.
Well, well, well. Beautiful Nitro throw as well from Scars there. We just see it on the reverse angle, picks up his final kill. But yeah, there's going to have to be some changes made for Fnatic here, because I tell you now, if Ents get this third site locked down, if they can find the defense on meeting that Fnatic were unable to, you just start looking at it thinking, boy, this could be a 3-pointer for Ents, and Fnatic are going to be left scratching their heads because Ents have seriously woken up over the last few rounds. The question is now, what can Fnatic do to put them back to sleep, essentially? What can they do to break this momentum? You know, and the answer is, of course, get a successful attack. But I think they need to... I think just not focus on too much of the map here. It can be a very simple attack. Open up both of those walls, clear out Attic, and get a plant down on stage. Just don't play into the gunfights around the map. They seem to be a little bit tentative. I picked up on it. You know, Leon and Jigsaw were pushing. Leon backs out and leaves Jigsaw in the fight on his own, and they get picked up in 1v1s. They're not in a position then to impact on each other's deaths, and it just felt like, I don't know, they've been put on the back foot a little bit, and Fnatic, they need to push themselves forward and get that confidence back.
And hopefully again after that tack timeout, we see more of that togetherness. We've seen these guys do some wonders.
There it is.
An entry's the way to do it. Okay, they get the entry. Okay, calm down. Almost being a bit aggressive. Got slapped for it. Fair play. That's a good way to at least get something going when you've seen Ents building maybe a bit too much in confidence, and Leon was just ready. Admittedly, when Skies was sat at 12-4, you can't blame him with the game that he's been having so far, Tim. You know, 3Ks and 4Ks galore. He has been walking through Fnatic for the most part. Now it's about how do Fnatic use this numbers advantage.
Yeah, it really could be the momentum shift that they need, but like you say, how do they use the advantage? They need to make sure that they get in on top of it. Jegs now can just sit out in this position in dining, air jab himself off, keep himself safe, get himself a kill. Can he find a second? Tyrant manages to pick up Naquo elsewhere, and Fnatic have used that manpower advantage well. We can put the Nomad in dining. We don't need them to help with the push on the other side. There's no flanks possible. Flawless round, and I said Fnatic need some confidence back. They need some momentum back, and that tactical timeout did the job. They take the round and put themselves in the lead once again.
Trying to find it, and really there it was the intensity of the round, I thought, as well. Like, sure, the entry was one thing. If Leon lost his life there, we're having a different conversation. But the fact that he gets the one, and from that point forward, the team just builds up in momentum. You know, you saw those last 2 players, like Scarper in through Kitchen, in towards security, had the right idea. Top freezer was going to be a challenge. Just couldn't quite find the kill. Every single time they turned somewhere, there was a new Fnatic player there to challenge them. So a good way to keep the comms a little bit chaotic, to try and destabilize Ents there. They've got the round win. Do we now see Ents bounce back?
I think it's... I've got a feeling that it could be tough for Ents, but just because it's tough when you've been losing so much. I think you get to a point now where you're like, right, we've got it. It's clicking. We're working. Oh, maybe it's not. Fnatic have just, you know, and so, you know, maybe it does break the mental a little bit. But on the plus side, They got down to basement. They've got dorms to follow up after this. There's a real possibility that they can put themselves on match point for the next time they get to try that meeting site. Fnatic, however, whatever's been said in that tactical timeout has worked wonders for them. They've come out with a flawless round. It's like they've given their heads a wobble. They're back into it. And honestly, I've got a feeling that Fnatic might just run to the finish line on this one now.
There is still going to be more to do, though, is the way that I look at this. I think one round off the back of a good entry from Leon, yes, but it was a 1v1 that could have gone either way. Give it a bit of time and see if it builds into a couple more rounds. So I wouldn't be shocked to see ENCE battle their way back into this one. Playing on the downstairs, you've got Rykos, as we've seen previously. These guys like to challenge a little bit, not too aggressively, but enough that they're challenging around top 3 to stairs. Naquo, actually, a little bit deeper out in the map, and this is really where Fnatic, I was going to say, should have drones on him and know exactly what's coming and have the ability to pinch onto him. Right sort of idea, but down goes Tyron.
Yeah, again, not an ideal start for Fnatic, especially after that last round. Leon, however, is there to pick up his man. He knew where Naquo was and finds the kill. Very important, because it now allows Fnatic to start taking that map control and start pressuring ENCE.
It's a killer for Naquo. I think he was either switching to pistol or bringing his gadget out, I'd imagine the second. And it's at that exact moment when Leon comes in for the swing too. So a little bit of a sucker for Naquo, but it's still that 1-for-1. We keep the Capitao on side, one of the key operators. Not only has he got all that utility, it's also Leon carrying the diffuser here. That goes down with Naquo around showers. That is a massive scramble then for Fnatic to try and recover the round and get things back on track.
I feel like Fnatic now just need to consolidate and make sure that they're getting themselves back together so they're in a position to trade if they need to. You know, you don't want too much solo play here. It's fine whilst you know you've got everything locked down. The rear stage stairs player has now been forced away. They're opening hatches. They're sort of getting jobs done. That's fine. But as soon as this has all happened, it needs to become a consolidated push. Who's pushing pillar? Who's dropping hatch? Is anybody going bunker? Right now, it's maybe a little bit one-dimensional. We can see Fnatic largely just stacking up on that laundry side.
A rotate coming over here as well. Leon moving his way down through construction, so a big spread coming out from Fnatic here. An even number count of 4-on-4. You're looking at this and thinking, is that really the way to go? Leon goes down inside of blue here, for example. They are screwed. There is no way to recover that diffuser, and it will come down to a shootout versus players very well dug in with a C4, a bunch of impact still sat, ready to go. Goyo, canisters, Malusis, you name it. Still many things to work against this Fnatic side, and very limited information due to the Mozzie and the Mute being on side. It's looking like it might go a bit pear-shaped here if they're not careful.
Deepak does get an important kill. Numbers should win the day for them now. 4 versus 2. Jax is just bouncing back and forward, but Leon is being held out at this point. Important kill. Leon comes by and just gets him on the drive-by as he walks in. Jigsaw with the final kill, and Fnatic just winning gunfights, Des. That's what they needed to do. I was in the same boat as you. I was a little bit, I sort of said it's all one-dimensional. Then they rotated and just said one person to each corner of the map to push. I was like, no, don't spread that much. Maybe pick 2 directions and go from there. But Fnatic, they win their fights. They get the job done. Good round from them. And that puts them 6-4 match point opportunity.
Ooh, I mean, I've got to come back to Leon these last 2 rounds, especially. Every gunfight that he's coming into, he's winning. I think if they lose those, these rounds descend to absolute chaos. He dies in Big Tower in the previous round, for example. Skies goes on a tear, unchecked for most of that round. Looking at the kill that he got there coming in for construction, again, a big kill that really got them going. If he doesn't get that 1v1 onto elbow, diffuser goes down inside of blue with 15 seconds on the clock. The last couple of players have to scarper to try and get that diffuser back on side, or push him blind to try and find kills. So a lot of credit to give to Leon, same with the kill that he got prior to that as well. It really has come down to those last 3 kills that he's got that have kept this team moving. Yes, they're getting round wins on the board, and I'm sorry for sounding so cynical, but I just think it really is balanced on a nice edge when it's on Leon to get 3 kills in a row without losing a single one.
Attackers are moving
Let's see how this one goes then. We've got another opportunity for ENCE on a strong defensive side. They're going to be up on the top floor this time. But as I said, I think Fnatic just seem to have got the bit between the teeth now. They've had the little chat of the tack timeout a couple of rounds ago, and they've certainly come back with a renewed vigor that they'd maybe lost in a few of the rounds there. So it was certainly well timed from Tristan. Jigsaw is going to be straight down into the basement, looking for any roamers that are rotating underneath there, looking for that late round flank. And for the time being, I don't think he's going to come head to head with anybody.
Shouldn't for now. For the upstairs, though, the march on forward, and he's found what he needed. Really thought he might get shot from the hatch on his way through here, but he's walked in and got himself a big kill. Necro looking to balance something out here. I think it's a little too little, a little too late. The assailant has disappeared back into the map, Tim.
I'm not sure if they're aware of Necro's presence or not, though. Could be dangerous as he's getting himself into garage. They do see him, and Tyrant cuts him down, and ends now seriously on the back foot. You have to wonder if they've maybe just overcommitted to that presence in the map. Losing 2 players out there, it leaves it all to do for the 3 remaining. Skies has taken damage as well, and Jax is still playing aggressively in closet here, trying to hold Fnatic at bay, but Fnatic don't need to rush things now. They're a team full of experience. They're going to sit back. They'll have the drone-in phase again, see where everybody is, and they will make the plan of how and where they go from here.
All right, in a spot to get it closed then. No one will say it's been the prettiest win, but it will have been a win regardless if they can get it over the finish line here and now. Admittedly, Skies still being online. Spoke about a few times this game, the big 3Ks, 4Ks he's rocked up with. Not really seen in these last 2 or 3 rounds. It's going to shine brightly. Now is the time to do so. Fnatic getting themselves in position. Drones going in ahead of Jigsaw, still showing that composure, even with the numbers advantage, is good to see.
Jigsaw, long angle, sees his man, cannot find the headshot. Will just continue to pressure from that side. Skies just pick up an important kill. He's been absolutely full of them. Can't quite hit the Nitro Jigsaw, but it will be detonated without any damage, so not the end of the world. Skies 13 and 6, had a quiet couple of rounds, but what better time for ENCE than if he can get into things right now.
Got to be mindful that it runs these angles being held by Fnatic, and that's exactly what Jax does. That is unfortunate. Jigsaw picking him up from Kid's window there. Shouldn't be walking into those so freely, knowing there's a very good chance that Fnatic have got so many of these angles covered. And now Fnatic have to make their move, Tim. Down to the last 15 seconds. White stairs, attic, double window. Everything on side here. Rykot steps round, and Skies got a second. I said he's been quiet, Tim. He must have heard me. 2 in the round, and ENCE might just about hold here to guarantee we go all the way. Rykot's into another. And even in a 5 versus 3, they can't quite get it over the line.
And these are the things that happened as when you leave it to the last 15 seconds. Fnatic didn't have, I think, a full grip on who was where. Rykos had last been challenging them from master bedroom, but he was able to rotate back through closet and then just got aggressive towards the top of white stairs. But because of the time ticking down, Fnatic don't have time to keep rechecking. Where is he moving? Where is he being aggressive towards? We just need to get in for the plant, and they get completely caught out, running into sight. 2 kills go down and nothing they can do at that point. So a good round for ENCE. They hold on to the top floor, and for the decider, they do have basement open, so I imagine we will see them going back down to their first choice site. They've won 1, they've lost 1. Can Fnatic get the job done, or are we going to overtime?
I mean, if a team's giving up a 5v3, you're saying ENCE have got a very good chance of being able to get it over the line. Again, those prior 2 rounds, it's almost like speaking it into existence. I said that, you know, yes, they've won the 2 rounds, but it came off Leon getting 3 kills consistently, dealing with Skies, who's been a big player for the side of ENCE. In the round that doesn't happen, and Skies is a little more reserved, plays towards the late round, you can see the outcome as it plays out. So, again, as cynical as it is, I'm still not fully convinced by Fnatic. Even the close things out here, 7 and 5, I imagine they'll come away from today saying, boys, we have not fixed those issues that we've spent the last 24 hours working on. We've got a week now to get this fixed and turned around, because many expectations come in and say they'll be #1 team here in EU, but at the very least be competitive. Now, at this point, they're fighting for the midfield. That's okay. You still get to go through playoffs, for example. But you'd expect against ENCE, and again, I'm not trying to put loads of disrespect on ENCE here, you would expect a stronger performance against ENCE, who currently find themselves down near the bottom.
Well, you know, that's it. Yeah, it's just about the reality of, you know, what we've seen in terms of performance and results so far. And like you said,
it's back in EU, baby. Woo!
It's certainly, you know, got to be seen as an opportunity for Fnatic. But ENCE have really woken up. Like I said, they've really turned up to play. Skies has had a great game, and they deserve credit for what they've got out of this so far as well. Necro is just going to put that pre-placed Nitro. It does detonate. It doesn't find anybody. It is Azox that manages to pick up Jegs, but the Nitro actually opens up the angle that Jigsaw is then able to hit the trade from.
Team play, good stuff, but equally a great trade coming back the other way. So a good passage of play, I feel, for both teams there. No complaints.
Jigsaw just going to be taking out more of that utility from above that's going to be keeping the man inside of security safe. Going to drop away. Rykos just dipping back into Freezer, knowing that his time there is done. Doesn't want to be drawn out, so out comes the mute jammer. Although, given the width of that corner, it should be pretty easy for them to spot if he's playing in behind that keeper barricade. And again, they've no idea, Des. It's just like the top floor push all over again. Neko picks up Leon in kitchen, and he had no clue that he was there.
And now Fnatic have got to fight to try and recover the diffuser in ground. They have no intel on. They're probably going to have to fresh drone out all over again. Or just say, guys, screw it, we're going for kills. Let's try and find these last 4 players inside 60 seconds. Not too convinced by that one. Right sort of idea, though. There's at least one tucked in close. It's the Valkyrie. Can he get the shot off on time, though? No, he cannot. Jigsaw with a good close down there, snapping that door shut in his face.
That's it. I think, you know, this is the best opportunity now that Fnatic are going to get in this round. Jigsaw's been able to bring it back level. They've got the diffuser back in hand. Time is becoming a factor, but it is doable. Toxic Babe Canister will come out and just prevent the push forward, but that's all of them gone now. So in about 10 seconds time, Fnatic can start to get aggressive in towards bunker, maybe down rear stage stairs. The drones are raining through, just trying to get that last head count of where everybody is.
A good one to have in place there as well, because you'll see one that pushes up highway, for example. Flanks aren't going to be so easy. Someone's got to sit and stay on that this entire time. I'm not seeing either dead player or Fnatic watching it. If they get away with that, you'll be crying. However, they're in. Flash is coming on through. Tyrant off towards the side, sees the back, but he slips through the net. In behind the Rykos, dies to friendly fire. Deepek's in a 1 versus 1. Can he find Skies? No, he cannot. Fnatic once again mess things up in the dying few seconds, and Ents hold on.
Skies just looked so casual there with his drink of water afterwards. He's like, just hold himself up in closet, and Deepek comes spraying round the corner with half a second left to go, but it just wasn't enough, and Skies is like, yeah, no problem. I knew I had that. It was 1v1, job done. But yes, Ends pushes to overtime, and that means that Fnatic, even if they come away with the win, will be dropping a point here. It'll be 2 points for the winner, 1 point for the loser. But honestly, I would not put this past Ends to potentially come away with a win here. I'm not sure who is on which side. I'm interested to see, you know, how that sort of cookie crumbles as we come into overtime and who has the defensive advantage.
And look at the end of that round, how chaotic it is. Like, Rykos is going down to his own fire, for example, and yet they're still coming out on top. And to be fair, Tyrant really tried. The player coming out of Freezer door that pushed up highway, he did go for him. He did hit him, but they still got the back push coming through, which just starved everything down to that closing 1v1, where the clock ultimately played in Skies' favor. Fnatic again, I think, will be kicking themselves a little bit. Leon going down inside a kitchen. I've touched on it a few times. You've got to come away with the 1v1 first 2 rounds after the timeout, but now Ents have figured things out a little bit more. They're back in confidence. They're winning those gunfights, and they are paying the price. And one thing I think that's worth stressing, you know, I've spoken to a few teams about this. I'm like, in the last maybe 6 months, we've seen a lot of teams get into the stage where they just die from being shot in the back. And I'm like, well, you know, shot in the front when you should really be droning these things out. And I asked a few pro teams, like, why is that? And some have said, ultimately, there's a lot more risk in the game now. For attackers to get anything done, you can't afford to drone every single part of the map when defenders have got as much utility as they do. You get to the last 30 or 40 seconds, and there's tons of stuff to slow you down. There's Kiba barriers, there's Goyo canisters, everything else you could think of, Fenrir, FNATs, you name it. They're all there to stop you, so you do have to take some risks on the way through. But not risks like this that are costing you a couple of rounds that really could have been won, and this could have been closed out at 7-4.
Well, like you said at the time, Des, it was that 30 or 40 seconds that it cost them fighting the Valkyrie, getting the diffuser back, repositioning, adjusting. You know, it could have given them the extra time on site that they needed to be able to just, you know, massage those defenders into positions where they could pick up the kills a little bit easier. But it is all said and done, and we are in overtime. It's going to be Ents who have the defense. They've gone back down to the basement. Fnatic, I'm sure, will be very cautious about losing anybody out in the map this time.
So they should be. You've noticed across these last few rounds as well, Skies has played a lot more passively. Things have played out pretty well overall. He's sticking to that here on the Goyo again, so no big changes up for overtime. As you say, I think I'm a little bit concerned about the way that things start out here with Ents on the defensive side. But now just poking their head up at least a little bit. Nothing to backstab them on the way through. They've got to get this hatch opened up. But of course, they've also got a deal on the other side with the 2 Brow that is going to slow things down. We're down to this last 60 seconds. You're not too nervous about time here, but things will just keep on getting slowed down. This is just going to keep on happening. And the best thing is, Tim, the electrification can come back on because we're at a stage where it comes back off from the EMP, I imagine, and should re-electrify it pretty soon after. Left.
Tyrant just again sending those nades in, trying to dislodge. Like you say, the time is on Fnatic's side at the minute. They don't have enough denial really to hold them out. But look at this, the push is coming forward for the shotgun, but the drone sees him. How's Tyrant going to handle this? The ping is in place. He could take the pre-fire, but obviously on the short angle against the shotgun, he's certainly at a disadvantage. Does he spot the drone? No, takes a little dip and a look, but it's almost as if the smoke doesn't see the cam that's watching him. But 25 seconds and time could become an issue again for Fnatic.
It's building up to that point. 20 seconds, hatch stays closed. They've got to force it, and force it they will, though. 2 kills come through, Tim. 15 seconds, though. The clock, as you mentioned, could yet prove to be their worst enemy. Deepek is in and making this happen. Jigsaw, long way in the wrong second. It's a Steve timing moment, but the plan is going to get stuck. They're all juiced back up by Tyrant. They're back on their feet, and Tim, smash and grab. They've got a defensive, attacking round win, which is what they sorely need going into the defense. No more funny business. Close it in round 14. And job's done.
Fnatic did a good job of creating that opportunity for Deepek to put the diffuser down, and you saw in those final moments, it's so tough to watch. Ensi comes around the corner through the rotate, takes a spray towards where he knows the diffuser will be going down, but it's the other side of the brick wall, my friend, and the bullets will not penetrate. And then Fnatic able to close out a flawless round. I feel like Ents maybe, I don't think they necessarily deserved anything out of that round. They did a good job of wasting time, but they didn't manage to get the kills out in the map this time like they have done previously. And they kind of left themselves in a position where they were asking for that final collapse to come in, that final 20-25 seconds to get really heated. And Fnatic were certainly the ones that dealt with that temperature increasing much better than Ents. So 7-6 it is. Fnatic now on the defense. They went 4-2, of course. They were able to win the basement both times.
10 seconds
So
remaining.
the ball is now well and truly in their court.
5
Yes,
seconds
and as
left.
much as we spoke about Leon earlier in the game as well, yes, he had 2 big rounds earlier on, those 3 kills that he collected across them. Really saw his team through to a win. He is up at 13-8. He is having a big game. He's basically rivaling Skies on the other side. And it's not down to just those 2 players. We're seeing others involved, of course, too, but they are the standout ones that you look at. And it's kind of mad when you compare the scoreboards on either side of your screen with the number of kills that Fnatic have got. You'd think they'd be flying in the lead and game would be done very cozy by now. But despite having that advantage, it shows the rounds that they're losing out on here are just ending in some silly ways sometimes. Again, a slow start coming out here from Ents. We've seen this time and time again. Back in that first half on their attacks, they don't speed through these starts of the rounds. They're expecting to get swung on by Fnatic, and they're waiting for it to punish. As long as Fnatic hold back a bit here, and I think look for the entries more in the mid-round rather than the early, they can come out on top.
Yeah, and I think, I just think defense is suited Fnatic a little bit better at the minute because the setup is there. Everybody knows what they're doing. Everybody knows what everybody else is doing. Whereas on the attack, they're reliant on that teamwork. There's comms, feeding that information into each other. Sort of, as you say, sort of managing those risks. And that's, I feel, where they've fallen down a few times is just, not having the full picture ahead of them or not communicating it to each other or, not always being in the right place at the right time. Neko is going to be pushing it down. Freezer dips himself back away. I think he was just looking, maybe hopefully catches somebody on that short angle. You never know what's going to be going on. Skies will be working on the hatches for the time being. Good timing here from Ents. 1 minute 30 left on the clock, getting the hatches open. That's absolutely fine. Just needs to do, as I've said before, a percentage damage to this hatch. It will. Doesn't matter that it's messy. It will go eventually. Don't worry. There you go.
Although, is he now expected to get the other hatch as well?
That's not ideal.
He's on less than 2.5 canisters, which is what worries me. He can't really waste any gas on this. Otherwise, it stays closed. And
no other option, though.
No. I mean, by the looks of it, going around the outside of the rim as well, he can't mess this up as well. This will be done just fine. But will it? No, he's out! Oh! Skies! No! He's had such a game! And to mess it up at a match point opportunity like this. basics, boys. This has been a game of basic mistakes.
I was going to say exactly the same. No other hard breach options, no fallbacks. If your Maverick gets killed, what do you do? You know, you've got to think about having those gadgets in hand. Jax does manage to step in and get the trade. 3 versus 3. It's coming down to an absolute brawl inside a site. Jigsaw low health. 25 seconds. Ents have certainly got the time to take us all the way to 15 here, Des. Azox is putting that diffuser down. He's going to come off it, though. I bet there must have just been a little bit of noise, a little bit of challenge. Jigsaw manages to find Naquo. Skies goes in, knows exactly where he is. Can he find his man? Yes, he can. But Jegs, he finds Azox. It's all up to that man, Skies. He's unable to lock it down, and Fanatic in overtime managed to get the job done. But I'm sure they'll be feeling that maybe it shouldn't have got that far. Ents, however, stand up well, get themselves plenty of rounds, and at least put up a better performance.
You know what that feels like to me, Tim, to summarise this game for Fnatic? It's 1 point lost, not 2 points won. Yeah, this game should have been closed a long time ago. And again, look, Ents are in Tier 1 competition. They are not a bad team. Skies especially has had a phenomenal game. Rykos, really good patience shown in some of those early entries. But for me, more than anything else, so many basic mistakes. The hatch staying closed, that's unforgivable at this level of play. You can't be letting that be happening. Yet it's what's happened. And I think there'll be a lot of frustration amongst the team, obviously amongst the desk, I'm hoping to find out as well. Just one of those games that I'm like, wow, that was a game.
Yeah, 100%. Like you say, that hatch is going to be, you know, a moment to focus on. It was a game where, you know, there were more mistakes than that, but it just sums it up. You put in so much risk onto that Maverick. If he gets peaked and taken out, poof, all your hatches are staying close. There was no backup, no plan for that, and it cost them.
Well, lots to break down, I'm sure. And I imagine Fabian's got a lot to say. So let's go over to the desk for them to share their fair words.
Thank you so much, Ace and Des, and of course for casting all these games this evening. It was a pleasure listening to you as always. And I'm curious, yeah, we have Fnatic winning out in overtime. Not maybe the full 3 points they wanted, but a win is a win.
Des actually kind of took our job there. He just summarized that game pretty much perfectly in about 30 seconds. You agree?
No.
So we going now, or?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
I think I keep getting more and more grey hairs every single time I do this desk. Every single time Fnatic are playing, because like they should have won it in regulation, man. Like, yes, they got the win. First and foremost, I suppose we've got to be positive about the team that got the win. They came out of this and they pulled it together. But the position they were in, 4-2 up. They got themselves 4-2 up. It maybe even should have been 5-1.
It should have been.
It definitely should have been 5-1. Not even maybe should have been 5-1. Lost it a little bit in the second half. Great timeout, by the way. The timeout that they took, reacted really well, get themselves a match point, and then just throw another 5v3. They're going to be kicking themselves that they've thrown so many rounds in this game.
I think we need to look at Ents as well, because Ents, in my opinion, they did not put up a good display once more. They're committing a lot of mistakes. I mean, look at that last round. How are you playing Capitao Claymores on a basement attack? Where are you going to put them? Where? Are you going to put them for the flanks?
I don't know.
No, you should just have a simple drone there that just sees the same thing. Capitao hard breach, get it. And then also maybe your Maverick needs to practice doing hatches, because that looked terrible. I mean, Fresh would do a better job. And that says it all.
I don't punch Frick. I think the one thing that's blatant to see, if we just quickly come on to Ents, is that when they were in this kind of tier 1.5 position last year, they were playing all the tournaments with the tier 1 teams, but weren't really being respected enough as a tier 1 teams themselves. They were getting away with a lot in terms of their strategy, in terms of their aggression. Now they're being studied, and I think every single team, we've seen this as a common theme now, every single team against Ents are basically trying to sit back when they're attacking, because Ents will just have these solo, very, very aggressive positions and plays. And if you just sit back and wait for it to happen, you can punish it time and time again. That's why the Fnatic timeout started being so good. It's what happened to them yesterday with G2. G2 punished it all the time. Even Wylde punished it when Ents played Wylde. I know they got through in that game. So Ents, for me, I think need to take a look at themselves and see, like, we are being studied. We're not getting away with the things we got away with over the last 6 months, and we need to change some things going forward.
It's a bit of a ranked sickness in a way, you know?
Yeah.
Because you can get away with these rat plays, but then when you come up against these professional teams that have been practicing month after month after month, they're just going to do their basic stuff because they don't need to do more. Because they see that one guy roaming, or they know in the prep that he's roaming. Well, we can kind of just place a guy there, wait until he makes a mistake, or we just slow down because, well, they're peeking us anyways. It's like they were known for their aggression, but it's like they only have that one gear, and they're just revving the engine over and over and over, and like the first gear, and it's going full speed, and they seem to have lost control over themselves. And obviously it didn't help with Jax having a piss poor debut. I'll say it. He had a terrible debut, and we can't have this much inconsistency. Swapping players in and out, and then also having bad games.
Can't be helpful.
No, it's at some point, it's like detrimental to your team because you're always fearing for losing your spot for the next game because you already have that player available. At least if you had a stage with 5, you wouldn't fear losing your spot. But now you can go in and out 1 week. Maybe Jax doesn't play next game because he had such a bad game. We don't know. They don't know. So there's no consistency and maybe a lot of fear.
With our league being so close right now, unfortunately, Ents stay closer to that bottom. But despite this only being an overtime win, so 2 points for Fnatic, it shoots them up from 6th to 3rd. That is massive for them. And a player that really contributed to doing that was Leon.
Yeah, Leon, I actually questioned him before the game in terms of making a lot of individual decisions that I have a hard time understanding. A lot of over-aggression in defense especially. But today, I mean, we saw him in the first 2 rounds. He went absolutely crazy with that SES shotgun. That quad kill he got in the basement, I think he was floating like water around his opponents and around those positions he were playing around Pillar and what I call Shaiko, which is next to the blue door. He played a very good game, and I think he made very few mistakes today. And that's what we need to see more from him.
Leon being the highlight player for this game. He's also our interviewee for this post-match interview. We get to speak to him as well. Good evening. I'd assume you'd be happy with this overtime win, or are you disappointed that it wasn't in regulation?
Kind of disappointed, to be honest. I think, like Fresh and Fabian pointed out on the desk, like we threw a lot of those rounds coming into the later half of the game. I think that just simply came down to just some poor communication between us with executes. For example, like one of the kids around, we just called like wrong locations on players when we went for these executes, so people weren't looking at the right locations. So it's a bit annoying, like going to overtime like that. But at the end of the day, we still won, so that's what that matters.
Leon, where do you think your team is at the minute? Because obviously you've had a regulation win, regulation loss, and now 2 overtimes. And I would say, from our point of view, it feels a little bit inconsistent.
Yeah, you know, this is a long-term project for us. Like, we're not just here to smash out straight away. This is something we're building over time. So definitely the consistencies that we want to have aren't there yet, but they're definitely coming in and improving since like the guys have joined, and we've been practicing a lot. So yeah, obviously we're not expecting everything to be perfect right now, but it's like I said, we're just by the end of the year we expect those things to be like perfect, basically, and flawless.
How was it today then? Obviously playing Oregon against Ents, you saw them play it yesterday. What did you take much out of that game yesterday? And is that the reason you went to Oregon today?
Well, to be honest, it was their choice to go Oregon, and we wanted to go Oregon as well, so it worked perfectly for us. Yeah, we literally just watched like what they did against G2 and stuff when we realized, like, you know, this is a team we always struggle against, like in games, like previous in the last few months. So we kind of knew what they were going to be doing anyway, as a total kind of game plan for us. But just seeing what they did against G2 yesterday, like, we just knew it was going to be an easy game on Oregon. Just kind of knowing like where they're going to be, how they're going to play, and just taking advantage of that.
Sounds pretty confident. Now, to close off the interview, is there anything you want to say to the fans and maybe even tell them why they should buy the new Fnatic skin?
Yeah, they should buy the new Fnatic skin because it's very sexy. You know, on Buck as well, one of the best ops right now. So there's no reason not to buy it. And just thank you everyone for the support they've been giving us, you know, since joining Fnatic. It's unreal being here. We're very proud and very happy to be here and getting support from so many great fans still. And I hope I could shut a lot of people up today by actually going positive for 2 games in a row.
Let's go. We love to see that. Thank you so much for your time. Enjoy the rest of the evening, and we're looking forward to
Thank you very much. You too. Have a good night, everyone.
All right, thank you so much. We, of course, have just concluded our final game of the day, so that means we can have a look at our standings to see how things have been shaping up. And Fabian, if you could please take us through them.
Yeah, so we have BDS absolutely rocking this stage. I mean, is there any doubt they're going to be in first place? I personally don't believe so, and I don't think you should doubt them either. Secret coming in on second place with 9 points. Fnatic, 6 points. And we have Wolves on 5 together with G2. And then Virtus.Pro down on 4, Into the Breach, Ents and Wylde to round out that bottom trio.
It's all starting to take shape, right?
Yeah.
I think it's all starting to take shape in terms of the expectations. Maybe there's a couple in the upper half of the table, but I think generally down that bottom end of the table, unfortunately, you know, for Wylde, Ents, and ITB, this is kind of where people expected them to be. However, the top 2 is so important. Obviously, top 6 go to playoffs. The top 2 is so important. Seeing Secret in that position is like mind-blowing for me.
I think it's mind-blowing in the way that they have looked very convincing getting themselves there. I didn't expect them to be this convincing. I expected a good team because you just look at the players and you feel they have something in the making here. They're cooking well. But this good is surprising. I'm just so excited for all of the middle teams from the third place down, that they're so close in points that one game literally takes you third spot immediately if you win it. So every game next week is like in regulation win, just massive jump straight up.
And it's why I suppose it's why we're cooking a little bit on like Fnatic, right? For losing a point today, that could be the difference later down the line in terms of where they're playing in the bracket, if they play in that bracket to go through for the major.
And not even only the point, the plus minus in rounds as well can be absolutely monumental, because you shouldn't have these close games to ENCE if ENCE is playing as poorly as they are. That's where you need to grab those +4, +5 maybe even. Didn't happen today.
You want to, of course, be top 6 because you then go into deciders. Ideally, you want to even be top 2 so you get that bye round going into those deciders. So even that round difference, as you're saying, could be so important to these teams. And of course, we have BDS at the very top, but so far, it's early days. But who is the other main contender to potentially make it to a major?
I mean, maybe I will go on a bit of a limb, but the way Secret are playing now, if they can keep going this, like it's not even going on a limb. They're second place and they've been very good getting there.
Yeah,
but
we don't have a bad word to say about them.
No, we really don't. Like, we're super excited about BDS because how just good they're looking. I mean, we know they're going to be at the major. That's just, it's not even a question. But then Secret is probably the one that I'm looking at like, yeah, they're playing really solid Siege. They're making few mistakes. They have great game plans when they come up to the game day. Probably them. I'm still looking at Virtus.Pro as well coming up there.
I'm hoping Secret makes second, right?
Yeah.
And the reason that I'm hoping for that is that pushes some of the established teams further down when the bracket happens, because the top 2, as you say, they get the bye. So that means we would have like G2, VP, Wolves, teams that we've been seeing at majors from Europe the last few years, having to play each other for a chance at playing Secret for the major. Let's say, I don't know, a Fnatic sneak in there, an ITB sneak in there, cause an upset. There's a world where you're seeing a Secret against a Fnatic for a major spot, which would be absolutely incredible. Because obviously Europe has had a bit of a status quo, probably for the last 18 months of who we're sending, even though we all know that there's quality top to bottom of the league.
With how close this is getting, honestly, I feel like we should just play these games back to back to back.
Oh,
to back.
I want a play day tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't want to wait until Monday.
I'd love to, but unfortunately for us, we do have to wait until Monday for our very next play day of Europe League. However, tomorrow is the start of Asia League. We have some former EU players in there as well. Very exciting. I think I'll be watching. Maybe you too as well.
Yeah, some more players from that G2 Academy, G2 Academy roster, if you want to call it that, in Shed and MC will be making their debut for Elevate tomorrow. And, you know, Asia, third step lead, Fury.
What I look forward to, it's just that they have less spots makes it even more exciting to watch it. Because now they have good teams fighting for less spots. Anybody could really grab it.
We'll be watching it.
We will.
You might not be, but I will.
I have work in Asia as well, you know? Yeah. I need to prepare myself for everything.
Well, we'll definitely be watching that tomorrow, of course. And then back next Monday, you'll find us here in Europe League for some more playdays for Playday 5 coming up next Monday. Thank you so much for watching. We hope to see you again next Monday. And for now, have a great rest of your night.